This is Audible.
Podium Audio presents Not Letting You Go, Book 1 of Scorned Verse, written by Lucy Scott Bryan, performed by Shiloh James and Cooper North.
Chapter 1. Rainy. The polite chatter floating from Jen's side of the garden is in complete contrast and contradiction to the rough banter and crude jokes that come from Dad's side. There's even a row of chairs straight down the middle of the lawn separating them, which is where I've been hovering, in no man's land. The two opposing sides of my party are a pretty good representation of my parents and the way they live. Honestly, how these two hooked up, I'll never know. But they did. I'm proof of them having sex at least once. And they're living proof that opposites attracting is a genre in romance novels. Never once since they split did I ever see these two getting back together. Mom is no longer Mom. She's Jen. Our relationship has never really been one like you usually see between mothers and daughters. Not that it matters, because I love both my parents. Although, I love Dad more. He's been there for me every day since Mom walked out on the life she thought she wanted and returned to the one she was born into. Dad's the one that showed me what family and loyalty means, and it's got nothing to do with the DNA you share. Jen's name change was her choice, much like the garden party for my birthday was too. I'm more of a grill person, sitting around and relaxing with friends, as opposed to spending the day with people I barely know, nibbling on mini quiches and smoked salmon blinis. But we're in Jen's world now, and I'm happy to be here. Except, even in Jen's corner of the world, Dad is pretty sure he rules here too. And now, my favorite part of the day. Listening to the bullshit these cocky shits come up with about being ready to date my daughter is such a highlight. Pretty fucking weird, the moment I'm not here, they start breaking the promises they just made, thinking I don't know. But yep, here we fucking are again. Dad talks to the crowd on his side of the garden, but loud enough so it intrudes on the chatter on Jen's side. Pretty sure they think they only have to live by their rules. Joker smirks, giving me a quick wink as he walks to stand next to Dad. Dad nods his head. I don't give a shit how many tennis coaches Mommy has or how much money's in Daddy's trust. We're talking my baby girl. Since she's my daughter, she's going to live by my fucking rules. King, really? Jen scoffs. Even without the volume, you can't miss her discomfort. She moves farther away from us, not even attempting to hide her souring mood. Personally, I gave up being embarrassed by either of them years ago. I don't even bother twisting around to catch the glare they share. Rainy, ass here now. And not one fucking word, yeah? Dad's voice matches the look on his face. Pissed off. I get it, I do. He's about to leave me here and return home. Dad's style of parenting is full Black Hawk helicopter mode. He has his own small army at his beck and call, too. Seriously, if I do anything wrong, the whole lot of them report to him within minutes. It's embarrassing. But so is the fact that we're about to do what we do every goddamn year. Without exaggeration, it's like Groundhog Day. Every time Dad brings me up to Jen's, everyone who's anyone gets rounded up and made to listen to him lay down the rules. Even though we celebrated my 20th birthday before we arrived, it could have been my 40th, and I'm sure we'd be doing the same. Without causing too much of a scene, I take my spot next to Dad and twist around to glare at all my uncles standing supportively next to him. None of them would ever go against his parenting style because these assholes adopted the exact same style of raising me. Assholes, the lot of them. Good assholes, just covered in tats with a propensity to say fuck more often than any other word in the dictionary. They're unapologetically loud and abrasive, They live and love hard and ride often, and all of them emphatically worship the ground my dad walks on. My dad being Roland Grady, aka King, as in King, founding member and president of the Northern Sector for the Fallen. I know without a doubt that everything he does is to keep me safe, although I'm not sure it should extend to my love life. But none of my uncles will listen to my pleas to get him to be more understanding. No one goes up against King, especially when it comes to me.
Every fucking year, I want to have a quick bite to eat before I hit the road again. But instead, we have to listen to these little turds who want to date my daughter. Bullshit promise rings.
His voice thunders over the party, making it impossible to ignore him. Smirking at the side of his head, I spin the 3 solid gold rings on my thumb, because even though Dad said no to us dating, I was allowed to keep the birthday gift from them last year. Go figure.
Happy birthday, Lolly,
Talon says confidently before even looking at Dad or any of the other guys who rode with us. Risky move, but Talon's always had a point to prove. And that point is, he's strong enough to face anything my dad throws at us. And as much as I love him calling me Lolly, a private nickname to do with my sweet kisses, he also knows how much Dad hates it.
Yeah, happy birthday, sweets. We're very happy you're back.
Reed follows straight after Talon's greeting. The cockiness of his tone is as obvious as the smug look in his eyes. Since I've visited last, he's gotten taller. His attitude has grown too. Of course, I can't help the small purr of satisfaction that bubbles from my chest. I mean, give me credit. These 2 are fucking gorgeous. The noise I make is barely audible, except somehow Dad hears. A noise like a dog growling comes from behind his clenched teeth. Of course, once he does it, each of my uncles follows suit, and I realize how busted I am. So does everyone else now. Reed stays where he is while Talon takes a step closer to me with a heated tip of his lips. I seriously think he's going to rush in and kiss me. He flicks his chin dismissively at the noise my dad and his team keep making, but also at the encouraging nod he gets from his best friend to keep making a statement. Talon's always stood head and shoulders above me, but now it's like I have to crane my neck to find his midnight blue eyes, his trademark left dimple just dimpling adorably. And shit, I really do think he's going to come over and kiss me. A shuffle of movement behind Talon saves us all. Hayes averts everyone's attention to him, and it diffuses the situation. He's my 3rd boyfriend, and my first lover. He's also the giver of the other promise rings, and much like Talon and Reed, he's undergone a noticeable transformation since I last saw him. His deep chocolate brown eyes are just as intense and breathtaking as always. His warm brown hair is longer now, too, framing the angles of his face, amplifying how good-looking he is. His presence is the most noticeable, though. It's like an intimate brush over my skin. What the hell? I hiss, my fingers swiping over my lips as his presence pushes against me without him lifting a finger. Dad turns and glares at the side of my head, oblivious to the rest of the world, and I know it's his warning to pull myself together. I push my tongue against the roof of my mouth until it hurts, but at least it stops my mouth watering. Of course, Dad puts his back to them and faces me.
Rainey, I'm not sure about this.
I'm here because I want my time with them. Plus, they'll watch over me while you've got the chapter assembly, I say, moving in for a quick cuddle, hoping I throw him off his game.
Jesus, Rainey, I don't give a shit about the assembly back home.
He squeezes an arm around me, talking quietly in my ear because there's too many ears around here. I'm okay. I promise. They just... we've only been FaceTiming and it always throws me seeing them. I push out of his arms.
I swear, If I find out you've all been fucking sexting, I'll shove your phone up their asses.
I laugh at the absurdity of his comment. You know that I'm 20, right?
Do I look like I give a shit? Not when it comes to them.
Them. There. He doesn't need to expand upon who he's talking about. Them or there, being Reed, Talon, Hayes, and Colt. Like it has always been. But I haven't seen Colt. Yet. The 5 of us have a killer connection and no one can dispute that. The issue is we live on different sides of the tracks, and their parents aren't my most loyal or loving fans. Add in the small issue of designations, and yeah, I'm allowed to bitch. For the record, designations suck ass. More accurately, the lack of my designation is definitely worthy of the angst that lives inside me. While people around me are emerging like they should, I'm stuck in a weird hiatus. My genes are like a bear in hibernation in the middle of winter, completely dormant. In our society, what you are plays a big part of who you will be. Alphas are the most predominant designation, and they usually blast into their power in their late teens, early 20s. Omegas are the rarest, and they blossom the earliest, usually before a person reaches their teens. And betas are when nothing happens in terms of your designations. You stay the same. Our society is structured around those designations. Alphas traditionally hold the power in our community and in our home units. Alphas live in packs, or perhaps a better way of putting it is, they circle protectively around their omega. It's pretty much their life objective, having an omega that is. Because while an alpha is full of surging emotion and possessive protectiveness, omegas are the sponge that soaks up their powerful emotions. They have a natural-born ability to anchor an alpha and a whole pack. Omegas keep their alphas sane. And while dad is a super strong alpha and mom is a beta, the reality is designations don't always follow your parents. The only sign so far that I'm probably following in mom's footsteps more than dad's is the delay in my designation. As opposed to Talon and Hayes, who have blasted into theirs. I knew they had. Reed is so close you can feel him pressing against you. Plus, he's been especially moody lately. But it's the first time I've felt and seen Tal and Hayes in person since they presented. And that's what I was responding to, like any other person would. My lack of designation is definitely something that plays on my mind when it comes to them. Omegas are also the only ones able to take an alpha's knot. While not always necessary for breeding, an omega's ability to take an alpha's knot is a requirement for an alpha's pleasure. And alphas are certainly about that. Quite simply, they like to fuck. Betas can have sex with alphas, but everyone in our world knows alphas need the satisfaction and pleasure only an omega's body can provide. Of course, another thing that happens between alphas and omegas is instant compatibility. A little sniff of your omega, and promises, relationship, and life plans change. Hence my angst. What happens if I'm a beta? What happens if my alpha boys meet their omega and that magical connection snaps in place? They'll forget who I am in an instant. Since the day we met, they've said they want me and not my designation. We definitely have a connection, and we've always felt right. But we've never experienced that paralyzing connection packs talk about after meeting their omega. King constantly bandies phrases around like immature views of the world and naive to the point of being stupid. I guess we're full of hope that we're going to be one of those packs that thrives without an omega. Rainey! Colt calls my name, and I swing my head around searching for him. The second I find him, I feel all dizzy in my head like I'm floating or falling. For a long time, I was confused about Colt. Not him. Colt has never once questioned us. Considering he's younger than me, I had to be the one putting the brakes on where he kept trying to take our relationship past the point of what society views as right. A large part of the confusion was centered around age, which is weird, because I grew up in an environment where people focus on who you are as a person, not when you were born. Colt and I have always had crazy intimacy to our friendship, and that was never a stumbling block. The physical thing was a difficult part to terms with, and in truth, that was a very, very recent change to our relationship, and one that he initiated with a tenacity beyond his years, and one he vehemently refused to drop. Dad completely ignores Colt, which pisses me off. I go to mouth off, but he talks over the top of me.
Every fucking year you stand there, Reed, and try to tell me my daughter is meant to be with your not yet formed pack. It's a bit of a fucking joke, kid. Particularly when I noticed your mother once again declined Jen's invitation to be here. Anyway, let's focus on my daughter. You know the rules. We've already done this a few times, but give me your best shot as to why you should be allowed to date her. Remember, you only get one chance.
For the past few years, Reed, Talon, and Hayes have stood in a similar way they are today. This year, Colt, Reed's younger brother, is standing there with them.
We'll be here every year, sir, until we get your approval. We're not going anywhere, and neither is Rainey. Yeah, we're young. You're shitting me, right?
Dad laughs, sounding stunned. He's not. He's being an ass.
No, sir.
Reed answers with a barely hidden tone of contempt. He's egging Dad on with his attitude for some reason. Or this is another one of those impending alpha change things I've missed picking up on during our endless phone calls or live streams during the last few months.
Young, huh? At least you've got that shit right. I'm pretty sure you just climbed out of your diapers, and I bet Colt still takes his mother's sour tit before bed.
My eyes jump straight to Colt. There's no disputing his age. It's the one thing you can't argue. Saying that, though, he's got more maturity and courage than a lot of the guys that ride with Dad. I stare at Colt. Even across the patio, I can see the mood in his eyes. I keep his attention locked on mine so he doesn't start showing everyone how much courage he has. Reed ignores King and starts talking again.
We've done exactly what you said you wanted us to. All right, fellas. Let's give this little soon-to-be alpha a fucking pat on the back. We're done, Reed. The answer is still no. No,
Colt snaps.
We're not done. It's Rainey's birthday, and this is what we do. We're going to keep doing it too until you say yes.
There's a moment of silence as everyone looks in shock at Dad and Colt before a wave of noise follows. A couple of the older members of the Fallen look ready to give Colt an ass whooping. My dad is frozen, his eyes hard, his scent getting all bitter and nasty, which isn't a good sign for anyone, and the vein that pops out on the side of his neck isn't a great sign either. Hayes jumps in to pacify the situation.
Sir, we're doing what you said we had to. All of us. I got a job and we've got a plan now. What about Reed, huh?
King looks to Hayes, but Reed interrupts and answers.
I've been learning my father's business.
King shrugs, making the movement over-exaggerated and clearly condescending as hell.
Yeah? Well, that ain't work, is it? Working for my father is work.
Reed bites back, his eyes narrowed. He's failing at King's test today. I know it. Everyone knows it, and it adds to Reed's crappy mood. King's eyes lock on Reed, and despite the easy smile on King's face, it's clear he's pretty pissed off. He doesn't answer straight away. He just watches Reed struggling not to squirm under his stony gaze.
And that's the issue. It's his business. Which, for the record, he's fucking shit at doing. Being in an elected position is one thing, but the whole world knows what he did to get elected.
From either side of the garden party comes a clash of conflict at Dad's obvious slur. It's not wrong, though. No one could dispute the desperate, shady games Reed's father is renowned for. He takes being a slimy politician to a whole new level. Corruption, dishonesty, and intimidation are words regularly associated with him. Sadly, it's Reed's mother who is worse. Dad takes his don't give a fuck attitude even further.
In my books, I reckon that means he should be representing all the people in his electorate, but the picky fucker can't see past his inner circle of rich golf buddies. So while those numbskulls get richer and your daddy gets fatter, all the other people are left wanting.
Dad takes a moment to watch Reed's reactions before he gets more direct in the way he speaks to Reed.
You get that's what I have an issue with, right? That's the life you want my daughter to be a part of? And before you try to bullshit to my face, I want you to at least admit you realize there's no way your parents will let you or your brother deviate from the life your family has planned for you both. No shit, yeah? They would have started planning your life since the time you were still sitting in his hairy ball sack.
Some people actually take a visible step back, like they don't want to be here anymore. But King ignores it all, his attention still locked on Reed. Reed does an angry, slow exhale before standing up to King and ignoring his comment about his family.
You said we needed to provide for her. Me going into his business would mean I could. So yes, I've been busy learning every part of it so I can take it over one day. Interesting you're living in his shadow, Reed. But so is the fact that those two turds next to you came into their alpha designations, and Junior here is looking like he's about to too.
King jabs his finger in Colt's direction before taking a physical step back towards Reed, Talon, and Hayes.
But none of you bothered to pick the phone up to let me know. Did Daddy tell you how to handle that too?
Hayes throws his hand out to try to placate the rising tension.
Sir, we thought it better to do that face to face. Yet, it wasn't the first thing you did man to man, was it, Hayes? What about you, Talon? You've been here eyeing my daughter like she's a tasty fucking treat, but you haven't come up and taken me aside, told me you're a big alpha now.
Talon's shoulders roll back, not too much, but I'm watching the four of them closely so I see it.
I thought it was more important to say hi to Lolly again instead of telling you something you already sensed the second you took your helmet off, he says. The lack of emotion in his voice and on his face is a clear indicator of how pissed off he is. Kudos, Mini Alpha.
King smirks sarcastically before he glares at him.
You played it wrong. You need to remember, until Rainey is packed, she is mine. And no shit, I've told you so many fucking times to be straight up with me. If anything impacts her, you tell me. Straight up. None of these bullshit games Reed's pa is known for. The second I arrived, you should have been waiting to talk to me, not arriving late and doing it this way.
Dad's eyes are dangerously half-masked, his anger swirling all around him as he stands to his full height. It's hella intimidating. And this is the other side of living in a world of designations. Alphas are at the top of society's pyramid, and if you're not strong enough to go toe-to-toe up against one, then it's a slippery slope down to the bottom where power plays are a way of life. Add in my dad is king, and yeah, no one challenges him like Talon just did. Dad, he didn't mean any harm. Please, I say, dropping my gaze to my scuffed Vans.
You're apologizing for him, Rainey?
King laughs. And yeah, I know I'm currently dealing with the alpha asshole who rules over all the other assholes in the Fallen and not my dad. And this time the sound that falls from my lips is loud enough to let him and the world know how I feel about him making a scene. But one of the things Dad taught me was to own the moment. I turned to him, flicking one eyebrow up. You both want the same thing, and that is for me to be happy. He glares at me, but he also pulls back his surging alpha ego.
I'm leaving you here with them. I'll keep fucking grilling them forever if needs be.
And then he swings his attention back to the boys who stand waiting, though his finger jabs at Reed.
Pretending to work for your daddy is not enough in my books. You need to know how to survive without the handouts you keep waiting for.
Colt scoffs, trying to hide it under a shuffle of his feet. But they're all under the microscope, where every movement and word is a test. King zeroes his foul mood on him, trying to push him to a breaking point.
Colt, you old enough to wipe your own ass yet? Only just, sir.
As soon as Colt answers sarcastically, he locks his jaw shut. I can feel his frustration from here. But we also knew King would be coming hard at them. King keeps his attention on the youngest of our crew.
What do you bring to the table, huh? Seems like you've got a lot to say there. No, sir.
Colt, though, isn't afraid of conflict or confrontation. He never has been. He stands a little straighter before he gets ready to answer. King's impatient, though.
No, sir, what? Nothing to say or nothing to bring to the table? Not my year to talk, sir. Supposedly, I have to turn 18 before I'm allowed to stand and say my bit. As soon as you say I can, I will be. And I've got no doubt you'll be listening to what I have to say.
Colt's being pretty dominant, but at the same time he's careful to keep his eyes away from the challenge in Dad's.
Big man, huh?
King smirks.
Will be.
Dad starts laughing, and the entire deck of the patio shakes under the intensity. But it's not nice. It's mocking and teasing. I hate it when he laughs like this. It grates against my skin and makes me instantly bitchy. King's taunting is like dumping gasoline on a bonfire, completely unnecessary, and it's the final straw for me. I push off to storm inside, slamming the door behind me, sick of his shit. Of course, the door opens behind me a split second later, King's thundering steps chasing me through Jen's place.
Don't you fucking dare, Rainey. Your ass is staying next to me so every fucking person gathered will hear what I'm saying, whether they're wearing a cut or a damn Chanel suit. I literally don't give a fuck who they are, but they will listen to me. You wanted this, so get your ass out there and you listen too.
The thing with both Dad and me is we can share the same fiery temper. I swing around and go at him. Why do you always make fun of them? He's right up in my face, returning the favor.
You think that was me making fun of them? You know I was going fucking soft. Colt's standing there like a cocky son of a bitch looking me in the eye saying bullshit about I'll be listening to him. He's not even fucking 18. He needs to learn some fucking respect. He's lucky I didn't knock his head clean off his fucking shoulders, Rainey. Jesus, his brother's standing there looking like he's won the fucking prize already, which, for the record, he hasn't. I rule here, and he will give me the respect I'm due.
In case you didn't notice, we're not in Kansas anymore. I spit back at him sarcastically, trying desperately to rein in my emotions at the same time. The both of us screaming our dirty laundry is food for the nosy neighbors and guests, and all it does is confirm to everyone here how wrong it is for me and Dad to be in their world. Because while King rules back home, the snobs that live here can make my life miserable with the raise of their sculptured eyebrows. I try. I swear, I try, but it doesn't work. I've still got a lot to say, but I do stop screaming. Every year, you make them come here so you and all your guys can stand around teasing and mocking them, trying to get them to snap. I swing back around and start moving away again. The walls around me feel like they're closing in. The air is suffocating. But it's him mainly. His alpha is rising because apparently every fucking thing in his eyes is a challenge today. I put my hand on the door to my bedroom or suite because the way Mom and Dad live is as different as night and day. And I get it nearly open before he buckles and barks at me.
You are not permitted to step 1 foot in that room until they know the rules. I fucking mean it.
He alphas me. His words and command make me stumble and fall to my knees. I barely have the wits to fight through his compulsion and not whine, but the second he sees what he did, he gets control of himself and his alpha command falls away. Nice one, Dad, I hiss back, climbing to my feet and sharing with him the universal gesture for fuck you over my shoulder before slamming the doors to my room shut. The other thing about King is his sense of privacy is non-fucking existent, except when he says he needs privacy, and then he's like fortified steel. He has my door open but doesn't cross the threshold. Color me surprised.
Rainy, baby, I didn't mean.
I know he didn't mean to alpha me into submission, but it doesn't detract from the fact he did. I keep my back to him, talking quietly because I know he'll hear. Never heard you not say a word you haven't meant. I guess I learned that from you, because I mean what I say too. Don't you dare step a foot inside until you come to me with an apology. You want to keep treating me like I'm 3 years old, Dad? That's on you, not me.
You're fucking 20, Rainy,
he roars in response, losing a handle on his control again. I nod, refusing to turn around. My eyes are blinking away the tears of frustration. Honestly, we've been through this so many times recently, it's not funny. Yeah, I am. And don't you forget it. In some places of the world, that makes me an adult. How about you think about that? I'll be back before that cake comes out. Don't send anyone to come get me, or I won't be attending at all. I'll get there without an escort. I use my foot to kick the door to my room closed. Of course, he uses my biggest weakness against me.
Rainy, don't make me ban them from seeing you.
I shake my head but refuse to open the door for him. Yeah, pretty sure that's what you said last year, King. Think of something else, hey? Moving through the suite, the recent remodeling Mom did has changed the whole layout, and now more than ever, it doesn't feel like my space, despite all my stuff being in here. I grab a bottle of water and sit on a gigantic armchair facing the only window in the room. The view is of the crashing waves down below. I'm sure it is cathartic to some, but I'm more of a city person. I get lost in the view, though. The constant roll of the ocean is a good reminder that no matter what happens, some things stay the same. Like my dad going ballistic with his protective urges. I finish my bottle of water, and using one of the blankets, I snuggle down to watch the day move on without me. Outside, I can hear my party happening still, but that's cool. It's not really for me. It's for Mom and her friends. And it's for King, of course. A sharp knock on the door, and the door opens before I manage to twist around. You didn't want to wait to see if you were invited in, King? I smirk, before dropping my head back to stare at the waves again.
Nah, Rainy, you know I'm not one to wait for permission,
Dad says as he kicks over an ottoman.
What the fuck is this thing anyway? Your mom can't afford chairs now?
And then he sits smack bang in the middle of my view. Smart man, really, because he knows I'm pretty good at ignoring shit, him included. He drops one of his meaty hands around my feet and tugs on it repeatedly until I quit ignoring him. My hand glides out, and he nabs that too.
Come on, Rainy. You owe your dad a drink. And I owe you an apology.
I shake my head, all shocked. Holy shit. Are you okay? Like, did the great king just admit he fucked up?
Watch your language, kid.
He chuckles before leaning his head against my hand.
I can't lose you, Rainey. I really couldn't.
You know I'm not living with you until I die, don't you? He chuckles, and it's not nasty, it's just my dad being my dad.
Please, kid. One day at a time. Let me survive the next hour and we could talk about you walking across the road all by yourself next week. Yeah?
He reaches out for a hug, and I squeeze him tight, taking in a big breath of his scent. He smells like home, and always has, even if home smells like cigarette smoke, bourbon, and motor oil. Chapter 2. Rainy.
All right, settle down, dickheads. First up, I owe my girl an apology. She knows what's for. Fuck, half the world knows why. I'm a better man because of this girl next to me, so raise your glasses and the first shot is to her. Happy birthday, baby. You've made us all proud.
Dad taps our glasses before the both of us take the shot, slamming the empty shooter on the top of Mom's polished table. And then it's like a chain reaction, with my uncles and my guys following suit. Someone stomps and yells happy birthday, and that's all it takes until it sounds like a herd of wild beasts running straight at us. A final roar echoes through the neighborhood, and all Mom's champagne-swilling buddies look mortified. Dad ignores them and does the expected, taking center stage again.
Shut the fuck up!
4 words and you'd be able to hear a bee fart. It's so quiet, you really would. But my whole being is distracted, my senses out of whack. Every part of me tingles because I can feel them as they come to stand right next to me.
Today,
my dad looks at me, and from his position in front of everyone, he looks a lot like Zeus ruling over all of us. And then I get jolted by a bolt of realization rendering me speechless as he points at Reed, Talon, Hayes, and Colt.
Tonight, I'm letting everyone know that these little upstarts are allowed to start dating my girl.
He winks at me before swinging to face the guy standing next to him.
Even though I won't be here, you've got all the fucking eyes of our club on you. You make her cry, and trust me, you'll be the ones weeping. You do her wrong, and you'll be answering to me before you answer to each of her uncles. And I do not need to tell you what will happen if she is hurt. I literally don't give a flying fuck how, but if Rainey ever shows up in front of me with one scratch on her, you fuckers will be given 10 minutes to gather your shit before we hunt you down. And that's even with all the scullions of dollars your family has. Nothing will stop me from ripping your arms off your body.
A slow smile spreads over Hayes' face, a twinkle of promise in his brown eyes. But Dad's still not finished laying down his rules.
Let's be fucking real, fellas. You better not look at another female from here on out. And yeah, that's not me saying you're allowed to touch my daughter like that, because she'll be...
The birds and the bees talk? I thought I was embarrassed before. Now I'm praying for the earth to swallow me up. Dad, please, in front of everyone?
Easy done.
Talon interrupts me and King.
Rainey is ours. Always has been, always will be.
There's a whole lot of noise. Mom's group of friends shuffle nervously while my uncles start razzing. But of course, with away from Dad, the noise settles down again.
And I don't want no fucking trouble from the cops about him.
Dad jabs his finger in Colt's face.
Don't touch my daughter until you're legal.
Colt shakes his head, and his gaze falls to his feet before he shrugs, dropping one of his smiles on the world. And yeah, for someone his age, He should not know how to bespell every woman in the place. But he does. Colt, irrespective of his age, has this depth and wisdom in him. When you look in his eyes, a very old soul is looking back at you, one that likes to push boundaries and have fun. But he's also stubborn and obtuse as a mule, and making a point is something that drives him. He takes a step, walking until he's in front of me, and much like the others over the past few months, Colt has transformed into a different person. He's nearly taller than his brother now, his shoulders starting to widen. His presence is the most different. His designation will be known very soon. Happy birthday, Rainey. Since we're not allowed to be official before much else, I need to get this sorted out now. Get what sorted out? I ask him softly. But then he kisses any further question off my lips and pushes King to the breaking point.
No fucking way, Colt. That's the last.
Colt smirks into my lips before leaning in again, like he's got all the time in the world to kiss in front of the entire world. And then he grabs my hand and leads me closer to where Dad looks like he's about to have a coronary.
King, I respect you and...
My dad decks him, like full uppercut from out of nowhere, and Colt staggers backwards, making me stumble. But somehow Colt sweeps me back to my feet, pushing me behind him, protectively. I'm not shocked when instead of retaliating, Colt stands in front of Dad, his arms loose by his side, not one drop of threat in his presence. Just this crazy self-assurance that brings another level to his imminent change.
That's your one shot, King. Right here with everyone watching, right now, because you said we could date your daughter. You had to get that out of your system, and I know that. It's why I purposely pushed your buttons. But we're done now, yeah?
King is locked up tight, staring at Colt.
I'll keep on respecting you, but with Rainey involved, everything is different. I'm young, but I won't let any shit fall on her shoulders. Besides, you'd think I was a laughingstock if I didn't do what I just did too. So let's cut the cake, because we're taking Rainey out on a date for her birthday, like you said we could.
It's like a wave of shock goes from one side of Mom's yard to the other. Most of Dad's men take a step closer, like there's danger lingering in the air. They're getting overly protective of their president, ready to fight. Completely unnecessary, and I cut off every one of them with a glare that would stop traffic. Well, that's what Dad tells me all the time, and it works. Dad steps forward, his hand out like he's going to shake Colt's hand, and he does. Except he tugs him into him, whispering viciously in his ear, and I only hear because I'm there too.
Colt, where I live, things are different. Here, these people will report my daughter for being involved with a minor quicker than they could say pass the fucking baked camembert. What you do behind closed doors I don't want to know about, but you risk her again, and I will gut you. Before I cut you up in pieces and feed you to my pigs.
We don't have pigs, for the record. I mean, we've talked about getting them, but as of this minute, we don't. Colt shrugs.
Easy. Hey, sorry, King, about the kiss thing, but you know I wasn't wrong. You'd give me shit about not being man enough for the rest of our days. You're a cocky little cunt, Colt. Lucky Rainey likes you.
Dad growls, but there's this little twinkle of respect in his eye, too. Still, no one pushes the subject.
Apparently, young Colt here was explaining what happened. It won't happen again, and I'm sure you all agree nothing actually happened. Jen, as always, you've laid it on thick for our girl. Thank you. And to all Jen's friends, I appreciate you being in my ex's life, because fuck knows I can't be.
Fake laughter fills a small gap in Dad's speech. Either way, he successfully steers everyone away from Colt's epic gesture and turns their attention back to my birthday.
On that note, Rainey, you are incredible. Happy birthday, baby. Jen and I are super proud of you and wish you nothing but success. Now, Apparently someone here was hoping for a neat ride instead of the shitbox Joker's been letting her use.
Dad digs in his pockets and throws up a set of keys.
But I couldn't bring your new car because your mother would have a screeching fit.
I walk over to Mom first because, seriously, she's got these big tears rolling down her face. Hey, Jen, thank you so much. It's amazing. Yeah, well, you know your dad. I wanted to get you a silver BMW. Anyway, happy birthday, Rainey. Making my way over to her, I lean in and give her a giant hug before returning to Dad. You promised me.
Well, you know how your mother is. Except we had to compromise. There's no way my girl is driving some imported piece of shit. There's a white Mustang back home with your name on it, and a Fallen logo for tax purposes, which means anyone in the club can drive it.
Doubtful? You just gave me the keys, Dad. She's mine now. I laugh a little crazy before giving him a huge squeeze. I'm going to miss you so much.
Enjoy your time here, kid. You've got a lot coming up when you get back.
He gets all serious and turns me away from the crowd, walking us away from the celebration.
If you feel your designation stirring, and you want to be home when it happens, you let me know. In the meantime, make sure you do what you want, or I'll come down with Joker and crack some fucking heads.
Dad says the same thing every year. I stay cuddled in his arms, my eyes moving over to Reed, Talon, Hayes, and Colt, who are waiting. Dad knows too, and he gives me a final squeeze before announcing it's time to cut the cake. And much like every year, I cried like a baby when he left. I stayed glued to the pavement until I couldn't hear their bikes anymore. I knew I wasn't alone. His scent might be missing, but Hayes' presence is more than enough. Once I stop being such a sook, we make the rounds, saying goodbye to everyone else. Jen left with her girlfriends to have a late dinner, supposedly to cry about having a 20-year-old daughter, but we all knew what was really going on. She was giving us privacy. Hayes stays with me as I lock the house down. Locking the door to my suite, I take a running leap at Talon, stretching his arms up over his head, trying to pin him down. You look good naked in my bed, Alpha, I whisper before leaning in for one of his kisses. Now we're alone, it gets way, way deeper.
I never thought the day would end.
He smiles against my lips, his hand snaking up my legs, moving under the hem of my dress. He groans deep when he finds me bare, but he doesn't stop. His hands race over my body, cupping my breasts.
Shit, Rainey, you can't walk around without panties on.
Yeah, I can. I smirk before my hands start discovering all his physical changes. His body is harder, his skin warmer. I feel the moment Hayes rejoins us, and I twist around to watch him without being worried about how hungry I must look. The towel hanging around his hips accentuates the drops of water running down his tanned chest. Instead of coming closer, he leans against the wall, watching me dry hump his best friend. And it does all sorts of things to me. I roll my hips over Talon's thickening length, but move so Hayes can see the tip of Tal's cock poking out from under me. Talon uses his hands on my hips to set our pace. Yeah, like that, I whisper. It's my birthday, Talon. Pretty sure I can do whatever I want. I want you.
You've got me.
He purrs, leaning up to kiss and lick his way up my body, nibbling over my collarbone to bite under my jaw.
God, I want inside you so fucking much.
He growls softly before he leaves a burning trail over my skin with his mouth, paying extra attention to my nipples. Where's Colt? I moan, holding him closer. He bites down around my nipple, dragging the flesh through his teeth.
He had to go home. Mom called him back.
Reed answers as he walks out of the bathroom completely naked and ready to join us. Yeah, we're doing shit we shouldn't be doing, including signing and sending off the forms needed to set up our pack. Go us.
Rainy, have you got a new perfume? It smells incredible. It's hard to figure out what it is.
Hayes says as he lets his towel drop, his dick already hard, too.
We are not talking my body wash when we're about to fuck.
I moan. Talon sucks on the fleshy part of my boob, stealing my ability to talk. It feels incredible, and like always, we're so responsive to each other. Hayes crawls over the bed. I twist to watch, but Talon bites down hard, giving me a bruising hickey. His midnight blue eyes ablaze with desire. Hayes doesn't say a word, pushing me down onto Talon, my butt and pussy on full display. He immediately rubs the head of his cock over my crack.
One day, I want to see if my cock will fit inside you with Talon at the same time,
Hayes says, biting the side of my neck. And Reed, I whimper as Hayes teases by pushing the tip in.
We'll be coming down your throat.
He speaks for himself. I twist my head up and he's already holding his cock out.
Put that in my mouth right this second,
I pout. His fingers race through my hair to hold me still, while he wipes his dick over my lips and face.
I missed you, Rainy. It's not enough to watch you come on your little dildo every night.
Best gift you've ever sent me, along with the lollipops. Reed's fingers dig in my hair, his impatience making him pull my hair too hard.
Won't need any fucking toys now you're with us, sweets. Open up. I've been dreaming of fucking your mouth. And I've been dreaming of your tight pussy.
Talon growls against my nipple. Hayes dips down below and plows his fingers inside my body.
And I say, we stop talking and start doing. We're going to pack, now your dad has given us his approval. He'd have to be fucking stupid if he didn't think we'd be claiming you before we send you home.
Have you told your parents yet, Reed? I whimper as Hayes starts pumping his fingers in and out of my pussy. No one answers. Sex is definitely better than trying to figure out that bullshit. Although it's pretty simple. Reed and Colt's parents do not like me, and they definitely don't like me being involved with their boys. Supposedly, I don't fit their bill of who a shady politician and his stuck-up bitch of a wife think I should be. I think it's got more to do with the fact my grandfather didn't rub shoulders with theirs. Dad and I definitely don't have the same old money filling our numerous bank accounts. Chapter 3. Rainy.
Rainy.
Colt murmurs softly in my ear, coaxing me out of a deep sleep. His fingers brush the hair on my face and I reach up for more.
Come watch the sunrise. I have to go to practice, but you've got to see it outside. Wrap her up, Colt. It's fucking cold. I'll meet you in the truck in 10.
In the dark, I can see the way he answers his brother, with a shake of his head and a roll of his eyes. Climbing out of bed, there's already a pair of Colt's gray high school sweats for me to pull on, a pair of Uggs for me to slide my feet into, and then Colt is dragging one of his jerseys over my head. I know it's his. I can't smell anything but him. Linking our fingers, he tiptoes through the house. There's no need. Mom texted last night and said she was staying at her girlfriend's after too many glasses of wine. In her own way, she's giving us space too. I know that. I even thanked her for it.
Come on, Sleepy. I'm not wasting a second of you being back.
He squeezes my hand, leading the way through the garden to the back stairs. He sits first, then drags me onto his lap, wrapping me up. There's no way I could get cold snuggling in his arms. It's pretty here, I say, resting my head against his chest, looking at the view he's got us facing. The sun is starting to rise, but it must still be a little while off because the birds haven't started to chirp.
Not as pretty as you are.
I cuddle him before digging under his hoodie, making him hiss when I press my cold hands against his skin. I last about 3 seconds before I start exploring his body some more. He groans but stops me.
Rainy, I have to go to practice. I cannot train with a heart on.
I chuckle, but stop feeling him up while we wait for the sun to rise. But I also know Colt's got something to say. It feels like he's nervous. Just tell me, I say, a flutter of nerves descending over the both of us.
Let me see you alone tonight. I mean, we'll catch up with them later anyway.
Why? Are you going to break up with me?
Seriously? You know I'm never breaking up with you. Not in this lifetime or the next. No, it's just... You know what your dad said about me being young, you not being as young, and some people are watching us closely?
What are you saying, Colt?
I want us to fuck.
Really? I swing a look at him, climbing up so I can straddle his legs and cup his face. He shakes his head enthusiastically.
Yeah.
But I get tongue-tied, because while Colt and I have been tentatively exploring our physical side, we haven't had sex. He's been busted watching while I had sex with the guys. He's started inserting himself more into whatever we do, despite the arguments. But it's definitely never included him and me. Are you sure?
Am I sure? He barks out laughing. It's all I think about.
I'm at a complete loss for words. He holds my face so I can't hide from him.
I want you to take my virginity.
There's no rush. We've got forever.
Yeah, I get that. But I need my dick in your pussy, Rainey. I need it. I can't fucking think about anything else. Like literally, all I can think about is doing it. Or how it's going to feel, or what your face is going to look like when I do it. My dick fucking hurts even talking about it.
I drop my hands inside his pants. His eyes are dilated like glossy ink, and when I wrap my hand around his straining cock, he groans, and a small smile spreads over his face, making his white teeth sparkle.
See how much I want you?
Leaning up, I kiss him on the edge of his lips, but he pulls back as he keeps pumping his hips, making my hand run up and down his length.
Fucking hell. You know how to get me going. I'm about to come.
At least then you'll be able to train, I joke, leaning in to get a better grip.
I so did not bring you out here to do this.
Doesn't it feel good?
Whenever you touch me, it feels like I'm going to blow. I already told you how close it was for me when I kissed you in front of your dad. Nearly came on the spot.
His hips buck up.
And then talking about putting my dick inside you.
Colt groans softly, and I can feel how close he is.
Rainey,
he praises, opening his legs wider so I can stroke him faster.
I woke up and you were all I could smell. I had to go rub one off in the shower. I got back from running with a raging heart on, and now I bring you out here to ask you on a date, and you end up with your hands in my pants. And I can't help thinking, this is the best fucking morning ever.
I used one hand to pull his sweats open, and with the extra space, I can go faster. My thumb swipes over his leaking head, and all of a sudden, I want to put my mouth on him. Before he can argue, I shuffle off his lap and put his cock in my mouth. My tongue swirls around, lapping at the pooling pre-cum, and his unique taste coats my taste buds, making me moan in appreciation. Colt leans back, and both his hands drop to the back of my head, and he helps me bob up and down, faster and faster. His touch is always so much gentler than Reed's.
Yeah, like that. You're so fucking good at giving head.
I am now. I wasn't when we all started this. It was pretty funny how bad I was at it. But I've got 4 very willing subjects to practice on. And after the time they showed me what they liked, Hayes sent me a box of giant Chupa Chups. Trust me, I licked and sucked on them all. In front of them, of course. Dropping my hand to cup his balls, my fingers massage over where his knot will be. There's no mistaking that Colt is going to be an alpha. I can see it in everything he does. And if there was any indication that he was ready for us to go further, that would be it. The reality is, we're pretty much like every other person in the world. Once you discover sex, you don't undiscover it. We were lucky we found it together. Add in our desire to pack as soon as possible. Well, the four of us spend more time undressed than we do dressed. And that's also considering the distance that separates us. Seriously, we could open our own porn channel with the images and clips we've shared. There's nothing better than being with the person you really, really love, and Colt is one of those people for me. A low rumble spills from his chest before his hips buck up, and he pushes into the back of my throat, his hands holding me so I can't move as he explodes. I gag, and it's super messy, and Colt holds me, his fingers digging into my hair until I swallow. Until he realizes, then he lets me go.
Shit. Sorry, Rainey. I was... Fuck. I didn't hurt you, did I?
I shake my head before I start sucking on his cock again. His freak-out changes to a deep groan as his cock keeps pulsing in my mouth.
Rainey, seriously. I have to go to practice. Coach is going to whip my ass as it is.
I finish with a loud pop before I pull my hands and my mouth away from him, and he lifts me up to sit back on his lap. I lean in, but he laughs and pulls away.
Yeah, I know where that mouth has been.
He smirks before he kisses me, slowly, dirty, and so goddamn right.
If I put my fingers in your pussy, how wet would you be?
And he's such a fucking smooth talker. Save it, I growl playfully. What time tonight is our date?
Starting early. I'm coming here at 4 because I know Jen has power yoga and then meditates over a glass of wine. Wednesday traditions are hard to break even when your daughter comes home.
He teases, because my mom is a little rigid in her schedule.
Come watch me train. We're on the ice till 10.
I lean in to kiss him. Of course I'll come.
I fucking know that. By my guess, you'll be coming about 5 minutes after I get here this afternoon.
I laugh at him being a dick. Does Charlene know I'm here?
I don't care. I don't listen to her bullshit anymore. You are our girl and that's all that matters.
He leans in close.
I'm not letting you go ever, Rainey.
So, tonight we're not going out? Just staying in?
You got that right. Reed and I have to be home for dinner. Mom's demanding it, and apparently Dad has an important family he wants us to meet. After that, I'm not leaving your bed for days.
Ah, so she does know I'm back. Let me guess. They have daughters just perfect for both the Anders boys.
Rainey, you got to listen. It doesn't fucking matter what they think. They won't be the ones to break us up.
And it's not the first time his parents have tried to force a wedge between me and their precious sons. Since the first time I met her, she's made it very clear what she thinks of me, continually ridiculing me openly, but also behind the boys' backs. Except, I've always told the guys what she does and says. Maybe she didn't think I would, but I do. You want me to pick you up some food for after practice? He quips up his eyebrow, answer enough. Colt can eat.
Wear my jersey.
You know I never take it off when I'm here. Colt stands up, hiking me up with him so I'm wrapped around him.
All right, the sun is still not up and I'm so late. But best blowy ever from my forever girl. Sounds like the perfect day to me.
He carries me inside and drops me back into bed before racing out. I hear Reed's truck drive off right about the same time that Hayes hisses when I put my cold hands on his naked butt. Chapter 4. Rainy. There are so many butterflies taking flight in my stomach that I feel sick from the waves they make, which is weird because Colt and I have seen each other naked, but today is so different. I'm so nervous, it takes him knocking on my door a few times until I realize he's here. The moment I see him, though, all my nervous energy evaporates. And it most certainly helps that Colt pounces on me as soon as I open the door. His hands dig into my hair and he groans loudly as his tongue assaults mine. Each kiss gets longer and harder. When we come up for air, we're both panting and grinning against each other's lips.
This is fucking happening.
He laughs. His pupils are fully blown in his sky blue eyes, making the color deeper, and the rumbles spilling from his chest make a trillion goosebumps dance over my skin. Without letting me go, he walks us to the bed.
All day, Rainey, I've been thinking about putting my dick in you. I know how quick the first time is going to be, so I'm just going to keep fucking you until I'm coming again.
I go to say something, but a flash of irritation crosses his eyes.
You'll take everything I give you, including my virginity.
His self-assurance has always had a gentle cockiness about him, but that's just being Colt. He's also impatient, obnoxiously generous, and so confident of our fairy tale ending. Ripping my pants down my legs, he doesn't even notice the baby pink lingerie I put on for him. Our tops disappear next. He checks that I'm close enough to the mattress before shoving me backwards, making me fall without having the chance to catch myself. There's something in his eyes that I've never seen, a mix of hunger and raging impatience, and it's almost predatory. His usually steady hands shake, and he hisses in frustration as he keeps fumbling the waistband of his sweats. But once he frees himself, he lunges, covering me in every part of him. And while his touches aren't rough, they aren't exactly soft either. The more we touch, the quicker he settles. Holding me against him, Colt rolls over me, nudging my legs wide open with his knee.
I have to fuck you,
he says suddenly, sitting up and dragging my legs over the tops of his thighs, lining us up so his dick sits at my entrance. He locks his eyes on mine, and as he tries to push inside, his eyes flare wide as he looks down, and that half-crazed look from before is back. He growls at the situation, his teeth grit together in frustration. I can see his needs and his logic clashing, and I also can't miss the moment it all comes together, and Colt sees what the issue is. He shuffles away from me before he reaches down and licks me out really fucking dirty, lubing me up. His desperation feels incredible. Dropping my ass back to the bed is the only warning I get before he surges forward, capturing my mouth for an equally punishing kiss. But everything is happening now like it should. He spreads my legs wide again, drops his forehead to mine, and then he slams himself inside in one wickedly punishing thrust. The noise he makes will be in my head for a long time to come. He fills me so full, his hips moving with a confidence only he could pull off. He's thicker than my other three lovers, but the stretch and burn is sweetly perfect. Colt makes me feel like parts of me are on fire. His hips slow.
I'm never going to forget our first time,
he says sincerely. But Colt has always been so honest about how he feels.
Nothing better than being inside your body, telling you how much I love you, Rainey.
Leaning down, he kisses me with all the truth in the words he just spoke as our bodies start to move at a more natural speed. Wrapping my arms and legs around his waist, he groans.
I'm in you even deeper.
Yeah, you are. Feel good? I ask, kissing the side of his throat. His body locks up as he moans into the side of my neck.
You're going to make me come, baby.
Colt pulls back so he can see me, and so I can watch him. The sparkle of amazement makes the blue of his eyes deepen as he comes, and then like he said he would, Colt continues thrusting through his first orgasm and onto his next. He's watched enough porn to know how to do it, too. Honestly, he doesn't miss a beat. Rising up to kneeling, he lifts my ass at the same time, holding all my weight in his hands as he starts to thrust harder, faster. This time, instead of being quiet, He makes a lot of noise.
Fuck, Rainey, you're so tight around me. Hell, you feel good.
His stomach muscles contract, his face awash with shimmering awe and burning pleasure.
Colt,
I groan as he uses me like a pro.
I didn't think this would bring us closer, but I can feel you. You're deep inside me, and I never want this to end.
He lets my legs fall back down to the mattress before he lies over me again, pushing my knees to my chest to move faster again. Play with my clit, too. I barely finish speaking, and he is hitting all the right spots. His finger on my clit has been there 1,000 times, but never when he's been inside me. Colt is going to be one serious lover. His touch is like the best kind of magic, mind-numbing. I pull him down, but he nuzzles against my throat instead of kissing me, and there's a heaviness to what is happening between us. I swear to God, I can feel his presence drenching me.
I'm going to come again so fucking soon. This is incredible, baby. So good.
I lose the end of his words when he turns his head. It's like everything is heightened, so all our movements are monumental. His hips pick up speed, and my body responds, squeezing around him. My orgasm is right where his is, and when he bites my neck, I nearly detonate. Colt moves like an animal. He uses his arms to cage me still against him as we get swept away in a frantic need. Every grunt he makes, his teeth bite harder, and it literally takes no time at all until the undeniable climax sweeps us both up to a shattering release. In the frenzy, I feel Colt's teeth biting down, cutting through my skin right on that special spot reserved for mates. The both of us scream as we get blinded by an explosion of pleasure as we come together. And then, it's like nothing I've experienced. I feel all Colt's emotions and sensations along with mine, but a second later, I get caught up in an insatiable need for more of him. Although, the way Colt responds, it's clear he too is affected by the frenzy. It feels like we fall into each other, like literally. I feel him inside of me, almost like he is a part of me. And without a doubt, I feel the moment something in Colt snaps. He changes and becomes who I always knew he would be, way sooner than he should, which means his alpha is going to be way stronger than anyone I know, too. His alpha designation adds another intensity to the moment. But something in me responds. Colt's designation frees mine, and it is a beautiful moment. Before I can tell him, something in my house interrupts us. But the something isn't anything.
This audiobook is free for you to enjoy. If you'd like to support me, please take just 1 minute to listen to this relaxing music. Thank you so much.
Never forgot.
Can ignore, no matter how precious and incredible the occasion is. The door to my bedroom smashes open, and the afternoon light falls on Colt's mother, highlighting just how fucking crazy she is. Everything about her screams danger.
Mom!
Colt roars, scooping up a blanket to cover me as he pulls out. A deep sense of loss hits on so many levels. Colt's eyes fly back to mine, and it's easy to see he's as confused as I am. But at the same time, he knows he has to do something to help, to save me from her.
Get the fuck out of that whore's bed, Colt!
Charlene yells. The piercing of her voice literally hurts my ears, but it's nothing compared to the desolation of Colt being dragged from me. Colt stands up to face her.
What the fuck is wrong with you? Get out! Get out of Rainey's house! Fucking whore! Trying to trap my son with your body! You're not fucking good enough for him, you gutter tramp! You never will be!
Charlene races out of my room.
Christ, Rainey, call one of the guys. Stay here, baby, she's fucking lost it. I'm so sorry.
He leans down to kiss me quick before he pulls his sweats on and chases after her. It's absolute chaos inside my head and in my goddamn house. Charlene has always had it out for me since the first time she saw me. She made no bones about it either. She's always trying to get her boys to leave me or stay away, but this is next level bullshit. I'm so glad my mom isn't here to see this. So thankful Dad isn't too. He'd unapologetically rip her to pieces. Dressing as quickly as Colt did, I swipe my phone trying to reach Talon as I race after the two of them, hoping to catch Colt before he hurts his mom. My cell rings out. Rounding into the kitchen ready to help Colt, the most unexpected sight stops me. Charlene, not Colt. She stands in my kitchen right in front of me, an awful look on her face. The level of hatred I see makes me feel sick and scared. Where's Colt? I ask, trying to figure out what she's done to her own son, what she's going to do to me. I take a step backwards and her eyes narrow on the movement and her lips lift as she goes to say something, but we get interrupted by desperate banging on the outdoor sliding glass door. My eyes jump to the noise. I'm relieved, but at the same time, realization hits. He's locked out, while I'm locked inside. Now I'm terrified. I take a step away. She laughs abruptly before taking a step towards me. No one can stop me from killing you now. You are nothing but garbage, Rainey. You are a disgusting piece of trash, and you're done with my family. The adrenaline flooding my system makes my reaction sluggish and my thoughts out of alignment. Looking down to see if I have anything to protect myself with, it takes a moment to register my phone, but the second I do, I'm calling Reed. Thankfully, he answers. Reed, I need you to get to my house right this minute. Stay away, Charlene shrieks over the top of me. Ignoring her, I try to talk again, but my panic makes my words rush out unintelligibly. Reed, your mom's here. Before I can repeat myself again, she launches toward me and I fucking haul ass. Colt smashes his fists against the glass, yelling frantically, but I have no option but to bolt in the opposite direction. She's clearly intent on chasing me down and she's fucking fast. Whenever I can, I check over my shoulder, but she's so much closer than I expected, and it's pretty obvious she's done talking. My arms are pumping, and in the midst of trying to run for my life, I forget I have Reed on the phone. I can hear him screaming from my handset, and behind me I hear the glass shattering before Colt's voice gets louder too. I feel relieved that they're coming. It's short-lived when I get shoved in the back. She's so freaking strong. Her shove sends me sprawling, and I bounce off the dining room wall, managing to catch myself from falling and race away. Except she's on my tail again. This time, she grabs a handful of hair to stop my escape. She's got me trapped, but it's pretty clear I need to get as far away from her as possible. Swinging around blindly, I manage to hit her hard enough to free myself. We end up in my room, and one of Colt's hockey sticks trips me up. She shuts the door behind her. Locks it, too. I can't get up. She nabs the stick I tripped on and towers over me. All I can do is roll over to try to protect myself. I can feel Colt's feet pounding over the floor as he thunders towards my room, yelling that he's coming to help. Reed's on the phone, but I can't understand a word he's saying. I'm so relieved they're both coming, but at the same time, it's pretty clear that they're both going to be too late. Way too late. I watch in terror, frozen on the spot as Charlene swings the hockey stick. Like a ninja does a sword, it sails through the air in an arc. The first hit against my ribs is so fucking painful, I swallow the scream. The second she spins the stick to drop the heel against my knee, I bellow out as pain explodes. Unable to move a muscle, I watch helplessly as she swings the stick again. It happens in slow motion, but even then, I only get to raise my hands. It's pointless. The blade slices right through my defenses. But Charlene's not done. She pins me down with a knee on my chest to scream and slap my face. You are not fucking good enough for them, you piece of fucking trash. She stands up, and I think she's done, that I might be okay. Except she's not done, and I won't be okay. Laughing as she raises the stick, she waits until her arm is pulled right back. You are nothing but a dirty, used cunt. Blistering pain steals everything from me. It's like an explosion, a collision of screaming pain so extreme I can't do anything. Not a thing. I'm lost in a state of terror and a whole world of pain as a black tunnel of light appears. The darkness sucks Charlene away. The hole expands until it's the only thing I see. It consumes me, which is good, because I'm done hurting.
Chapter 5. King. A part of me wants to rip these kids to pieces and scatter their remains to the corners of the globe. But that's the fucking issue, isn't it? This shouldn't be happening, and the crap people do to each other is also something they shouldn't have to deal with at their age, but it is. I feel for them. I truly do. But at the same time, I don't think they did everything they could to protect her. Clear as fucking day, I remember the moment they looked me in the eye and swore they'd protect her with everything in them, and they fucking didn't. I'm not blaming them entirely, but the fact remains my baby girl is broken and barely breathing. Nothing has ever stripped me powerless nor tested my strength as a father or a man the way hearing Talon tell me Rainey was hurt did. Although admittedly when the doctor explained the severity of my baby girl's injuries, I was tested again. I don't know how I didn't slam the words the doctor kept using right back in his educated mouth. I know the man was just doing his fucking job. Still, it was pretty fucking hard not to punch each and every word back into his mouth when he explained how fucking broken my daughter was. Without a doubt, though, I still want to hang him on my trophy wall at the clubhouse for what he's managed to do so far. He is my fucking hero. Everything in my head has been a twisted, dark mess since Talon's call. If my daughter wasn't lying there with fucking machines keeping her alive, I'd be hunting down the cunt who did this before the authorities find her. But all that is for later. Right now, everything is about Rainey. I'm still a bit shocked I haven't kicked the boys out of her hospital room yet. They and Rainey have a connection that doesn't make sense to some, but it makes a lot of sense to them. The thing is, they have more issues in front of them than what we're currently facing. I wish I was exaggerating, but it's fucking true. Although I was fucking grateful none of them were around when the doctor pulled me aside to let me know that in the middle of fucking everything, that Rainey's designation came in. And yeah, I still have zero regret telling the doctor to put her on blockers straight a fucking way. We need to talk. I stand up, my hands rubbing down my face. Supposedly it's a new habit I've picked up. I didn't notice until Jen in her new age BS pulled me up for it. Apparently she thinks I'm trying to scrub away seeing my daughter hooked up to machines battling to pump blood through her broken body. She's fucking spot on. I am. But I'm also fucking struggling with the rage continually building inside me. I'm overtired and sick of drinking this bullshit pod coffee these rich motherfuckers whine over. I point the boys towards a small soundproof room adjoining Rainey's. The glass window divider is meant as a place everyone can keep watch but speak privately. It also acts as a place to avoid radiation exposure when they wheel in the portable X-ray machine to check all her breaks and fractures. Talk about soul-destroying. Jen and I have stood inside the tiny room way too many times to hear the doctor's update, and since she survived the first 48 hours, the most critical, I want to say my girl has done the hardest, but that's just a fucking lie. She's got months and months of therapy ahead of her. But before we can even talk about that shit, we need her to wake up. I get it. The doctors are being cautious. Optimistic, but careful. I've heard endless experts talk about the difficulty of caring for patients with head injuries. Progress can go backwards in the space of a few hours, and I've seen it with my own 2 eyes. They want me to keep her here until she can walk out herself, but that ain't happening. The second she's stabilized, I'm calling in every favor I'm owed. This place is not her home. These people are not her people, not if they couldn't protect her. The boys, and that's what they fucking are, follow me inside, and I shut the door, locking us in. Because I'm one of those believers that even though Rainey's currently in a drug-induced coma, she's still listening and absorbing everything we say. And I've got a lot to say to these boys. Reed especially. He's the one that tipped my hand just now. The fucking look on his face when he ambled back in covered in another woman's scent and acting like his shit don't stink sets every internal alarm off. Facing away from them, I keep watch over her. The dark room and the shitty artificial lighting means her face looks like a hollow mask. Gut-fucking-wrenching. Any sign of your mother? I aim my question at Reed, who point-blank ignores me until he chooses to. The little shit looks down his nose at me, too, and it takes a lot not to make him submit, but a check on Rainey is the reminder I need to pull my mood back in. I can't afford to tip my hand with this smug asshole, considering what Colt did. Not yet, Talon answers quickly. Colt's already told the police. Reed scoffs and everyone ignores him, which surprises me. I know, mate. I know. I swing around and lean against the window. Talon, Hayes, and Colt look as shattered as I feel. I know they are distraught. That's not what this is about. Hayes goes to say something, and I stop him, holding my hand up, taking the floor. This isn't going to be easy for me to say, and I won't have you interrupting me till the end. Reed doesn't move a muscle, but Talon and Hayes nod. Colt's in his own world, and knowingly or not, he shuffles to stand next to me, his forehead leaning against the glass. It's not nice to see the real difficulty he's having in accepting what's happened. I rub his shoulder, and he turns to fall against me, which only reconfirms what I'm about to do is the right thing. Colt's pain is plain as day. So is his recent transition. Though I'm not at all worried about the kid dropping into an alpha meltdown. Never really have been with him. It's weird. Over the past few days, I've seen him sleep less than I have. He's not eating much, hardly saying a word. Initially, he did a whole lot of talking, to the police and to me, and a fuck ton of screaming at Reed. Since then, he hasn't said a word to anyone but Rainey. I know how much Rainey loves you lot. Blows my mind she does, but it's not my business. What is my business is my daughter's welfare. It should be yours, but you have to fucking realize. We're not ready, Colt says, breaking away from me and returning to watch over her. It's like he's already broken away from them in the way he's completely ambivalent towards them. Hayes closes his eyes and drops his head. Perhaps he knows what I'm doing. Talon's catching on too. His eyes flash with a whole lot of anger directed at me. You can't keep us away from her. I'm going to ask you to stay away instead. But let's be fucking real. If I wanted, I could keep you away from her. One word, and every chapter in the country would know who you lot were. They'd make sure you stayed away. Doubtful. Anyway, go on. Say your piece, Reed says, trying to hurry me along. And for the time being, I let his disrespect roll off me. I look him square in the eye, keeping a lid on my emotions and focusing on the facts. You are not ready for someone like her. And yeah, I make a point of looking at the obvious hickey on his throat. He smirks when I lift my eyes off the mark, but he waits until he's ready before he speaks. You're a cunt. You've never thought we're good enough for her. Honestly, it's a bit of a joke if you think about it. I triple-check the door is closed before I fucking scream at him. Look at her, Reed. Look what your mother did to my daughter. Hayes shuffles into the path between Reed and me, while Talon goes closer to Colt, who's still looking at the reason we're here, completely ignoring his brother. You think all these years I've been giving you shit is because I was a cunt? Grow the fuck up. I've been pushing you to be the man you need to be, and maybe it would have been plain fucking sailing with your pack if this hadn't happened, but it did. And yeah, I've always fucking pushed you hard, because life is fucking hard. Reed, you think me giving you shit about getting jobs or an education has been for you? Nah, bud, everything is for her. I swing an arm in her direction. Taking a long, loud exhale, I close my eyes again and calm down. Me losing my shit at these kids is completely fucking warranted, but without purpose. Once I have myself under control, I start again. You got nothing. I'm not saying that's the way it will always be, but right this second, the only money you got behind you isn't yours. You haven't worked a day in your fucking life. And let's be fucking real. You really think your family's going to give you their money now? Colt's working with the police at every chance he can. He's going against your family, and for some reason you keep pretending this is not your issue. It doesn't matter, Talon tries desperately, not wanting what they have to end. I get it, I do, but my patience is fucking done. Talon, it does. You still don't get it, Reed? Colt says, interrupting all of us, his eyes closed as he talks. King's right. The first thing they're going to do is say it was Rainey's fault. Maybe it was, Reed taunts. But it's like Colt doesn't hear a word his brother says. I know they're out there doing that already, telling me to do the same or my trust is gone. He shakes his head. By the time it goes to trial, they would have twisted everything like they always do. And then what? I haven't finished school. You've got years ahead of you too. We've got nothing for Rainey. Nothing to give her. Perhaps she shouldn't get anything. Have you thought of that? And let's not forget our pack was looking for an Omega. Rainey was fun for a bit, but even if we continue the fun now, it's not like she'll be anything but a bit on the side. We all knew her being a beta would be an issue. Let's not lie about that. Her designation was never an issue, Reed. You said it yourself, Hayes hisses. Reed's arrogance turns my stomach, and the stuff he keeps saying about Rainey, I want to murder the prick. He looks at me fucking smiling. And now it's not just her designation that doesn't sit well. She's not exactly going to be model material by the looks. My eyes jump to Colt. I know he's heard what his brother said, but I'm not sure the words have registered yet. And Reed uses that to his advantage, the gutless prick. That was right. We should have finished this bullshit years ago. King, your daughter is a ruined tramp, and you're a fucking asswipe. Reed smiles at me before he moves like his ass is on fire. He slows once he's out of the room, walking towards her with his fucking head held high like he's not the cunt he is. He stops at the foot of her bed, checking over to make sure we're all watching. Me in particular. I want to gut him on the spot, but the sooner he gets out of my sight, the sooner I can get my daughter away from him and his fucking parents, and keep her secret safe. Reed's mask falls away when he looks at Rainey. Since King thinks you can hear me, Rainey Grady, we don't want you. You have no future with our pack, and honestly, you never did. None whatsoever. You were a fun fling that went on way too long. The forms we filled out were because, well, how do I put it? It made it easy, Rainey. As the head of my pack, I speak for Talon, Hayes, and Colt too. He waves his hand around dismissively. We want nothing to do with you. There is no you in our pack or our future. He turns to face me. I think that covers all the bases, or do I actually have to say we reject her? Either way, you can explain it to her if she wakes up, and let her know if she tries to make contact, she will be hearing from our lawyers. Colt snaps out of his stupor and hears what his brother says. "No!" he bellows, punching a hole through the wall at the same time. I catch the back of his shirt and make him stay in here with me, not trusting his brother now more than ever. Reed laughs before he speaks, not even bothering turning around. "I've finished whatever this shit is, boys. All of you get changed, then back to my place by dinner. Charlene has graciously arranged for us to start meeting more suitable packmates. Do not keep her or me waiting," Reed barks back, before walking out of the hospital room and answering the phone that keeps ringing in his hand. Every part of me is vibrating in fury. The other two take a visible step back, but Colt doesn't move. As soon as Reed's presence disappears, I feel better, but not by much. "Say your goodbyes," I bark out, wiping the need for violence off my face, focusing on my girl lying there, hoping she missed what the little turd just said and did. "For how long?" Talon says quietly. Like Colt, he's completely and utterly broken and entirely focused on Rainey. Hayes is more frenetic in his panic, his trembling, but not in fury. The tears rolling freely down his face are those of sadness. "I'm not the judge of that. You are. But Reed just made his thoughts on the matter pretty clear, in his actions before he got here, and his fucking words." "If you love someone, set them free," Colt says, his head whacking against the glass of the window. He stops mid-sentence. His eyes flick open and straight back on her, and it's like something in him changes. He rolls his shoulders, and if I didn't know these kids the way I do, I'd probably think he was going to challenge me. He kind of does. When he turns to face me, it's clear by the look on his face that he's straddling that line between being a boy and becoming a man. He holds my stare. "I claimed her." "Yeah, I saw that. And then by the looks of it, Reed made his thoughts obvious on the matter." I grit my jaw, nearly snapping my fucking molars. The little shit did claim her, and Reed, being the eldest in the pack, just made his feelings known by rejecting her. Colt spits on the floor in disgust. For the first time since this started, I think he might have a chance if he decided to challenge me. I don't know what pushes me to ask. Well, that's complete bullshit. I know. It's her. "Did you ask her, Colt?" I growl. I have to know. I want to believe he did, but Reed just did a fucking Swiftie on my daughter, so I'm not exactly full of faith. His eyes drop, and his emotions scent sourly before he raises his eyes to mine and says in both acceptance and defeat, "Fuck you for being so disrespectful to her." He opens the door quietly and walks straight to her, making me feel like a right cunt. Colt drops the guardrails and climbs up next to Rainey. I want to rip him off her. I want to flay him alive. Instead, I keep my feet glued to the fucking spot and watch. His hand shakes as he strokes over the thick bandages wrapped around her face. I can hear him talking, but he's purposely keeping himself quiet so what he says stays between him and her. It might be minutes later that Hayes guides Talon out of the room. I shut the door on them and lock myself away so I can't hear what they say to my girl. I don't fucking want to know what sort of bullshit excuses they do or don't make. Reed acted on behalf of their pseudo-pack, while also hiding the truth about where Charlene was until she was safely hidden away in her house. I keep fucking watch, though, and while they say goodbye, I start making plans.
Part 2. Not Letting You Go. 4 years later. Chapter 6. Rainy. Rainy, Trish snorts, so loud it echoes right down to where Omega Beatrice is leading the class. All the other students turn around and look back at us. And as usual, the sea of faces staring at our workbench ranges from mild horror to all-out terror. Although, let's be serious, the opinions of these pampered Omegas has no bearing on us. None at all. Cake making was never going to be my forte. I snicker as I stand back and admire my handiwork. which, for the record, is pretty fucking spectacular. And for the sake of the stupids in the front, the arsenic is a prop. Of course, one of our classmates whispers back, her voice even cracking a little with her nerves. I'm pretty sure it's illegal to poison alphas. Actually, Bella, it's illegal to poison anyone. Now, pay attention to Beatrice. She's getting to the part about how to manage excess cream. And let's face it, you need all the help you can get. Simona smiles sweetly before pushing me out of the way and setting up her portable lighting stand to get a couple of images before we get shut down. Sim, Triss groaned softly. Normally, if her heat wasn't coming up, she'd be bitching right along with us, but Triss gets overly emotional in the run-up to her heats. Simona rolls her eyes before leaning over and giving Bella a side hug of apology, which Bella accepts in an instant, which is pretty much the norm when you diss an Omega. Most of them accept an apology even if it's half-assed and not sincere. Just another one of those genetic fuck-ups that go hand in hand with the rest of the Omega lifestyle. Honestly, the way some of the Omegas at Unity roll over and show their belly is truly horrific. Thank you, Simona, Trish says, visibly relaxing before she leans down to look at my practical project, baking for an alpha. You're wrong about not nailing this cake shit, Rainey. What you've achieved is a master stroke of beautiful, malicious genius. Yeah, well, it's amazing how being rejected helps you find your creative side. Heidi smirks before I can reply, as she drags her finger down the back of the cake before sucking all the whipped cream clean off it. And your tribe, I say, slapping her hand away when she goes back in for seconds. Mess up your own cake, Heidi-ho. Simona tisks softly. If the both of you get your fanny out of the shot, I'll have this wrapped up before Beatrice finishes edging. In the next second, her mood evaporates and she becomes a calmer version of herself behind her camera. We all laugh quietly to not distract her, except for Triss, who guffaws because honestly, that girl does not have one quiet bone in her body. She was born with one volume, fucking loud. It's lucky we adore her, or she'd be muzzled and tied up under our workstation like the pig we used for last semester's practical on preparing feasts fit for your alpha. These girls and I have survived the gauntlet of all the brainless trials and tribulations of Omega schooling at the highly commended Unity Collegiate. Although our attendance here is not by choice, but by government requirement, because supposedly the second you present as an Omega, you need a whole new skill set on how to survive and thrive in the world where alphas rule. The mandatory curriculum isn't expensive. Attending Unity is. In King's mind, me being here and socializing with these girls was as important as passing the endless Omega courses on offer. Life without that glossy endorsement on your identification is pretty much non-existent for an Omega. I'm not sure if the whole Omega schooling was made better or worse because I had to spend the first few years of my new designation in rehabilitation. I was way older than most of the students here. But the flip side of my late start meant that from the second I limped in the front doors, I was roomed with Tristan, Simona, and Heidi, which was amazing for me. Not so good for the Omega mothers. Somehow, the four of us were all older, wiser, and a lot more cynical than the rest of the cohort, which made life here better than I could have ever envisaged. Lessons ranged depending on what year level you were, and included how to look at an angry alpha while speaking to them respectfully, how to iron a shirt, how to bleach safely. Triss and I were completely horrified this course was about laundry and not personal grooming. The one course I refuse to even sign up for is alpha biology. I cannot for the life of me understand how Omega Gale's course about alpha genitalia, including having one show up and display his knot to the class, is so popular. There is no chance in fucking hell I would sit through that humiliation. Besides, I know my way around an alpha. Unsurprisingly, it's another oddity that makes me stand out at Unity more than the scars that decorate my body. Not only am I older than all the students, but on the sly, I'm the only Omega in attendance that has been rejected. I like to believe I'm not hiding from them, which is a little funny considering since the moment I woke up in the hospital, Reed, Talon, Hayes, and Colt have been hiding from me. They've collectively maintained a clear and intentional absence from my life, like a deep abyss absence. Not even a card after Jen died. Although, that's not quite true. I have had communication, just not from them. Their lawyers keep refusing all my lawyers' requests for communication, which is why in a few short hours I'm leaving to go back home to sort this shit out once and for all, and to pack. I'm not into the miscommunication trope, but fuck them. If they don't have the common courtesy to meet, call, or communicate with me, I see little reason why I have to disclose that I'm now an Omega. If they had kept in touch, they'd know that after Colt bit me, my designation bit my ass. But they haven't. So, I don't think it's their business at fucking all. Which is why my designation has not been mentioned on any of the numerous forms we have provided requesting the dissolution of their pack claim. It seems like the boys from my childhood don't want me. But judging by the games they keep playing, they don't want anyone else to have me either. Despite all that, there was more good than bad during my time at Unity. Hands down, the girls were the absolute best thing. We always had each other's back. We were there to wipe away the tears and provide all the snacks in the world when one of us goes into heat. Triple checking the time, it's a relief to see I have less than an hour to finish up Omega Beatrice's class and get ready for the other part of my long endeavor in reclaiming myself. Cosentine Siderno. In that regard, the saying it's easier to get over your exes by getting under a new lover is not fucking wrong at all. Kaz is the type of alpha you definitely do not want to take home to daddy. Although, in my case, it was King's business at the Fallen Clubhouse that made our paths cross in the first place. And despite the 1,000 or so lectures I got from King about Kaz being too old for me, his excuses have fallen on deaf ears. Amusingly, the fact that Kaz is an international arms dealer has never been an issue for King. Before being rejected, I was an ardent believer in the concept of twin flame lovers, where souls are split into other bodies. The love between those souls is eternal and nothing stops them from being reunited. Reality bitch slapped that notion out of my head with a fucking hockey stick. Meeting Kaz, the concept of fated lovers wasn't hard to accept. He was a necessary part of me, and looking back, our paths were destined to cross. My healing to date might not have made me strong enough to go looking for answers as to why the boys were so set on pretending I didn't exist. But it has made me strong enough to accept Kaz as mine.
Chapter 7. Kaz. You're limping, Michina. The hiss that accompanies my comment is most definitely unintentional, but her pain is literally the only thing in this world capable of hurting me. Though drawing attention to her injuries is not without risk. Rainey does not like being reminded. Her jade-colored eyes lock on mine as they harden and darken at my observation. Her bitchy attitude does not detract from her flawed beauty. I stop for a moment, fighting against closing the distance between us and just standing back and admiring everything about her. The way she unwittingly owns me is overwhelming, and instead of moving to her, I watch transfixed, again both questioning and thanking the universe for making our paths cross. From the instant I scented her, I knew she was mine. Before I can take another step toward her, my driver, Lou, does, and he mutters a hurried greeting before he takes her bags right from her hand, retreating back to the car to wait. But, much like me, Rainey is too caught up in our reunion to pay him more attention. Not from disrespect, though. No, it's our connection. And like every single time I see her, I feel myself respond as I get drawn under her spell. First, it's her mouth-watering scent that crashes over me. Her scent is exotic and full of freesia spice, mixed with the sultry tones of jasmine and the heady notes of tuberose that scream at me over and over that Rainey is my woman. Her scent is so fucking jarring. It's like sticking your finger to a live wire at the same time as being so turned on. She always makes my alpha genetics rise up like a cobra in challenge and urgent need. But my Michina's scent is also like taking a Xanax and washing it back with a finger of scotch. It's a complex thing, being around her. I'm calmed by her presence, hard as fuck, and ready to restake my claim on my omega while wanting to wrap her in my arms and keep her safely cocooned from the world. Usually, that's exactly what happens. We lavish each other physically and emotionally before I get to spoil her rotten. Tonight, she flicks her chin up, her irritation evident, but my need to feel her under my hand means once I start, I keep walking until she's backed against the security gate of her college. I'm not fucking apologizing. I'm pointing out the obvious. Don't get fucked off. Open for me. Her lips twist up before they part, and I bury one hand in her hair to hold her still. My foot kicks her legs wider, and the scent that rises up is like standing under a wisteria sky on a warm summer's night. The rush of her scent is sweeter and thicker than usual. You should have called me sooner, I growl against her lips, before I take everything she gives me. Like always, she gives me all I need and so much more. Sucking on her tongue feels like heaven and home. I pull her head to the side so I can remind her of my intentions by bruising the faded claim left behind from years ago. I do it for me, but I do it to emphasize to her over and over again that she is most certainly mine, and there is nothing that will tear us apart. Rubbing my scent over her face, I leave a trail of nibbling bites over her skin before I press 100 kisses over the long, ragged scar on her cheek, repeating the process down the other scar, quicker than I want. Twisting my fist in her long hair, I tug her head back and manhandle Rainey so she's arched up in front of me, her back against my chest as I walk her to my car. But it's that, or we'll be arguing in moments. On your hands and knees, Michina. I'm going to be inside your body before Lou even starts driving. She stumbles. I grip her waist with my hand, ready to sweep her up to safety. Of course, it would be better for us if I didn't have to catch her, because one thing Rainey does not like is people helping her. I get it. I'm the same. And while I definitely love her using my body in a fit of rage, I fucking adore it more when she's taking her time, destroying me with her sweet demands. And Rainey is not a shy or demure lover. Even before the door shuts behind me, she's on her hands and knees waiting. I take my time as I open my suit pants and let them fall down around my ankles. As soon as they're gone, though, my hands glide down her ass, squeezing her through the confines of her skirt before I search out for more. I find the split in her tight skirt, and my hands wrap around her bare ass. The heat rolling off her skin has me groaning. On my way down her body, I collect the trail of slick already running down her thigh with my finger. All of this for me? I ask, as I suck her off my fingers. Dragging her skirt up over her hips, I drop my hand on the top of her shoulders, pushing her face to the floor of the limo. Present is barely out my mouth, and I'm inside her body. Leaving my hand on the back of her head, I thrust deeply into her, driving her need with mine, keeping us both on the edge of a frenzy. The car rolls off, and the momentum adds to the strange headspace where gravity and reality flows, but it's probably just being with Rainey. She has this knack of making me feel like I'm free-falling. My body feels heavy, and my cock aches being back inside her. There's nothing like Rainey. Her body squeezes around mine, like she's trying to trap me deep inside. Reaching over for the car light, I slow down the way I move in and out of her body so I can watch the way her pussy all but devours my cock. "Cause, Rainy's whimpers while her body quivers, those small vibrations adding even more fuel to our passion, and the way she says my name is pure fucking fire through my veins. Spreading her ass cheeks, I watch the dribble of my spit wet her asshole, my thumb following it inside. And like always, I nearly fucking come when she bears down on me. Her head drops forward, a low moan lets me know how much she enjoys it. And while I'd love nothing more than playing her all fucking night, I have to first give us both some much-needed relief. Without warning, I spread my knees wide, clamp my hands around her waist and haul her backwards, right at the same time as I rise up and drive my knot straight inside her. Rainy screams, her body fighting the intrusion, but I hold her down, whispering in her ear as I keep thrusting inside until deep groans of her satisfaction fill the car. Banding my arms around her waist, I keep myself buried so far inside her tight little cunt, even as I pound into her from behind. My lips are on her throat as I whisper against my bruising claim on her skin. Can you feel how fucking full I am? All this is yours, Michina. Take it like a good girl. Her head hangs, her fingers twist with mine, and the both of us toy with her body. With one hand squeezed around her breast, the other she uses against her clit, driving both our pleasure. I growl, and she leans her weight against my chest, reaching her arms behind her to link them behind my neck, holding us as close can be. Wrapping my arm around her waist again, my fingers fill her mouth. She sucks on them before her teeth bite down at the same time her pussy starts milking me, her body taking whatever I give. My hips drive up in a frenzy. Her spicy floral scent is heated, the air in the car thickening like being in a sauna. But it's her whimpering, her desperate pleas that push me over the edge. I lose my fucking sight. My orgasm is the same every time I come inside her, blinding. And Rainy's body seizes up tight, squeezing the circulation off to my cock and knot. The pain is exquisite as she comes on a shuddering groan. I can feel the moment her orgasm peaks, and I keep holding her close, driving my body past the stranglehold she has on me, my finger rubbing over her clit softer, less frantic, but with no less spectacular result. Bending her over the bench seat, I keep playing with her body with my cock, knot, fingers, and teeth. She is so beautifully responsive and unashamedly needy. Her pleasure flows from her. Time seems irrelevant as I take her to peak after peak. No more cause, she mumbles as she unsuccessfully tries to wiggle off my knot. Her head is resting on my shoulder, and she's calmer as she floats in the headless rush of endorphins flooding her system. She puddles against me, the sweetening of her scent, the deep sighs in my ears confirmation of how well I've fucked my woman. But she's not finished with her needs. One more for me. No, I can't. Honest, I'm not being difficult, cause I'm one very happy and satisfied girl. And we're probably nearly there. You're still squeezing me so tight, kitten. Your body needs more of my cum, doesn't it? Lou will drive for fucking hours if we need. I missed you. That's the only reason I won't let you go. I know you missed me. I missed you too. I kneel up with her still embedded on my knot and reach over to the hidden compartment under the seat. Pick one, Machina. You are not finished, not by a long shot. But since you're so insistent... Cause you're the one that made the call on an early dinner. True. Dinner before we fly out. Which one are you going to wear while I feed you? Rainy's hand goes towards the bigger dildo, but at the last moment she picks up the smaller one. I wasn't joking. You know how to look after me, cause this will keep me nice and full until we're flying, and then I want you to lick... I slap my hand over her mouth. I know what you want. Stop fucking talking. My hips thrust a little quicker. Just her speaking about me licking her out has my balls drawing up inside me, ready to empty inside her again. Instead, I bury my hand between the both of us and massage my knot enough for me to pull out. Pushing her forward so she's on all fours, she twists around to see what the holdup is. Her eyes hood when she sees me sucking on her dildo until it's nice and warm before I push it inside. And yeah, she was fucking lying about her being done. It's not hard to miss the way she rocks back and forward as I put it in. You're having a heat spike, Michina. After a small moan, she answers, her voice dipping low suggestively. Well, lucky it's a long flight home then, isn't it? You can help me manage it. Sitting back on my heels, I admire the view in front of me. I wish I could stop touching her, but it's hopeless to try. I glide my fingers through her ripe pussy, scooping up her slick and taking the time to lick my fingers clean before I answer. We can skip dinner if you're still hungry, cause, she purrs. You say that now, Rainey. I know you. You eat more than I do, and you've been eating that organic and balanced vitamin shit they serve at Unity. I'm taking you to eat, and then I'm dining on your slit all the way back to finally sort this pack bullshit out. Seriously, the second our signatures are on those pack forms, I'm bending you over and putting my claim on your skin before I saturate your womb with my seed. I'm breeding you, pure and simple. What about what I want? She laughs. It is what you want. It wasn't the right time before, it is now. The charges the Central Bureau of Investigation and Justice were trying to pin on me were dropped overnight. She goes to spin around, but I stop her. I'll update you when you're sitting next to me and I'm feeding you, I say, as I dip down for a quick bite on the fleshy part where her ass meets the top of her thighs. She squeaks, though the noise changes as I twist the dildo, making sure she's comfortable. Is that okay? Nodding her head, she turns to look at me. As I smooth her skirt down, her eyes are nearly black. I might need some underwear, baby. You've got me so wet. I rumble into her ear as I help her pull on some panties. This is practice for very soon, Michina, because aside from the way that dildo keeps you nicely stretched for me, it's keeping all my cum inside you, and I like that a lot. Rainey laughs. It's low and breathy, once again confirming her heat is fast approaching. I never would have guessed the first time I met you. You were a stuffer. You enjoy keeping me full and stretched, don't you? Strange, but I seem to remember you suggesting that before I could. Well, we quickly discovered how bad you are at making smart business decisions when you and I are locked together. She laughs because it is in fact very true. That one slip-up cost me hundreds of thousands of dollars. Worth it. Every cent I lost was worth it. But she's right. When we're together, my focus is fucked up. She wiggles that pert ass of hers in my face like the little demon she is, not disputing my answer. And it's impossible to argue. Rainey's heats, when they're handled properly, are full of days of exhausting but immense pleasure. Before I can say another word, the both of us feel the slowing of the car. And a moment later, Lou informs us we've arrived. Of course, like I suspected, Rainey's tummy growls. The slap of her hand over it doesn't hide the sound it makes either. Her eyes fly to mine, full of humor. I shake my head. You get us a table, I'll order. I want onion rings, cause. She grins again as she walks off, her limp not as pronounced. No chance, Michina.
Chapter 8. Rainy. Of course he ordered onion rings. And my favorite burger, a side of fries, a super sipper full of cherry cola, and a chocolate shake. It's one of those things that makes me stupid happy. Us doing normal stuff. Society has this preconceived idea that omegas should be pampered princesses and only live the spoiled life. Kaz with his shirt sleeves rolled up, my nickname tattooed on his forearm for the world to see, sitting next to me at the beat-up old tables overlooking the crashing surf at Bell's Bay, is all I want. Lou sits with us, keeping watch. Either way, it's times like these when Kaz is relaxed that fills my Omega heart to overflowing. The day is perfect. Well, it would be if every damn woman that walks past us stopped doing a double take when they see him. I get it. He's one of those people that you do need to look at longer than a second or two. I used to tease him mercilessly when we first got together about him being the beauty and me being the beast in our relationship, because he really is stunningly handsome. Black hair like the deepest ebony and almost as glossy too. When he's dressed for business, it's always slicked back. When it's me and him, it flops over his forehead like he knows I love. His eyes are ice blue, and coupled with his black hair, everything just pops, including his year-round deep golden tan. There is no denying that Kaz has this presence to match his stunning looks. It drags attention to him. He's like an inked god hanging with us normal beings on Earth. He doesn't look out of place. He's actually the only thing you see. And both women and men are not subtle at all about checking him out. They get that look in their eye, and I swear I can hear all their dirty thoughts about my man. It gets worse when people smell him. Honestly, it's like people go batty when they catch a whiff of him. Or maybe it's just me who gets a little fucking territorial. It wouldn't be an issue if we were packed. People would be able to scent we were together. Like, our scents would scream, "Fuck off, I'm taken." But until my bond with the boys is severed, it's damn near impossible to bond to another alpha. Colt could do it. But, well, that is exactly what going home is all about. Sorting this bullshit out. Not today, though. Today is my time with my good-looking future. It's a time to be replacing old memories with new ones. Even over the delicious smells of our greasy dinner and the salty freshness of the ocean, I can always scent his cherry and dark chocolate smell. And depending on his mood, those cherries are either sweetened like cherries warmed by the summer sun, or so sour it makes my jaw ache. The dark chocolate, while it isn't his primary scent, it adds the bitter decadence, a sweetness that makes my mouth water. He pushes over a couple of his leftover chicken nuggets. See, that right there is one of the things he does to make me swoon. A powerful underworld businessman who sources weapons for bad people, but can share with his girlfriend his nuggies? It's seriously no wonder I love him as much as I do. Although, let's be real, he's got some real skills in the bedroom too. Did you see the returns coming in from the short-term rollover I did? I'm a little disappointed that the mutual fund outperformed the index. I really thought I had that projection pegged to go higher. Either way, the compounding interest from the Heyman account will offset the small loss, I say as I double dip into his sauce.
Rainey, I do not need to double-check your decisions. I have complete faith in you looking after our money. You are the smarts behind this operation. I just speak Italian.
He laughs as he licks the aioli from my fingers. It's pretty funny that I am in fact Kaz's moneymaker, and have been from the night we hooked up. And I wish I could tell Omega Mother Jane that her accounting class ignited my passion for numbers. While the rest of the scorned girls got off on their own pleasure projects, I dived deep into forensic accounting, shelf companies, and legal money laundering. The most poetic part of it? No one has a clue who Kaz's accountant is, and they would never guess it was an Omega only just graduating. Omegas generally stick to less risky professions, like cooking for their alphas. I get distracted from telling him about the earlier transfer I did by a chick in a bikini who struts past our table. Again. Kaz completely ignores her and my growling. Instead, he dunks his fries in my thick shake before feeding me.
Eat up, Machina.
He coos, kissing along the edge of my jaw.
Did you tell King what time we should be arriving? He keeps messaging.
I go to answer him, but the wench in the non-existent bikini does a slow, dramatic spin at the edge of our table. I know you. She basically purrs at him.
No, you don't.
he says without looking away from me. I'm sure I do, she says, leaning her hip on the table, accentuating the long, lean lines of her body. I shuffle on my seat and go to say something, but Kaz beats me to it. Leave. You're embarrassing yourself after I clearly said I don't know you. I'm happy to belittle you in front of the whole world, or you can read the signs on display that I'm feeding my mate, or you can scent my happiness, or you can ignore it all and keep doing what you're doing. She scoffs, and it's not a nice sound. You can't be serious that she's with you. His attention returns to me, and he smiles at me when he answers her. I assure you, I'm very serious about our relationship. You're dating her? He closes his eyes and rubs his face. As opposed to you, is that where you are going? You need a woman, not a banged-up little girl. He turns to glare at her then. I'm struggling to see what gives you the right to interrupt my date. Leave. She scoffs again. And you know, I fucking hate that noise. It's patronizing and passive-aggressive bullshit, and of course she spins around and goes full fucking aggressive. And sweetie, you might need to get better concealer out of mommy's handbag. Your scars are showing. I shrug as I finally turn to watch her instead of the horizon. Hey, thanks for the tip. And you're probably right. I can get better concealer, but, honey, you can't do a thing about your ugly. It's bone deep. And I stuff another nugget in my mouth before I start mouthing off and giving her more ammunition. Kaz, though, has other ideas, and he basically chases that nugget down, kissing and laughing into my lips and sweeping me backwards like he's the main character on a Mills and Boon cover. He pulls back an inch, his blue eyes twinkling more than the afternoon sun on the waves. Fucking hell. I love you. Come on, let's go fuck on our private jet. And he talks loud enough so everyone using the picnic tables hears us. Helping me up to standing, Kaz keeps his back to the bikini witch as he collects my super sipper and my chocolate shake. I take my time to pick up all our litter, refusing to be hurried by someone like her. And honestly, the desperation I have seen in some people makes me not at all surprised when she slides her business card over to Lou. And you know, it constantly gets me that our society teaches us to be most untrusting and wary of the opposite sex. And I get it's for valid reasons, but honestly, people need to know that women are just as opportunistic, vindictive, and violent. Physically and mentally, too. Bitches. He'll be calling me as soon as you turn your back. You're a pit stop, Junior, nothing more. And you are a whole lot less than a man like him needs. He's all alpha. I feel Kaz's arm tense up, and I know every part of him wants to rip this woman a new one. It's in his very nature to protect me from any and every storm, but some things don't matter, and she is one of those things. Instead, his hand drops over my ass and he squeezes it, leaning down to send me up, reinforcing once again that this thing between him and me is solid. Look at you, Machina, getting me all territorial. You need to come with a warning label. Wrapping his hand in my hair again, he pretty much whistles the whole way back to the car. Hey, Kaz, thanks for my dinner. You sure know how to spoil a girl. I smirk as I climb in the back again. And the dirty schmuck doesn't say a word, which has me worried. He sits down, calmly places my drinks in the cherrywood panel cup holders, before he drags me onto his lap. Like my skirt is made of fucking tissue paper, he tears it right up the seam so he can spread me wide open, his fingers down the front of my thick padded panties, a second later before he's teasing me. Now, I'm going to show you how very good I am at spoiling my girl. Kaz, wake up, we're landing soon. He goes from dead asleep to moving so quick I can't escape. He holds me against his chest, his hand between my shoulders like a boulder trapping me to him. And the warmth wafting off him, honestly, it's like sleeping next to an open fire, so warm and delicious. After my initial startle, it's not like there's anywhere else I'd rather be. I rub my face over his chest, drinking down his scent and snuggling against warmth.
I don't like it when you use the blockers, Machina. I like being able to fill my lungs with your fragrance.
He mumbles, his stranglehold on me exactly what I need. I'm nervous, I confess, even before he can ask me what's wrong. What if... He rolls us, looming over the top like he can shelter me from any storm, and he probably can. His face is wrinkled from the pillow, and it makes my chest tight seeing him like this. Relaxed, protective, and mine.
I've already said I'm more than happy to hunt down the little cunts and sever their claim on you the old way. Don't make me regret agreeing to do this your way.
He chuckles as he comes closer, giving me a very sweet kiss, his morning breath and all. Except, let's be real, very little about Kaz is sweet. Everything about him is overwhelming. The blockers and the suppressants are working overtime right now as he starts to perfume. Like always, Kaz demands my full attention, body, mind, and soul. The cheeky shit keeps perfuming though, making the air in my lungs taste like his cherry chocolate scent. It's toe-curling and highly addictive. I get sidetracked until I close my eyes and do a quick recap of our conversation. No killing. I haven't seen them in years. I doubt they will show.
They will show, or I will hunt them down and kill them for not fucking showing,
he says, snuggling down, unconcerned about my minor meltdown or his violent threats. I lay against him, breathing us in. Kaz, what if they do show up and still flatly refuse to let me go?
Then, Machina, without your permission and with no further discussion on the matter, I will be going on a killing spree. Nothing too alarming. I promise not to toy with them. 4 bullets and voila, a severed pack claim.
You make it sound so simple.
It is.
He rolls onto his back, making me roll with him so I'm lying on his chest. Kaz grabs my hand and guides it under the sheet to his hard cock. With my hand under his, he jacks himself off. I fucking love the way he goes with it too. He's not quiet, he doesn't want more, and he's almost lazy in the way he runs our joined fists up and down his length. And there's no way I'm not watching him properly. Dragging the sheet down with my feet, his cock and knot looks so fucking tasty. And even though he doesn't ask, and even though he's happy just to come like he is, I give him a quick love bite on his chest before I leave a trail of kisses and nibble down to lick over his velvety head. His eyes hood low, his mouth falls open, and he stares into my eyes so fucking intently I nearly go back up to kiss him. Except, of course, he curls one of his eyebrows up in expectation before he holds his dick up for me to suck on. His cherry scent is on his skin. Even his beating pre-cum tastes like it. And even though a second ago he was relaxed and unhurried, now when I look up at him, I instantly know what he's going to say.
Open that pretty fucking throat for me, Machina. You're going to be taking everything I give you like a good kitten.
His voice is still rumbly and deep, but now there's a feral edge to it. I love it when he lets go of the tight restraint he has on his alpha. Turning slightly, I give him access to my hair and he bundles it into his fist before he cups my throat with the other. I hold him in my hand, teasing him with a few licks from his knot up and over his wet knob. I go to repeat the same route until he hisses at me before pushing inside my mouth. His dark chocolate cherry scent burns over my tongue. He makes it so the only thing I can taste and breathe is him.
Rainy, open,
he warns. His playful mood evaporates when he feels my tongue wiggling around, trying to catch all his tasty pre-cum. He surges past my throat. His thumb trails gently over the top of my larynx as he holds me still so he can drive the speed and intensity. There's nothing that gets me off more than seeing how much he wants, how much he needs me.
And it's a fucking lot. He groans as he pushes his hips up higher, making his ass hover off the bed. How he knows what I was thinking, I've got no idea. But he does. The man is more in tune with me than I am. He holds his hips up as he continues to pump in and out of my mouth. I swear, I start to see spots in my eyes. But who needs air when you have cause Saderno? Drink me down, Machina. He grits, his voice strained as he talks through his teeth. But Kaz is only getting started in his peak. He throws his head back and holds me still. My nose gets squashed against his knot with each deep inhale I make, and he fills my mouth as his orgasm explodes out of him. I massage his knot hard like he showed me, and his fingers dig harder in my hair as I choke on him. It feels like forever. My head is light, and I do a couple of struggling heaves because his cum doesn't stop filling my mouth. But then, as hard and fast as his orgasm was, he pulls out and blows the rest of his load over my face. With his hand holding my hair, I'm at his mercy as he massages his release into my skin. You can't wear my pack claim yet, but you will wear my mark and scent so every fucking person we meet knows who you truly belong to, whose cock you had in your mouth. His fingers don't stop rubbing his cum in my face, especially around my mouth. He sits up, so intent on doing it right, but there's no need for him to be so primal. If anyone asks who the other half of my soul is, I'd scream it at them. Maybe we're both a little primal. Kaz twists so that he's lying over the top of me, his chest basically holding me hostage on the bed as he goes between smiling like a twisted fiend and blowing, making his cum dry quicker. You're a fucking monster, Kaz. I smirk up at him. I have to kiss King, you know? Yeah, and all those other fucking stupid cunts. Not playing around anymore, Rainey. We're here to make us official, and that starts now. Why don't you just tattoo property of Kaz on my forehead? He recoils for a moment before a slow smile spreads over his lips. See? That's why I love you with every fucking cell in my body, Machina. You've got all the good ideas. He drops all his weight down on me in case I wanted to get ready, while he searches for his phone. What are you doing? I ask, laughing, but he ignores me for a few minutes, his fingers flying over his phone before he turns that demon smile to me. A moment later, he throws his phone down near my head. What did you do? I try to buck him off, but he's like a slab of concrete, impossible to shift. He looks at me weird. Well, weirder than he usually does. But in the depths of his blue eyes, the only thing my romantic heart sees is my future, and that no longer scares me in the slightest. All our chatter disappears. It's like he's inhaling the rest of the universe so that we're the last stars glittering in an almost starless sky. He oozes such a conviction he could tell me I was an alien and I'd believe him. And then he shocks the shit out of me. Rainey, will you do me the honor of wearing my name? Even though I'm taking an exorbitant dosage of suppressant tablets, overlaid with the most expensive and most successful scent blockers available on the market, there's no hiding my scent as every part of me screams yes. His nostrils flare in the next second. He fucking beams like a lighthouse. If we pack, I'd take your name. That's true. Machina, I'm going to tattoo my name on your body and yours on mine. We should find a way to marry like they used to do. What about King? You want me to take your dad aside and ask him? Been there, done that already. The only promise you need to remember is that I'd love you. My pledge to King is man to man, and I'm not being a chauvinistic prick. I told them I'd always look after you, and nothing is going to change that. And you acting like this has nothing to do with us going to see them? 50-50, really. We get interrupted when Lou, Kaz's right-hand man, chauffeur, and co-pilot's voice echoes through the snug bedroom suite. Don't wash your face, Machina. We are what we are.
Chapter 9. Talon. Eyes on the prize. Cap's sharp directive echoes in my ears. It's unnecessary. We've been working hard at nailing this bastard. Constantine Saderno is a big player in the criminal world, making him a big player in ours. Supposedly, for the past decade, he's been feeding enough weapons across the globe to start a damn revolution in nearly every continent. And yeah, there's a whole lot of satisfaction when we heard he was making his way through our city. Cap's distinctive grunt forces us to hold our position, while the surveillance team continues to feed update after update. It's a hard ask not to burst into action. We're frothing at the bit, ready to bring this pompous fuck to his knees. His arrogance is like a kick in the teeth, honestly. It's like this guy is made of fucking Teflon and coated in oil. Nothing sticks. Nothing at all. Other members of the team are dotted along various positions in almost every damn suburb, all of us hiding like roaches. But we're ready to do anything to nail this asshole. The feed in my ear is busy. It's like the noise continues to add fuel to the excitement that is descending over all of us. Through my earpiece, I can feel the way it's drumming up the rookies, and that's the last thing we need. Because not only is Saderno a master at dodging allegations, he's also sharp as a fucking tack when it comes to his rights. He's well-versed with phrases and words to make our assholes twitch, while making our job damn near impossible. Malicious prosecution and intimidation. A quick check on the time, and I'm not surprised it's only 2 hours since I climbed into position. It feels longer, but at the same time I've felt every damn minute tick past slowly. I don't mind waiting. Shit, it feels like it's all I've done for the past few years. Waiting until I've got all my ducks in a row before I take extended leave and find her. Since that fucking awful first week that was full of heartache, hospitals, and King's wrath, I have done nothing but focus on a future that definitely includes Rainey. The first few days after they left, it was clear there was shit we didn't understand going on. Eventually, what they did was force my hand. I met with Hayes, told him some fucking hard truths involving me and him, while I also disassociated us from our juvenile dreams. In fact, I ripped those romanticized goals to shreds, burnt them to ashes, then scattered them in the wind before I sat our asses down and stepped it out again. No shit, it was in the next hour we were gone. And from then, all we did was study and work. Since then, it hasn't been all plain sailing, but it's been not as murky either. I can feel my private phone buzz against my chest, but I don't risk answering while I'm on surveillance. A moment later, it's like a parting of clouds in the biblical sense when I see Saderno's white Escalade hit the lights a couple of blocks down from me. Tapping open my mic, I keep it short and sweet. I have visual? Good clean visual of our target, Cap. There's an echoing silence in my earpiece, which makes my adrenaline spike. Tapping my earpiece to hopefully hear Cap tell me to take what's on offer. Instead, I get him screaming blue fucking murder. No one in our unit makes a noise, waiting for him to give us the update. Investigation and Justice dropped their charges. They told us in no uncertain terms to keep our distance. Jesus fuck! In the background, we can all hear him lose it. Shit. I know my team will be feeling the same level of frustration as Cap is too. It's impossible not to. I stand, already knowing the next instruction will be to meet back at HQ for a debrief. And in my ear, I can hear Tomo, our 2IC, starting to bark out commands. 1 minute I'm with them in that discussion, next I'm dragged into a separate comm with Cap and fuck knows who else. Jeffers, I want an address for him here. Fucking Justice can kiss my ass. This is my city. Cap talks a mile a minute before he disappears from my comms unit. The silence after makes me question if I imagined him. A moment later, I get an official direction from Tomo on the open comms channel. Jeffers, I believe you have an Escalade approaching. They ran a red light. Please proceed with caution. Report in the second you can, but let's do this straight down the line like the perfect gentlemen we are. Don't fuck it up. Opening up my jacket, I let my badge hang on my hip and shuffle around my holster so it's more visible, and then I take a step out of the shadowed alleyway. and right into the path of Saderno's Escalade, waving his vehicle down, directing it to the side of the road. And, as we anticipated, his driver is compliant. But that's the thing with Saderno and every person associated with his empire. They are always compliant. He knows the boundaries, and so does anyone who works with him, and they all follow the law implicitly, making it near impossible to pin anything on any of them. Although that's the other mystery to all this. You only ever see two players, him and his driver. No one can even get a name of who manages his money, but someone does. To date, they've managed to be as elusive as the actual accounts that hold his money. I'd be lying if I said my pulse wasn't hammering hard. I manage a steadying exhale before the car rolls to a stop. The rear passenger door is positioned right at my feet. The windows are blacked out, and I can literally feel his eyes as they sweep over me. But it's not just his eyes, it's his presence. It is like pulsing energy pushing against my defenses. It's a fucking weird sensation. Flicking my chin up, I wave at the window. Like I figured, he's been watching me the whole time. Saderno's file is full of the usual statistics. He's about to turn 43. He's 6'4" and weighs 200 pounds. His BMI is 12%. He's fucking cut. An alpha, black hair, tanned complexion, weird ice blue eyes, tattooed. I could list the tattoos if I needed to. As soon as his eyes lock on mine, all the training, the years I have put into this future I've worked so fucking hard for, evaporate, and I'm left shaking like a rookie coming eye to eye with my first celebrity criminal. "How may I be of assistance, officer? I presume you pulled us over for a reason?" he asks overly politely, a conceited smile on his lips. "Have you got some ID?" I ignore him, trying to drive the conversation. "Ah, routine traffic stop, is it?" he offers dismissively before he holds out his ID. His hand hovers as he turns his full attention to someone sitting in the car with him, completely ignoring me. "You busy there, buddy? Be good to have you focus on me for a couple of minutes." "My apologies, officer." He snatches his ID out of my hand. "Detective." It's fucking weird, but his smirk spreads over his fucking face until he's full-blown smiling, like he's enjoying himself. He drops his hand out of sight, and a moment later the door opens, and my hand drops to my firearm. "Don't get twitchy there, Jeffers. I was thinking perhaps you'd like to hop in. I'm in a hurry, and I don't like to keep my woman waiting. Perhaps we can drop you to your car or your office as we chat, because it seems you've got something you need to speak with me about." I shake my head, stunned at him. "You think your girlfriend is more important than my questions? I'm an officer of the law." "Detective, apparently," Saderno laughs. It's low, it's deep, and it's fucking menacing. In the next moment, he sobers up and shows me exactly how menacing he can be. "And I know she is more important than you. Your questions can wait, Jeffers, but there is nothing in this world or the next one worth more to me than my woman. She'll never wait. She'll never go without, ever again. It makes me sick when little pups like you think being an alpha gives you the right to make a woman wait. Is that something you do? Make a woman wait? Make the one person who owns you heart and soul wait?" "I'm not sure what game you're playing at, Saderno." "Ah, games. I've heard all about the games you like to play." He snarls back, but everything he does is considered, thought out, slow. What the fuck? Get out of the car. And this time I purposely take a step back, draw my weapon, and take fucking aim. "Everyone in the car, out now." Saderno's eyes glitter, and he seriously looks like he's won the fucking prize. He smiles as he talks. "Are you sure you want us all out? Seems a little extreme considering you've not even alluded to what the problem is, Jeffers. Last warning." He turns his attention back into his car, and I can hear the addition of both a male and female voice. The next moment, the driver's door opens, and out steps Lou Higgins. Much like Siderno, Higgins is conviction-free, despite being well known as Siderno's go-to man. He comes towards me, hands up like this isn't the first time he's done this. He's hard to read, but a lot easier to be around. His presence is nothing compared to his boss's. Higgins is all eyes, scouring the scene, waiting for danger, but at the same time, he's got this mask of indifference going on that blazes brighter and brighter the longer his boss takes. When Siderno climbs out of his car, I have to step back to give him room because not only does he tower over me, but he also commands every bit of my attention and focus. "Come on, darling, Jeffers." He's cut off by a woman's voice. It's different than what I expected his woman would sound like. I was expecting a practiced, demure socialite soprano, but it's not like that at all. It's husky and barely audible. And there's this part of me that fucking bounces all over the place when the reality I'm going to be one of the first people to see who his elusive partner is. Her hand comes out, and much like her voice, it's not what I expected. I thought she'd be polished nails and perfect tanned skin. I had this mindset that she'd be a willowy supermodel, unworldly in her perfect beauty, dressed in runway fashion. But her polish is chipped, her hand marred by nicks and faded scars. As the woman climbs out, her hair catches the afternoon sun, and it's like the deepest chestnut brown with hints of red and cinnamon. Her long hair hangs like a curtain in front of her face. And she has fucking legs for days, wrapped in black leather that looks butter soft but painted on. She's also wearing a long-sleeve white top, covered in angel wings up the sleeve. Classic fallen MC logo. I can hear her grumbling under her breath as she makes her way out of the car, her fingers intertwined with his. He doesn't let her go. He fucking crowds her, his hand firmly in hers. He intentionally steps a foot in front of her too, protectively, while his other hand settles on her back, fucking lovingly. When she flips her hair back, my whole being is flipped ass over tit. "Rainey!" The rush of air out of my lungs squeezes so hard it hurts. The pressure I felt before is nothing like this. Honestly, I stumble under the weight of realization of being face to face with her again. Rainey was always breathtakingly stunning. Now that she's grown into a woman, she is all that and more. So much more. Instead of greeting me in any way, she looks at me like I'm someone she vaguely used to know. The nonchalance blinking back at me from her green eyes is like an arrow through my throat. I can't utter a sound. I can barely breathe. "Now you have dragged my beautiful woman out of the car. Perhaps you can explain what the issue is?" Lou is already on his phone. I should be cautioning him to hang up. I should be doing a lot of things, like searching Siderno's person and his car for contraband. I should be reading him his rights. I should be finding one fucking thing that Cap could use to give us an inch in nailing something on him. Instead, all the fast-track training, the endless support of my superiors pushing me hard and helping me blitz through years of that training, my ability to think under pressure, to read the scene for possible risk or danger, vanishes completely. I'm left in the same bone-deep mess of emotion I was when she was hooked up to every machine the hospital had when she was barely alive. "Ah, Jeffers, keeping people waiting seems to be your forte. Let's hope this time it doesn't do real damage, because, between me and you..." He comes at me like a ravenous lion, and I'm stuck under his spell, frozen on the spot. "The past I have no control over, but if Rainey hurts because of you ever again, I will end you with my bare hands. And yes, detective, that is an explicit and valid threat on your life. I'll repeat it for a courtroom full of witnesses, too. Your time with Rainey is finished, and by the time we leave this town, the bullshit claim you have on her will be terminated one way or the other, which is, for the record, my preferred outcome." She steps up, and all these reactions and responses that have been ingrained in me are slowly trickling back into my subconscious. But it's like I don't matter. None of it matters. This was all for her, and even though I'm standing in front of her, it's like she can't even see me. Kaz, let's go. We're done here. Her hand catches his elbow, and Saderno becomes a different version of himself. Without hesitation, I know he's still damn near feral. I can feel his emotions like pinpricks over my skin. But his focus, too, has shifted. To her and only her. In a lot of ways, he mimics her nonchalance, her gut-wrenching indifference, making me feel as relevant as a nipple on a skateboard. His driver walks off without being told they can leave. The car is driving away. I should be telling Cap about this. I should be writing every part of this interaction down, recording every word we exchange so someone other than me can review it. Because let's be serious, I can't focus on anything but seeing Rainey again. And that's so fucking hard to comprehend. She looks like a different person, but she feels like the same girl I fell head over heels in love with. Fuck. The only thing I can do is dig through my vest and pull out my phone. It's ringing again, but I was already going to call him. Hey, babe, how did it go? I've been so fucking nervous for you all day. I'm so proud of you. Talon? Babe? Are you there? Hayes. His voice is like superglue, binding me back together. He's been my reason, besides Rainey, for living. And once again, he guides me back from the epic shit show that just occurred in front of me. Back to him. Back to me. I rub my chest. I'm fucking shaking and sweaty all over, and I have to clear my throat a couple of times so he can hear me. Hayes, she's back.
Chapter 10. Rainey. My eyes are squeezed shut. I'm trying to get rid of the image of seeing Talon. I'm trying to exhale the ghosts from yesterday from my goddamn lungs. The tabs aren't working, I say, falling against Kaz's chest.
They are, Machina. It's the shock.
He kisses the top of my head, rocking us against the movement of the car, and it's soothing, although so is being with Kaz. I rub my nose, trying to get rid of Talon's lingering spice-infused campfire and leather scent. Seriously, Kaz, the blockers are not doing a good job. God, I suck at this.
No, you do not.
How am I going to sit in the same room as them?
With me by your side if you need. But Rainey, you don't need me. You don't need them. You are fierce. And most certainly can command the attention of those boys in that room to get the resolution you want. You pave your way. You always have, Machina.
You see me differently than the way I see me, Kaz. I mumble, my hands rubbing over my face. All of a sudden, I'm questioning everything. He turns me so I'm straddling his lap, and then his hands nab mine, making it impossible for me to hide.
Rainey, look at me.
Of course, he waits until I do.
We're partners and have been for a long time. I know every inch of your body. I understand almost all your emotions. You blow me away constantly with the way you think and perceive things. No one has ever made me as much money or protected it so well. Though it all pales in comparison to who you are as a person. You can do anything you set your mind to. When you love heart and soul. When you fight, you do it with a passion that makes the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. The next few days are going to be hard. At times, you'll question why you are doing this. You'll feel like it's too difficult. It will hurt, and it will take you backwards through time, but you will do it. You are the strongest person I know. You have to have come from where you did. But your strength is deeper than that. Look at the way you keep handling me, even though I constantly beg for you to be mine. Everything you and your scorned girls do, the way you handle King, the way you live each day, is not something that spineless, weak women do.
I know emphatically I could do all this without him by my side, but that's making a mockery of who we are. And honestly, why would I do it without him? Even after today's literal trip down memory lane, I know I'm just having a moment.
King did not raise a dainty daughter. He raised a warrior. And I think the universe you are mine.
He growls as he slams his lips to mine. It feels like a possession, or maybe it's an exorcism, because he takes my moment of questioning and replaces it with what was there all along, a very real sense that I am enough. Kaz's lips twist up.
Still taking you to tattoo you as mine before we go have dinner with King.
Good. If we hurry up, I might sneak in a... My eyebrows do the talking.
Do you need reminding of what a strong woman you are? You need to ride my knot until you see stars.
I smirk at him. Well, I was just going to say have a bath, but yeah, maybe I could be persuaded. He shakes his head, chuckling as he kisses me hard again, and most intentionally because it is Kaz we're talking about. He chases out Talon's lingering scent, dousing me in his mouth-watering chocolate and cherry scent instead. Yeah, I think I need you to put these lips of yours all over me. I moan as he nips along the edge of my jaw. His phone rings, and it has that ringtone that makes it impossible to ignore.
Sorry, Machina,
he says briskly, and I know he is, but I also know he's a businessman, and this is our business. I climb off his lap to sit opposite him. Watching Kaz work is pretty cool. He gets overtaken by a different persona to the one that treats me like his queen. As he speaks in Italian to his contact, I go to curl my legs under me, but my knee catches and twinges, making me wince in pain. His eyes narrow, and he shuffles along his seat, sitting on the edge to put my foot on his knee. Changing his phone to hands-free, he balances it on a ledge to his side while he massages the kink out of my knee. And it's not the soft, sugary, sweet massage of timid hands. No, of course not. Kaz had to learn from my rehab guy, because for one, he didn't like the guy touching me, making me hurt. And two, well, let's be serious. It was for that reason alone. But he did learn how to dig in and stretch the tendons, how to work the joint so it doesn't lock up, and he learned how to ensure the fluid gets properly moved around. I love him for it. But shit, I really wish sometimes he did go to the fluffy school of massage instead. I grimace, and he glares at me. And if he wasn't on the phone, I'd be kicking him in the shin to show him how good my knee is. Even though I don't understand a word he says, I know him well enough to interpret his smaller mannerisms and pick up on the different cadence of his voice. When he talks private life with Diego, as opposed to when he talks actual business, his tone is softer, less abrupt. Plus, he drills those icy blues of his at me. Kaz is and always has been an open book for me to devour. The smile falls off his face after a few moments, and he flips to work mode. He shakes his head like he's frustrated and takes the call off hands-free before sliding back on his seat. His focus switches to whatever is going on with Diego. Opening up my group chat with the scorned girls, I give them the update on arriving home and being hit by a giant stick called fate, once again. I guess the four of us have always had a healthy appreciation of fate, and generally, whenever we talk, one of us always has a story to back up the concept again and again. It never gets old. And then I get a rundown in the space of 4 minutes. Triss is deep in heat in one of the clinic suites at Unity. Simona is finalizing her photography project, and Heidi is avoiding her life as best she can. Clearly, I lose track of time talking with my girls because the next time I look up, we're parked in front of a tattoo parlor, Deluge Inc. For a tattoo shop, it's more in line with the new funky studios, as opposed to the one the Fallen would visit. Except there's a row of bikes parked out front. Kaz is still on the phone looking pretty fucking pissed off, but he barks out something at Diego, shutting the call off. As soon as he hangs up, Diego is calling again, but Kaz switches his phone off. Needing the time to cool off, he nabs a bottle of sparkling water, pouring us both a glass as he puts himself back to being my Kaz, instead of an international businessman with dubious connections and a shitty temper. We sit together, shooting the shit and talking about nothing at all until the bottle of mineral water is finished, and my man is out of his head and back with me.
I have a sketch that I've been playing with. Can I show you, Machina?
Of course.
I took everything.
Kaz, do you like it?
I love it.
I'm all in. Actually, let's do this like that tattoo show on television. Don't show me until it's done.
Yeah, no chance.
He hands it over without any further chance for me to argue. I get it. It's a permanent tattoo. But in the same sense, Kaz is a tattoo snob, so I trust his judgment. Plus, laser tattoo removal is available if it's craptacular. Of course, it's not. It's big and so fucking pretty I'm going to cry. Kaz has gone full old school, a swallow holding a ribbon with my name on it. Bold, oversized, and impossible to miss.
Now when I wank, your name will be wrapped around my cock.
He stares at me, seeing my emotional wobble at his declaration. He's distracting me in a sense. It's not like he hasn't been grand in the past, telling those important in our world about me. I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm being overly sentimental after seeing Talon, but it hits harder today. He tells me constantly he's my forever partner. I know, and I believe it. But I thought I knew the direction of my life before too, and I got kicked in the face. It makes me overly sensitive still, and I hate that.
Rainey, get here now.
He doesn't wait. He nabs my wrist and drags me over to his lap.
No doubt, no regrets. You'll be the first to know if that changes, you know that. Now, come on. Let's get this done so I can show you exactly why I want your name on my hand.
Only because Lou's waiting at the door already does Kaz let me climb out of the car first. His hand drops on my hip in case my knee gives out. It used to drive me fucking crazy he didn't think I was strong enough, until I realized he also just likes to touch and hold me whenever he can. Did you tell King we were stopping here? That's Jasper's bike, I say, pointing to the gunmetal gray chopper. Unless he lost it in a bet again. There's a few things guaranteed growing up in an MC, and seeing men lose their bikes over stupid shit is one of them. But the other thing you see is this bare-minded logic for them getting it back. Kaz wraps his hand in mine, and his gaze narrows at the bikes lined up. Neither of us are expecting trouble. If they're fallen, it's going to be a loud reunion instead. But of course, trouble is standing at the counter when we walk in, looking fucking stunning too. Hayes must have grown another foot since I last saw him. His hair is a deeper brown, long too, but it's all bundled up on the top of his head. The tats are new, so is the nose ring. The biggest shock? He smells like a fucking hot cinnamon donut. My mouth waters, and I feel like a herd of elephants are thumping around in my heart. He was on the phone, but he drops the phone and all but pole vaults over the sleek desk he was leaning on. He comes at me, fast like that herd of elephants running rampant in my chest. Hayes is charging right at me. Still holding my hand, Kaz swings around, positioning himself in front of me.
And who the fuck are you?
Kaz barks. Hayes, I answer, rubbing Kaz's back, not for his benefit, but for mine. Hayes throws his hands up, instantly trying to ease the skyrocketing tension. He takes a very visible step back, taking him in line with the desk and all my uncles.
Sorry, he says loud and clear. I meant Rainey no harm.
Jasper, Twinkles, JB, and Grinder slide closer to Kaz, the 5 of them going full alpha protective mode together.
Yeah, well, you rushed up like you've got all the damn right in the world to touch a woman without fucking asking. Stand there and don't fucking move.
JB snaps before he leans over to Kaz and shakes his hand, before he says hello to me. I used to get so fucking caught up in this macho bullshit. Honestly, I don't give a crap how these Neanderthals greet each other. It's how they interact after that I focus on. And these men have seen me on some pretty horrific days. They've held my hand and stood watch over me protectively while I have battled shit they couldn't see. They've also kept my rather large secret away from the world, despite them all being worse than a bunch of gossiping girls.
Kaz, King said you and Rainey weren't far off. Asked us to come down and welcome you into town.
Kaz nods, which in a way is his acknowledgement of what he said, but also his appreciation.
Rainy, Kaz looks like he's treating you good.
He double-checks with Kaz before coming in for a kiss, although at the last minute he has a change of heart and kisses my hand instead.
Fucking hell, Rainy. King will go fucking ballistic if you show up with Kaz all over your face.
Oh my god, I hiss, touching over my lips, completely forgetting that my own suit-wearing caveman basically rubbed his cum all over my face not that long ago.
Don't put your fucking lips near my woman and there's no issue.
You shitting me? You know me, so does she. Twinkles asks, glaring at Kaz. And Twinkles, despite his name suggesting he is a ray of sunshine, is as far from that as possible. He looks like he's been cast from a block of concrete with a temperament to match. He also has a mean left hook, but that's beside the point. Kaz drops my hand and steps up, facing the wall of the fallen.
And I don't give a fuck. Back off, Twinkles. And don't disrespect Rainy like that again. I'm sure once you've all thought properly about the situation, you'll remember I have a lot more respect for Rainy than you just gave both her and me credit for.
Before any of them can say a word back, Kaz swings his attention to Hayes. His posture is too relaxed, his voice too calm.
You have 3 seconds to explain why you are here.
What?
I work here. Since when? Since none of your goddamn business.
He replies, but it's not loud and aggressive, it's soft and assertive.
You're the ones that walked in the doors, not me. I'm allowed to react the way I did. I got blindsided seeing her and overstepped. Yeah, well, you've obviously got no survival instincts. Did you not notice me standing in front of her?
Kaz, it's okay, I say, and he glances over his shoulder. The glimmer in his eye is pretty telling that everything is okay. He's being funny, in a Kaz way.
Actually, why are you here, Rainy?
Hayes asks, pushing the envelope further. I guess though the question catches me by surprise, because I'm not the one who arranged the meeting here. It was my pseudo-pack. To finalize the pack dissolution before I pack, Hayes.
What?
Yeah, your lawyers keep changing the goalposts. He shakes his head in disbelief. He does it again and again, too, looking more confused and a lot more pissed off.
Yeah, no.
What?
No, please.
He grabs his phone and sprints out the rear of the shop. Chapter 11. Rainy. Of course, the second King hears we were here, all the Fallen's phones go off. One by one, too. It's pretty funny, giving Kaz and me no time to talk about Hayes. But then again, I'm done talking about them. I'm here, like I said, to fix this once and for all. Rudely, mine's the last phone Dad tries. Naturally, I hit ignore and focus on sitting still and getting the pretty tattoo running down the side of my neck finished. Whenever I walk into a tattoo shop, it's like I get bit by the ink bug. My mind runs wild with ideas and visions, which means I end up getting more than one tattoo. This scripted one is for me. Sono tutto con te, Cosentine. I'm all with you, Cosentine. And the artist made it run from my ear down to the top of my collarbone. God damn, it's going to be gorgeous. Niche is as unique as her name suggests. She's also insanely good and well-respected in the fine-line black style that I personally prefer. Kaz's swallow was done by Mr. Ink himself, and in a completely different style. He opted for the thick line and bold color traditional style that suits my sexy man to a T. Niche stopped talking about Hayes after a few easy-to-answer questions I had to know. He does work here and has for the past few years while he finishes up art school. Aside from that, she tells me to relax and get in the moment, and then she stops talking. Zoning out and breathing through the pinching sting of a few deep lines, I miss the moment the chatter behind me dies down. Not that there was much. Kaz is not a big conversationalist. Before long, I can feel his attention on me. Not that it wasn't before, but now he's watching me without anything distracting him. And it's different. It's hard properly explaining what it was like first meeting Kaz. I'd actually done a lot of healing. I was pretty broken about the boys abandoning me. But in the same breath, I knew I was strong enough to survive. It just took a little while to come to terms with the change of what my life would be. Throw in my newly acquired Omega designation, and clearly, during that time of my life, I often felt like I was on a spin cycle. Inside me, things were all out of alignment. My thoughts were mashed up, making me crazy irrational. My body didn't seem like my own. My aspirations were blown up, and the pieces of my dreams were floating in tatters around me. But like every other person who's been screwed over, I took one day at a time. Some days were completely shit. I wanted to park my ass on a chair and watch the seasons pass like Bella did when Edward disappeared. I didn't for a second attribute Twilight as being my motivator, but I remember it being a pivotal moment. I climbed off the chair, metaphorically, and I got on with chasing down the life I wanted. After my Bella-inspired moment, I figured out a few harsh truths. I was a people person, always would be. But I wasn't an extrovert that needed to be the center of everyone's universe. I needed to be a part of something more than just me, not bigger or better, just more. I also found out that my independence was important, which for some alphas was a hard pill to swallow. King's reluctance to see I needed to be free after being broken was hard to deal with. I had to move halfway across the country to break away from him and his love. I needed him, without a doubt I did. But I needed me, too. Kaz gave me the sense of freedom and safety I craved. He gave me what I needed without being asked. Yes, he was a moody bastard sometimes. He was abrasive, possessive, and freakishly obsessive. And most certainly he was demanding, and sometimes acted without thinking in the moment. But at the same time, I can say, hand on heart, he consistently makes me his priority. He's patient when I question if he's going to leave me. He's patient with all my newly acquired needs, and he is impatient when I need to let go and trust. And fuck me, he keeps catching me when I fall. Kaz might be an anomaly in that he didn't have a pack already, but I don't think he'd looked terribly hard either. I guess together we were our own pack, but the both of us were also aware we needed more. Alphas had an inbuilt need to protect and provide, to shield and tend, to love and cherish, which for some alphas was hard to do. Letting go of their dominance to allow another part of them to flourish? Maybe they were softer, gentler, or they were allowed to be even more dominant, but they handed the reins of their freedom and happiness to their Omega, which is where Omegas came to their own. Ironic Omegas, the softest designation, were the only ones strong enough to pacify a feral alpha. And have fucking mercy, the Omega mothers at Unity were spot on when they talked about scent matches and instantly knowing you'd met your match. I can smell Kaz, and my worries disappear. Today is no different. Over the top of the antiseptic, the astringent chemicals of the studio, all my uncles, I smell him, but I feel his presence too. I play rabbit, pretending I'm asleep, but even with my eyes closed, I can feel the way he's looking down at me, and he's getting a little freaky-deaky. I can feel the smallest change in his mood, but then again, we're equally responsive to each other. Okay, let me get a mirror to show you, but we are finished, Nish says as she steps away. The twitch of my lips is impossible to hide as he dips down to whisper in my ear. I like my name on your skin, Machina, more than I should. You writing that for the world to see makes me want to rip your leather pants to your ankles so I can ram my cock in you and show everyone how you were made to take my knot. You like? I say, rolling over, coming face to face with the irrefutable evidence of how much he does like it. And call it inappropriate, call it what you will, but I rub my man over his expensive tailored pants. His hand snaps out, and he squeezes my fingers tightly around his length. He closes his eyes, sinking into my touch. Half a heartbeat later, his eyes snap open.
Let's go. Your suppressants are wearing off and way too many unknowns around for that. Back at King's, it doesn't matter what you smell like or how I act, but here it does.
He goes to walk off, unperturbed that he's walking back through the shop with a raging boner. His swagger is such a sight. It constantly gets me hot and wound up. "Cause," I stop him. Maybe the tabs are wearing off, although I guess I just love seeing him wild and free, too. "Do you really like it?" I ask, pointing to my neck.
Don't, is the only word he growls at me
Before he stands in front of the reception desk, impatiently tapping a wad of cash on the bench to hurry me along. "Nish, this is spectacular," I say, climbing off the bed and standing in front of the mirror. And even though the reflection is bouncing back the opposite, it's easy to see how beautiful it is. It is also very easy to read the words. And anyone speaking Italian would see the declaration I'll wear for the rest of my days. She does a sly half smile, looking like she can't take the compliment, but I give her one of those weird taps you give people you kind of feel comfortable with. "I'm serious. I love it." "Looks like he does too," she says, flicking her eyes nervously at Kaz. "Yeah, you could say that." I laugh with her. "Hey, we're going to the Fallen Clubhouse if you want to come and have a drink later. Can't promise you anything but cheap booze, bad music, and a whole lot of biker humor, which is generally inappropriate." "Not sure that's my scene, but I'll suss out what's going on. I could see if Hayes was interested in coming." I look at her. "You know we've got history. I'm not sure of the reception he'd get if he came with you." "From them or you?" She's not being insensitive or nosy, and the vibe I pick up from her is more peaceful than intentionally nasty. Her question raises lots of questions I've always wanted to ask. How would I feel if I saw them again? Did what happened really happen? Why haven't they reached out? "Rainey, you look like you're searching for answers. Maybe Hayes could help you out. I've got no clue what happened, but all the same, I know Hayes and he's a good person. A really fucking good person." "Well, I don't know who he is anymore, so I can't." "What about your partner? Is he going to let you find the answers?" "That's why we're here, Nish," I say, shrugging. Behind us, Kaz is getting more impatient, but he'll get over it. Nish is obviously getting over being laid back in our chat and comes pretty direct in what she wants to say. "When I want to chill, I watch TikTok. I know, don't give me shit about it," she says quickly when she catches my eye roll. "Anyway, you know how sometimes things just make sense? Well, I watched this woman, and this is word for word what she said because it just stuck. I don't give a single fuck about who you were yesterday. What I do care about is how you show up today. Way too many of us are living our lives like our fucking past is on a billboard that we carry around with us for every single human to see. Remember, you are not your past. You are who you choose to show up as today." She bleeds sincerity. But the thing is, I've seen sincere. I've felt it. It's kissed me before it left me broken. Waiting a moment to school my emotions, I go for bland. "I'll keep that on board. Maybe don't bother coming past tonight. Because while I'm down with all that positive affirmation and self-ownership, I'm also a big believer that your actions speak louder than your words. For the second time in my life, Hayes did a runner. Let's leave it at you being an incredible tattoo artist." She flicks her chin up. "Cool. I get it." I should have been more aware of how much time we were here, because the next minute, chaos descends on their tattoo parlor when King barges his way inside. His impatience and frustration like a physical weight that settles on my shoulders. His dominance display might work on the members of the Fallen, but I grew up with it and can easily shake it off, which pisses him off even more.
"Rainey, what the fuck? A tattoo is more important than coming down and seeing your dad?"
I spin around. "Well, I was looking forward to catching up with Joker and all the sweet butts." He glares at me so hard, I swear to God, he's going to pop a gasket. I make it into his arms before he implodes, although he's still wound up tight, which is not like King. Are you okay? I ask, pulling him away from all the eyes currently watching our reunion.
Rainey, it's always a fucking shit show. You good, my girl? Is he still treating you right?
Kaz is already behind me, while King keeps his arm around me when he shakes Kaz's hand. Of course, I murmur, leaning against Dad and breathing him in. Dad's scent is so ingrained in me. I swear some nights in my sleep I catch the barest whiff and wake up. His unique scent of cigarette smoke, bourbon, and motor oil is settling, even when his aura is a little manic.
We're having issues with those pricks at the borough of making my life fucking hard again. Last night, they thought they should do a raid on my fucking strip joint to check our liquor license. Last week, they raided the chop shops, dragging the fucking environmental cunts down to check on how we dispose our grease. They're grasping at fucking straws.
Kaz grunts, his hand wavering up as he gets caught up knowing what he wants, warring with what's right. He'd never pull me away from Dad, but he's also always said he won't share me with anyone. Makes for fun times.
They've been riding my ass too, desperate for an opening.
Kaz says under his breath as he slings his arm over my shoulder to hold me against his chest. Kaz's confidence is like being in front of a warm heater. His intuition is also never wrong.
Something doesn't feel right,
he snaps, grabbing my hand.
King, no one followed you, did they?
Famous last words. Chapter 12. Rainy. King and Kaz freeze. Perhaps they both picked up on the exact moment when things weren't right. Barely a second later, we're completely surrounded, ready to fight, mind you, as agents from Central Bureau of Investigation and Justice swarm the place. And it's no wonder there's bad blood between the divide of good and evil in our society. CBIJ have zero manners and a tone of aggression. Of course, the fallen are reactive. Kaz is still, which is far scarier. He holds me against his chest. I can feel the tension rolling off him. I use my body against his as a grounding tool for the both of us. The noise around us is at a fever-pitch level and continues to grow, matching the unease of trouble brewing. And there's nothing I can do to stop the rising tension feeding my panic. I just hope I can keep Kaz from going off. After what happened, it's no surprise that some noises and sounds or sudden movements can trigger me. Aggression is another thing that locks me up. People being up close in my space is another. The person standing in front of me with his face hidden by his mask and glasses gets so close I could see the brand he's wearing. Makes me scared. I could see his mouth moving, but my fear is making it hard for me to understand what it is he is saying. Kaz's hand on my hip is like an anchor, and it's the way we work together. He helps me, I help him. I manage to keep it together, but King goes off. He shoves the guy away before following through with a wicked jab to keep the guy at a safer distance. There is not even a second to think before the three of us are slammed to the floor. Identification check. Do not fucking move until we tell you to. We will get your ID out. If you don't have ID, we will escort you back to the department to sort out who the fuck you are.
Get your fucking ape to take his foot off my daughter's back.
King's words are accompanied by an unspoken threat. I go to turn my head, but a hand gets slapped against my head, pinning me down. I start talking loud enough for King and Kaz to hear. I'm okay, I repeat over and over again.
I'll say it again, so we all understand each other. Don't move until we tell you to move. You don't do anything until I say so. We are armed. We have jurisdiction to use whatever force necessary, and I decide what force that is. Right now, you all have officers on you.
Each of them are being spotted by more agents, and each of them have their weapons out, safely switched off.
We are not playing for candy today.
I keep still and watch the boots step in a march in front of me.
Raise your right foot if you work in this fine establishment.
The head agent patronizes. Around us, there's a small shuffle of movement as those that do work at Deluge identify themselves. They get hauled to their feet and let out. I try to figure out who the agent is going to target next when the man suddenly squats in front of me.
So, I've got the president of the Fallen about to go postal and a man we all fucking know as a lawyered up cunt about to go feral, which makes me all sorts of intrigued as to who you are.
My identification is in my purse. Although it comes out all garbled because my head is still being pinned by someone, and yeah, they're roughing me up. The agent tisks sardonically before he drops his head to my level. His shit-colored eyes flare as he looks at me, not hiding either his mock or derision. This man is full of hatred, and right now he's focusing it all my way. He leans down and talks softly, sarcasm rolling off each syllable.
That wasn't the question, sweetheart. I asked who you are.
Next to me, Kaz releases a guttural noise in warning. It doesn't take much imagination to know that he's been forcibly restrained, making it near impossible for him to use his words.
I told you already, Agent Fuckface, she's my daughter.
King barks. Dad, I'm okay, I reply. It's hard to not reply to Kaz, but he's spent a lot of time coaching me for when we run into a situation like this. Keeping my focus on the man in front of me, I try to exude a different level of confidence to the way I feel. I also try not to think about spitting in his face, because I think shit will really get ugly then. I'm Rainey Grady. I also use my mother's name, Jones. I have identification from Unity Omega Collegiate. I am one of their students. I have permission.
No pack.
He tips his lips up in a cruel smile as he speaks. I drop my eyes from his. He's an alpha, not a strong one, just a malicious one. It's complicated, I answer.
Well, sweet thing, why don't you uncomplicate it?
He replies, flicking his eyebrows up impatiently. He's definitely not shying away from sharing his asshole tendencies with the room. I'm here to sign pack dissolution forms. He laughs, and again it's patronizing and thick with mock.
In this tattoo shop?
No.
All right, fucknuts. I'm calling harassment now.
King snarls as he struggles against the agent holding him. Even without looking behind me, I know Dad's trying to buck free. Another handful of agents swarm towards him.
Have I touched your precious daughter? She just told you she's an Omega. She gets special privileges irrespective of relationship, and I heard her tell you. No offense, but I'm not quite believing any relation of yours. She could be the Queen of Sheba or Siderno's fucking accountant for all we know.
His knees fall dangerously close to my face.
You're a bunch of fucking criminals who make a living by lying and cheating to get what you want. Which means I get to ask any damn question I want to ascertain if she is indeed who she says she is. But since you've got so many issues with her being here, she's going to the station to sort this bullshit out. Barrett, cuff her and take her downtown. No special privilege.
A noise like a low roar echoes through the room, but they all pointedly ignore Kaz, although a couple of the agents swivel and pin their weapons in his direction.
Rainey, you know your rights. Keep repeating you want to make your call and don't stop till they listen. Call the club. Whoever answers, tell them King said to get Puck. You got me? And don't leave with anyone but Puck, right?
Before I can answer, I get dragged up to my feet. Literally. Someone from behind hoists me up using my bad shoulder, and I lock down the scream as I get frog-marched away. Kaz's voice follows me out.
Ti troverò gattino. Hai accesso ai miei soldi al mio avvocato.
I twist around to catch Kaz getting a kick to the side as the agents around him spit angrily the same,
"Talk English, cockhead."
Both Kaz and I refuse to translate, and even without Kaz telling me he'd find me or that I have access to everything that is his, including his money or lawyer, I still want to stay here to fight with them. It's easy to see that shit is about to get ugly. These cops are clearly after blood. A commotion pulls another rush of the agents over as I trip on my bad knee, and the noise behind me gets worse as I'm carried out of the tattoo parlor. Like the agent said, there's no consideration for me being an Omega. If anything, I'm unnecessarily manhandled out of Deluge Inc., coming face to face with both Hayes and Talon again. The fact that Talon is wearing a protective siege vest is not lost on me.
Chapter 13. Puck. I used to hate this house and King. I've grown to not just appreciate them, but love them in a strange way. King took way too much inspiration from bad movies. The asswipe followed me around parroting, "Wax on, wax off," whenever I moved into a new room, because apparently there was a lesson in me fixing a goddamn dilapidated two-bedder down on the furthest corner of the compound. The house, by rights, should have been burnt down years ago. Instead, he made me fix it. Even now, walking in my bedroom, I can visualize the prick with his six-pack of beer at his feet as he rocked on a seat looking like his namesake. But let's be real, there's nothing royal about King. Except he's a royal pain in my ass. He was relentless, too, goading me as I patched holes so big you'd think they were windows. He'd get this tone in his voice, schooling me fucking constantly with all these quotes and bullshit. And man, did he get stuck on a few. "Life will knock us down, but we can choose whether or not to stand back up," was one of his all-time favorites. Shit, thinking about him, I can see the cocksure look of amusement on his face. I can seriously hear the mock in his tone, and I can feel his encouragement under all the bluster and asshole tease. I think I surprised us both that I never raised my hand at him, despite him taunting me every minute of every day. I came close on a few occasions, but I never touched him. I knew the lessons he was ramming down my throat. I'm not an idiot. And I also recognized he was giving me a reason, somewhere to hone all the fucking pent-up emotion in me. Fixing floors, replacing leaking faucets, moving walls, and plugging tiles on the roof ended up being that. And the back-breaking work still proved easier than talking. Just because I didn't talk much didn't mean he let up. He went on, and fucking on. He also wouldn't let me drop doing other shit because apparently you always need a fallback plan. The fact is, though, I owe him a lot. Everything, really. Some days I'm not sure I would be here without him. I fell down so many black holes, I wasn't sure what was up and what way would take me further away from where I wanted to be. But every time I dropped in my grief and despair, he was there to put me straight. The drill in my hand drops to the floor the moment I see my mobile ring. The deal is, no one calls me unless it's an emergency. "Yeah," I answer. "Got a message from King. You're in charge of his baby. Get one scratch on her and he will hunt you down. You will not be able to hide if she gets a scratch, and he will make it hurt." "Where?" "Precinct 6, corner of West, and..." "Yeah, I get it. Take the truck and make sure you've got blankets. Not one fucking scratch." The line goes dead in my ear, which works. I don't need endless fill-in words. I don't need much, actually. Especially not this. Grabbing a hoodie and nabbing my sunglasses and wallet, I'm climbing in the truck within a few moments. The gate is already open when I drive past, the prospect on duty waving me through. I take a sharp right coming out the gate instead of going straight, but at this time of day, the traffic downtown is going to suck ass. Once I get driving at a steady speed, I turn on the scanner, listening for a hint of what is going on. It's pretty fucking strange that I get called out. King has an army of men at his disposal. During the week, he leaves me be, which works well for me. I don't get involved in any of his business, but that doesn't stop him from getting involved in mine. It's lucky he called today. Tomorrow, I leave for an intensive training camp that promises to be nothing but painful. Of course, today's the fucking day that my radio gives up. King told me there was water sitting in the wire. I told him to jam his fucking comments up his ass. The rest of the drive in, I spend the time arguing with King in my head. I can even hear his deep, derisive laughter as I try to counter that I was busy and was going to fix the wires when I got back. Sitting at a set of lights, I realize how pointless it will be trying to win another argument against him. I should just man up and concede that once again he's been proven right by something neither of us did, but by something I did not do, which is trust. It's not trusting him I have an issue with. I can't trust myself. From the first memories I have, I remember being able to see situations and people's motivations as plain as fucking day. I'd walk into a room and be able to point out the usual cast of characters: the traitor, the lover, the dreamer, the realist. I could read a play before the person even thought it through. But now, I barely believe in myself. Well, that's not quite right. I just have a small issue with faith. Checking on the clock on the dash because King does not like to be kept waiting, I throw the truck in park and am out of the cabin without a backwards glance. I pull on my hoodie, hiding my fallen white t-shirt because the judgmental fucks at the police station are not the kindest when it comes to the 1%. Shoving open the door with enough force to slam the door against the wall behind it, the fucking thing hits me in the back when I come face to face with King's baby. And there goes my fucking faith in myself again. I was not sent to pick up King's baby. I was sent to pick up King's baby. And the woman who rewrote my entire life. Rainey. Her arms are wrapped around her. She looks smaller than I remember. She's pale as fuck compared to the way she used to glow. Trust me, I've got a library of images of her stored in my head, so I know all her looks. I've pretty much obsessed about her for the last 48 months, 2 weeks, and 2 days. Her clothes look like she's been dragged through bushes, and that sets my teeth grinding. It's like something in her shakes her out of her rocking, and she looks up, but not at me. Jesus fucking Christ, she steals the air out of my lungs. Instinctively, unthought out, unplanned, you fucking name it, my feet take me to her. And then she must realize something's different, because her jade eyes rise like the morning sun. Yeah, all of a sudden I'm fucking filled with 1,000 extra and unnecessary words to describe her. Oh shit, it's like every part of me comes back online after being in deep, deep hibernation for the last 1,456 days. Colt? She asks. Though let's be real, to me her question sounds more like an exhale. Her hand hovers in the air as she looks like she's waking from a dream, stuck in that state of limbo where you wonder what is real and if you're still imagining. And then I know how fucking real the situation is when I am saturated by her scent. Jesus, it's like I'm standing in a tunnel where the walls are made of wisteria flowers. I've been obsessed with those tiny blue, pink, and indigo flowers for years. I even tried growing them. I definitely walk into florists whenever I see them just to fill my scent bank back up. But now I realize how fucking watered down all the other wisteria in the world is. Rainey is wisteria. She embodies it, too. The scent wafting from her is concentrated tuberose, jasmine, sweet pea, and freesia. Unique, heady, sultry. Puck, I bark back absently. I left Colt the second I left her hospital room. How could anyone go back to the way life was before I had to walk away from the most incredible person, the only person who knew me better than myself? From that moment on, who I was no longer existed. Fuck you too, then, she snaps as she climbs to her feet. I'm struck on the spot, completely torn between defending myself and obsessing over every part of our interaction. Storing her voice, how she looks, the way she smells, in my memory in case I don't ever see her again. Her shoulder clips against my arm as she storms off. Turning, I expect to see her already out the door, and my gut seizes when I see her limping so heavily she's not even 6 feet away yet. Her arms aren't wrapped around her defensively. She's in fucking pain, and I had my head up my ass, making everything about me. Far out, Rainey, hold up. You misheard. I said puck, not fuck. Let me help. I go to offer her an arm to lean on, but quickly divert the offer of help to holding the door when the look on her face is pretty evident about what she thinks of me touching her. She hobbles, like fucking hobbles, to the closest wall, leaning against it for support. I stop behind her, not quite sure if she wants me to follow, if she wants help, or if she's having an episode of some kind. "Hey, what's up?" I ask as she leans closer to the wall, her body hunching in on itself. My ego reads her uncomfortable posture as her wishing anyone else in the world had walked into that room, but the fucking voice of reason, the one that has been as dead inside me as my dick has been, wakes up. "King said Puck would help me," she says, her eyes squeezed tight, her voice breaking. What she said hits me in the chest. "Yeah, that's me," I offer. Her eyes squeeze tighter. "He never said anything about you, Colt." "Why?" "Puck." "Okay, sorry." She grits her teeth as she takes another shaky breath, still keeping her fucking gorgeous eyes locked away from me. And you can plainly see she's about to say more, but the next moment, instead of talking, her face contorts. It's lucky her eyes are shut because I freaked the fuck out. "What's wrong?" She takes a few slow, measured inhales and exhales before she talks quieter. "I need my medication, and I think I left my bag on the seat back there." "I'll get it. Then we can go," I say. I want to reach out and comfort her, but she needs medication, not me. I go and I'm back. Without a word of a lie, it takes me 4, maybe 5 seconds. Not fucking quick enough, though. Crowding around her, demanding an explanation, are Hayes and Talon. And as clear as day, I can read the waves of discomfort rolling off her. I can also understand what her hand up means as she insists on space. But they want answers, and they want them now, and that shit doesn't cut it with me. "Read the situation, Talon, and take a fucking step back." I slam them both back, spitting my words over my shoulder at him, before the anger taking hold makes me nasty as fuck. "Hang on, are you reading Rainey her rights? Fucking typical." "What? No," he says. I scoff at him, not fucking concerned about him or Hayes, because all my attention is on the way she's swaying on her feet. Before anyone can say another word, I scoop her up into my arms as Talon rushes closer at the same time. "Talon, I will kick your fucking ass if you don't move out of the way. Look at her. Someone in your department did this. She just told me she needs medication. I bet they didn't even get her a glass of fucking water." Hayes, always the voice of reason, asks, "Rainey, are you hurt?" She half fights against me, but I take a step away from their crowding, with her firmly in my arms. And she must be feeling bad, because instead of fighting, I realize she was curling in on herself. Her head slumps against my chest as she whimpers in pain. The noise she makes pierces something in my brain. I respond to Rainey on a different level. Talon takes another step closer. My eyes lock on his mouth, which I know is about to start spewing all these fucking excuses, but I stop him with the noise that spills from mine. I 100% growl, shutting everything down. And it feels so fucking good. I let the rage of my alpha out because it feels just as right. For the first time in my goddamn life, I stand up against Hayes and Talon. I push back against their presence with my own stronger presence, and then I do what I should have done years ago. I take Rainey and leave. She's quieter, calmer almost, as I juggle her weight to dig out my car keys. She doesn't look at me. It doesn't matter, though, because I can feel her, and back there she relaxed in my arms. Placing her gently on the back seat, she's still quiet and withdrawn as I crowd around her before I pass over her bag. Her hand shakes when she tries to open it, but I lean down to help her, spilling the contents on her lap so we can find what she needs faster. We move without talking or even looking at each other. I pass over some water as she tries unsuccessfully to open her pill bottle. Taking it out of her hand, I spill the tabs into her waiting palm. She takes a few before she points to a foil packet. I crack them open into her hand, too, my brain taking in all the names. Later I will see what they're for, but for now, I'm focused on helping however I can. She waves me away when she's got what she needs, keeping her eyes closed, but now she's shivering. Nabbing the blankets I bought to protect King's bike, and let's face it, they're generally better than the blankets available at 5-star hotels, I wrap her up in a bundle before stretching around her to put her seatbelt on. "Rainey, are you still cold?" She shivers her answer. Ripping my hoodie off, I'm helping her arms slide in my sleeves before she can protest. I triple-check if she needs anything more before I move on to dealing with the issue behind us. It's fucking weird. Everything in my head is condensed to the simplest of thoughts. Protect Rainey. Shutting the door on her so she's safe and secure, I turn to face them. I'm like mid-spin and Hayes is there again, right up in my face and way too close to her for my liking. "Fuck off," I say, clear as day, not budging an inch in case they try to open it on her. Hayes looks wired. "Is she okay?" But I look past him to Talon because he's got something he needs to say, apparently. I can feel his anxiety pushing down like the pressure before an electrical storm. "What?" He makes a weird noise, his eyes dropping to the Fallen logo on my t-shirt before he shakes his head, like he's fucking disappointed. "What?" I take a step closer to him, and yeah, it's intentional and it's not friendly. Big fucking deal. "You know she was taken in for questioning because she's with a known criminal who's wanted internationally? Twice today she's been with him. A fucking criminal, Colt. Of course I'm going to ask her what the fuck is going on." Talon's angry. He's throwing his arm around and jabbing his finger to make his feelings known. I nod my head, listening to him lose his shit. The second he finishes mouthing off, I do what he just did. I make a point of staring at the badge on his hip and rub in his face his own judgment. Must fucking grate you that she'd rather be seen with a crim than even say a fucking word to you, even with your little badge on full fucking display. His eyes flare, and I reckon if we were anywhere but standing out front of the local cop shop, he'd probably go at me. But with too many witnesses to pull him up, he wouldn't. And that's when I turn and laugh, like throw my head to the sky and let it rip. Once I stop, I look him square in the eye. "You're jealous, Talon. Get over it."
Chapter 14. Rainey. I'm ready to murder someone. Namely, every goddamn person working at CBIJ. All of them are disgusting and have been assholes the entire time to me. I'm going after them for brutality, for failing to read me my rights. You name it. I'm doing it. As soon as I can get my headache and fucking heat cramps under control. And seeing Colt/Puck has only made my situation worse. Honestly, my ovaries nearly exploded. Colt was hot as hell when he was younger. Now, he is on another level. Complete other level. I'm not sure what I was expecting if I ever saw Colt again, but wow. Everything about him has changed. I get it's to be expected after years not seeing him, but I'm still blown away by how drastic his transformation is. It felt like he towered over me, and I can't say I didn't like it. Size usually triggers me, and in a way, I guess he did trigger me, just not in a fear-based episode. Colt's presence, well, there would never be any doubt about his designation. His alpha genetics are in him bone deep. The raw power and energy that radiates off him ignites a fast-burning fuse inside me. And what I saw in his eyes shredded the time that we've lost. It was like looking at half of me. My head is quickly filling with the memories of us and what we went through. His amazing scent adds another dimension in blowing my control. For the record, it's really hard to look put together when you're having a very omega response to a compatible alpha. I'm a blubbering mess on the inside. I must have looked absolutely nuts. I should be worried about a whole lot more than what I'm currently obsessing about, him, but the heat cramps riding my ass have obliterated any common sense I have or had. "Rainey, are you in trouble?" Triss's voice scares the shit out of me, confirming how out of whack I am. "Triss, I'm calling a scorned emergency," I whimper into the handset. "What? Wait, Sim, ho!" she screams in my ear, and a moment later I hear the call go over to hands-free. Right, slow down, what's going on? Simona's gentle voice of reason and her calmness radiates through the phone and keeps on flowing right past me. I'm freaking out. Honestly, hold up. I've got like 3 seconds to tell you everything. No interrupting. I give everyone a moment to settle in. I got a new tattoo. Kaz fucking loves it. But guess who works at the studio? I don't wait for their response. I barely take another breath. Hayes! Oh shit, hang on. First go back before the tattoo. Triss snarls my name. Rainy, calm the living shit down and go slow. I can't because Colt is here, except Colt is not a boy anymore. He just swept me off my feet and is currently going full alpha boss on Talon and Hayes, who are also here. Excuse me? They all scream, because my girls know all the sordid details of my teenage love, including who's who, plus my hellacious sex life. I'm about to go into heat, I whispered desperately, side-eyeing out the window to watch the altercation between Talon, Hayes, and Colt. They're arguing out next to the car right now, I whisper again. Who? Simona asks. Oh shit, you guys need to be in my head. I'm having 1,000 conversations with myself at once. Talon, Hayes, and Colt are still here. Where is Kaz? Heidi Ho interrupts. Well, the tattoo studio got raided. I'm pretty sure I already told you that, Ho. No, you didn't. You started rapid firing about them. Girl, you are so far out of sorts. First up, if you're hovering in a heat peak, I'm carrying a unity pack to you. Are you going to the clubhouse? I can't remember if you and Kaz are staying with King. Heidi gets her serious mama bear vibe going on, which helps me chill. Another confirmation that my heat is coming. If it wasn't, Heidi and I would be bickering lovingly at each other. I blow a big, steadying breath out before answering. Yeah, I guess I'm now. I never asked where we were staying, actually. Where's King? Triss asks. No crap. She's always asking me how King is. I'm starting to think she has the hots for Dad, which is not something I really want to think about. Kaz and Dad are being held for questioning. Actually, I better go. I need to call our lawyers. A slight edge of panic hits again. Pfft, girl, you are way more important. Shit, if those men can't manage on their own for half an hour while we sort this crap out, I'll come down and give them a right bloody talking to. Heidi gets all blustery in her spike of protectiveness. Okay, Mama Bear, what do I do? Sim gasps, but Heidi is the one who keeps dishing out directions. First up, fucking eat a box of suppressants. At least until you've got your heat survival pack. Holy shit, what are they doing now? Are the 3 of them still there? Hang on, what do the 3 of them look like? Triss interrupts, and you can hear excitement in her voice. She barely finishes speaking, and Heidi and Sim are backing her up, wanting all the deets. Talon is a police officer. Serious? Does he wear a uniform? Heidi asks all breathy. She's not called Heidi Ho for nothing. Kind of? Well, yeah, mostly. Hot or not? Tristan interrupts before I can say another word. But then I interrupt her. Triss? He's an asshole. Kind of hot, though. Rainy, Sim moans. Okay, smoking hot. But I'm not lying about the asshole thing. Hayes? She asks, and I can hear the smirk on her face. I relax back in my seat, getting distracted feeding all the guy goss to my girls. Hayes is a little fucking cutie, actually. He's got this edgy look now, taller, covered in tattoos. But, Triss asks, picking up on my slight hesitation, he did a runner as soon as he saw me, like straight out the door, gone. Okay, so Talon and Hayes are in the Winker Ben, at least until we figure the rest out. But Colt? Triss goes on, getting more insistent in her quest for finding out about the guys, and I can hear the girls waiting with bated breath right next to her, too. Puck, I say.
Fuck.
She snaps back. Yeah, that's what I said. Simona gasps in shock. You asked him to fuck, Rainey? Holy shit, that's a little forward, don't you think? Slow down, girl. Oh, Jesus, take the wheel. You bitches are crazier than I am. You guys are acting nuts.
No, we all just got back from inner reflection and Kegel meditation.
Trish snorts, and I can imagine my other scorned girls nodding their heads, agreeing with her. I thought you were in heat.
Spiked it, baby.
Triss, you can't keep doing that.
Settle down, mother vagina mite. What the actual shit? We've got more pressing things to discuss, like Colt,
she says tartly, and that sets us back on track. Oh my God, you should see him. Heidi interrupts.
Where's he been?
I do an epic eye roll before getting all comfortable and ready to tell them everything. Yeah, well, you're not going to believe this. King's been keeping secrets from me.
Holy fuck, are you serious?
They shout over the top of each other before they start laughing hysterically. Well, it seems Puck is... shit, I don't know. But he's currently wearing standard fallen denim slim jeans and a white t-shirt that looks painted on his goddamn fucking body. He's got muscles on muscles, and trust me, I know how big he is because I'm drowning in his damn hoodie.
And?
Heidi asks, all dramatically too. It's lucky I'm wearing leather pants, or I would have puddled like a tube of leaking toothpaste. No shit. His smell? Yeah, well, you know Rain? There's a beat of silence before I hear a collective gasp. Don't fucking say it, Rainey! Sim screams over the top of me. Like, imagine sitting outside on a deck, overlooking a... Rainey, I mean it! She yells again, trying to shut me up, but I keep talking over the top of her. Lake, and watching a thunderstorm come over the horizon, and it opens up and covers you. Petrichor. No! Sim screams. We've got a list of ultimate alpha scents, and falling rain is one of my top 4. Weird, huh? Petrichor, baby. Colt smells like rain falling from the sky, rain that saturates a field of wildflowers. His scent is everywhere, too. It rises and falls like the individual bounding drops of rain. I can close my eyes and taste those little droplets on my tongue. Even now? She asks seriously once I stop rambling. Yeah, it's fucking weird. Triss does her weird squawking laugh.
No, you dumb bitch. You just said you were wearing his hoodie. You know, the one he's been sweating and living in. His scent is ingrained in every fiber, and now your little Omega nose is going full fucking Dyson Hoover mode, sucking all those scents up and feeding your greedy Omega knot trap, and we know how fucking needy you are. I seriously hope Kaz looked after you.
Yeah, trust me, he did. In the plane over there.
Oh, far fucking out. I forgot to tell you. No, Rainey. Remember, you already told us about the bimbo and the bikini. We got you. Your man is all yours, as if he would ever leave you. What's happening now?
Triss asks calmly, trying to steer us back to sensible. I risk a look out the side of Colt's hoodie, and Hayes' eyes are on me. My lungs contract sharply, and a little wine falls past my open lips. Heidi gasps again.
Babe, double dose on those suppressors. I can hear you panting from here. Shut your fucking mouth, cross your legs, and wait up, I just got an email. You'll have your heat pack delivered within 4, maybe 5 hours. I keep watching him, whispering harshly, urgently to the girls. Google how many tabs I can have. I just had a handful or 2, maybe 8.
Sim cracks up laughing.
You dickhead. Only you could walk straight into scorned Pussy Haven territory. Don't you crumble. They did you dirty. I'm thinking I can forgive as long as they can fuck. I stop mid-word when the driver's door opens and Colt climbs in. Rainey, let's get going. Do you want to sit up here with me?
There's quiet in my ear. Well, that's a lie. My pulse is like a bass beat of a rave party in Berlin. Hardcore techno beats, too. Girl, was that Colt? Simona whispers, breaking the weird pause in our phone call. I cup my hand around the speaker on my phone. Yeah.
Babe, that is not a boy,
Triz says way too loudly. That's what I was telling you, I whisper back, and as I do a weird grimace in Colt's direction when he looks over his shoulder at me.
You are so screwed. Take another 4 tablets, but make sure you eat something in the next few minutes.
Hey, do you think we can get a burger or something? I haven't.
Yeah, Rainey. I'll even get your favorites. Onion rings and a chocolate shake. Just this once, though.
The impact of Colt's response is instant. No shit. The way his voice drops low and gravelly is like dropping a vibrator in my pants. I'm a hot, horny mess. The girls squeal excitedly in my ear, like so fucking loud I have to hang up and do a series of fake coughs to try to cover up their laughter. These bitches are meant to have my back in these situations, not feed my omega heart and get me in more trouble. A second later, I get a text from Sim. Heidi Ho says we need photos. My fingers fly over the screen. I might sit here if that's okay. I need to call the lawyers in a second. I answer him while I shoot off a text message to the girls. You remember they all left me. Him included? Sim. And he was super young. Me. 4 years of pain. Sim. What if he's been suffering too? Me. What if he hasn't? Sim. Lucky you're so fucking intuitive then, isn't it? I'm not saying forgive him or them this second, but what if what happened needed to happen to make you all the people you need to be so you can... Sim. So's, my fat fingers. I'm trying to tell you how insightful I am. You are not stupid or out of touch. I'd trust you with my soul. You've got this. Tris. Your life. You decide who is allowed in your life. You, no one else. Leaning my head against the window, there's still so much noise in my head, but I need to make more. I can't stop and wallow just yet. Any news on King, Puck? His name gets stuck, like it's hard to say it. He's Colt, but obviously there's a story as to why he's changed his name.
I guess we'll get an update when we get back. I'll swing through the drive-thru and grab you some food first. Are you good now? You didn't look so great before.
I squeeze my eyes shut. The reminder of how I was feeling and acting makes my head pound again and cringe. At least it feels like my heat tabs are slowly starting to work. I'm getting there. I need to make a call. Not waiting for his approval, I flick through my contacts until I find Caz's lawyer, Giuseppe Florentino. Evidently, Giuseppe knows who I am because he answers on the first ring.
Ms. Rainey, what do you need?
Central Bureau of Intelligence and Justice have cause for questioning. I don't know where the office is or where they're holding them. God, sorry. Puck interrupts quietly.
Processing is Building D on Beach Road.
Giuseppe, hang on. I'm getting the address for you. Puck repeats himself slower, and I pass on the information to Giuseppe.
Don't worry about Caz, he'll be fine. I, however, will not be if you are in any danger or hurt or...
Giuseppe is very different from the scorned girls in his anxiousness. I think I'm okay. I'm sore. I got thrown to the ground. I interrupt, eager to get this all done so I can concentrate on food and Puck. Except I have to stop talking when a furry-filled noise makes it impossible to hear anything. Puck keeps growling as he slows the car, flicking the indicator on aggressively. It doesn't take a genius to figure out he's about to turn the car around and go back to the police station. I'm okay, I say a few times, trying to be heard over the noise he keeps making. It's not the first time I've heard an alpha losing his shit, but it is the first time I've heard the noise coming from Puck. I go with distraction as a way to calm him. It usually works on Caz. Puck, I need food. He stops snarling almost as soon as the words leave my mouth. As confirmation, my tummy gurgles at that perfect time. And then I watch as his shoulders slump, and I could feel his disappointment. It kind of hits me in the chest in the way he folds in on himself. I'm not surprised in a sense. The Puck I used to know was such a sweet, genuine person. Muting my call, I barely stop from reaching out to him. Puck, I'm good. I'm telling Giuseppe the details because he is our lawyer, and I want him to file a complaint. You might not like what I say, but focus on me being fine, okay?
King will.
He growls through his teeth, his anger clear in his words and posture. King will go off, I agree with him, and you haven't met cause. I promise they won't let what happened to me go. But both of them will go absolutely ballistic if anything happens from this point on. I let my words sink in, giving him a task to do as opposed to endless reminders of what happened. And it works. He blows out loudly, nodding his head like he's pepping himself up.
You're right.
He's still skating a fine line, and it probably won't take much for him to start rethinking about turning the car around. But I have to talk to Giuseppe and get the ball rolling. I watch Puck closely and go in for a sneak attack. Hey, you said onion rings. The lines around his eyes go from tension to something else.
You still eat them? They're disgusting.
I laugh and keep the mood light, thinking we're over the worst of his frustrations. Wash your mouth out. They're delicious and you know it. I'm going to finish up with Giuseppe. He nods once and then pulls back out into traffic, and I return to my phone call.
All okay?
Giuseppe asks. Yeah, I say, watching Puck closely. I'm fine. Like I said, I'm okay, just sore now and tired.
Did they designate you?
Giuseppe restarts his questioning. There's no hiding this man is a lawyer. Risking a look at Puck to make sure he can't hear, I answer, turning away from him for more privacy. Yeah.
Public designation? Do they grant you special privileges?
Giuseppe's mannerism and tone is all professional. Even though we haven't met, I can visualize him writing every word I say down. Yes to the first question, but it was only Fallen and Cause left then, and they all know anyway. Special privileges were not granted in any way, shape, or form.
Noted. Do they get Lou too? I'm in the process of wiring some money.
Yes to Lou. I don't need money.
I will feel a lot more comfortable knowing you have enough cash on you in case you need to disappear, Miss Rainey. I'm also going to send Rhodes as a replacement bodyguard for you. I suspect it will take him 12 hours to get there. I'll send you his photo ID so you've got it on hand. He will find you, and we'll have cash on him.
How long do you think Cause and Dad are going to be held?
I suspect they will hold them for the illegally proved period of questioning. The CBIJ are getting more and more desperate in trying to incriminate Mr. Saderno. Their lack of ability to find anything substantial to pin on either of them will have them be as aggressive and insistent as they can be, in a legal sense. Not that I know your father, but I have worked with Mr. Saderno for a long time. With the charges they've been trying to make stick, they will hold them for the full 7 days and do the standard sleep and food deprivation along with endless questioning.
7 days? I shriek. Puck's head tips slightly.
What do you need?
Giuseppe follows my panic. I drop my voice low again. Medication. The girls have already got the most urgent, but if I don't have Cause, I will need more.
Do you want me to make arrangements for you to stay with the local Unity Collegiate?
I risk another look at Puck, hoping he doesn't have supersonic hearing. Inevitably, he's going to find out I'm an Omega, or he might already know, but I want to be the one to actually tell him, if I choose to. I'd prefer you get in touch with them and let them know I'm stuck somewhere with him, or they could potentially lock me up there until I graduate, which is at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. How ridiculous. It really does come down to a date and time when I go from being a student to being a registered Omega. All my classes are done, I passed with flying colors, but the processing of my official capacity and my government identification doesn't occur for a few more hours. Which means if I got stopped right this second, I could end up being deported and held at the collegiate. I was incredibly lucky to be able to walk out of the police interrogation with my freedom.
Kaz has me listed as your lawyer everywhere already. I'll contact them immediately. What about a place to stay?
I think I'll stay at the compound. Puck nods his head. I'm not sure he even realizes he's eavesdropping or if he cares that I know he's listening. Giuseppe juggles the phone and I can hear him typing on a keyboard.
Okay, Rhodes is on his way. You have enough money, but he will bring more. I will also arrange medication and speak with the collegiate. Anything else?
Get Kaz. I need him, I say loudly. Not to be a dick, but because simply Kaz is an important part of my life, and I do need him. Oh shit, I gasp. I'm meant to be signing the pack dissolution forms tomorrow. And this time, Puck isn't subtle in his listening. He stomps the brakes so hard I fling forward. He looks over his shoulder at me in complete disbelief, his eyes full of rage.
What the fuck, Rainey?
He hisses. Except Giuseppe is talking again, telling me Rhodes will stand in Kaz's place at the lawyer's, and he's sending another lawyer since he won't be able to make it. He hangs up, telling me he's going to organize everything, and I'm left with the beep of a terminated call in my ear, and the dark, suffocating press of Puck's emotions again, and a car full of his stormy petrichor scent. Apparently, I take too long to answer. He starts driving again. Way too fast. Chapter 15. Rainy. I watch Puck's reflection in the rear vision mirror. He's angry. Really pissed, actually. But I'm not worried about my safety or his mood. He doesn't lash out, he just keeps scinting up the cab of the truck with his anger, while his eyes stay locked and focused on the road. It's impossible to miss the frustrated set of his shoulders or the lines of tension around his eyes. I put them there, and I want them to go away. And this time, instead of distracting him, I keep my voice as flat as I can as I feed him the truth. It's why I'm here, Puck, to sign the pack dissolution forms. His eyes pull together as he glares harder down the road. I go to say something, but he beats me to it.
I signed them fucking years ago. Why didn't you?
There's no denying the sudden rising and growing anger in his voice, and I know I should tread carefully around alphas, but it's not something I've got a complete handle on.
Yeah, no, that's not possible.
I growl back. His insinuation that I'm the one who fucked up the pack forms is like waving a red flag in my face. This pack bullshit has been a bane of my existence for too fucking long. Puck ignores my snark, hissing back at me.
I filed for pack dissolution. I used fucking legal aid to do it the week after you left.
He flicks a look out his side window away from me. Well, that's what it feels like. He keeps his gaze averted before rubbing his hand down his face. He's angry, like seething, bucking angry. Not about to lose control, but he's also not holding back on his feelings. I respect that in so many ways. I can't stand fake-ass bullshit on any level, and he has always known that. He really lets go of that anger too, not hiding anything from me. His emotions seep out of him. It's like getting caught up in a sudden and surging thunderstorm. Anger, guilt, and deep, deep sadness falls like rain down on me. And yeah, I can feel all his emotions and him as clearly as I can feel my own. Perhaps it was because he was the one that bit and claimed me, or perhaps it's simply because of the insane connection we always shared, and still do. I'm sorry, I say after a few tense moments, and I needed those to get myself under control after being caught up unexpectedly in his storm. But I am also fucking sorry on so many levels. It makes me sad. All of this. What happened was so fucking shit and unfair. That's one side of it. The other is that I struggle on a personal level watching him hurt. And always have. To see Colt/Puck, a boy I used to love with all my heart, going through something that clearly upsets him, of course I'm going to be empathetic of his pain.
What?
He barks. In the reflection of the mirror, I watch his eyebrows scrunch together. His anger makes his face angular. His voice is like cut glass as he hits his hand against the steering wheel while he speaks.
I'm the one that is sorry, not you. So fucking sorry, Rainey.
And he must be. Because his shoulders lock up and he plants his foot down on the accelerator, driving straight past the burger joint. He blows through all the lights. He doesn't say another word, although it's not like he needs to. His stress makes his sweet rain scent bitter, and it continues to fill the cabin in warning. He's 100% spiraling or caught inside his thoughts. But like he always did, he traps me in the moment with him. Everything else kind of disappears, and honestly, I'm stunned when the car slows and we get waved through the gates of the fallen compound. Puck parks out the front of the clubhouse, slamming the door shut behind him before even turning the truck off. Joker appears at my door looking pretty fucking angry himself. He opens my door and I basically fall into his arms, shivering and feeling like shit again, but that's the nature of my new designation. Alpha emotions can build me up or drag me down.
Come on, Rainey, let's get you warmed up,
Joker says tentatively, immediately taking stock of the situation. But he's an alpha, so he'd be able to sense the bitterness without me explaining. I need something to eat, I offer quietly. My eyes are locked on the ground as I try to stop the waves of nausea from surging up and making me chuck. In a normal situation, I might be able to deal with Puck's mood, but my heat spike and the tablets are adding to the mess.
Puck, you didn't stop for fucking food,
Joker yells, sounding very much like an angry parent. I jolt in his arms, not realizing he'd be pulling that bullshit on me. My eyes jump to Puck's back as he stops mid-stride in his angry escape. It's lucky Joker's got an arm for me to hold onto, because I nearly get knocked to my knees by a violent spike in Puck's emotion. It explodes out of him, and the fallout from it is impossible to ignore.
Walk it off, Puck,
Joker says bluntly. His voice is icy cold, and he talks so loud it hurts my ears when he speaks too closely to me. But it hurts more when Puck disappears into the night. King never told me, I say, dropping my head to my uncle's chest, sounding as broken as I feel. Joker smells like my childhood, and I use him to claw my way back to normality.
Yeah, well, in Puck's defense, he knows nothing about your life either, Rainey. We made a conscious decision to keep you both separate in every possible way. It's not just King you'll have to go off at. We were all in on it.
Tomorrow, I will be so fucking angry with you all for deceiving me. What you guys all did is pretty fucking huge. Tonight, I need food. I push out of his arms because while I love my uncle, he does not have what I want or need. He takes a step back, seeing me struggle to be myself. But my stubborn independence in the face of adversity is nothing new. And I must look bad. Because instead of giving me shit about it, he flicks his head in the direction of the clubhouse.
What happened?
Honestly, it's been an absolute shit show since we landed. Everything that could go wrong went wrong. But it finished with me telling Puck why I'm here. Joker's head drops a little, and he sighs in understanding.
I'll get you settled with the others, then go see him.
He won't be doing well, but that's on us, Rainey, not you. He's a fallen now, and we look after our own. He steps away, like he's going to leave me to chase after Puck, and yeah, that stings. And what am I?
Tired and bitchy.
Joker stops and turns, pointing towards the clubhouse. And like always, all my uncles and the Pack Omegas and Sweet Butts greet me as I walk in. They all blatantly ignore the way my foot drags and how heavy my limp is. If I called for help, they'd all rush over and do whatever they could. But until I ask, they'll keep on ignoring me. The last time one of them tried to help, I screamed like a fucking sea hag. A tad embarrassing for all of us. Hey everyone, sorry I'm in a bitch of a mood. Let me eat and have a beer before we start the reunion. I'm actually happy to see you all. I offer the whole room with a half smile. Someone restarts the music to the usual level, which is loud, and the chattering restarts like I didn't just walk back in here after a few months away. Climbing to sit on King's empty seat in front of the bar, because I'm the only person in the world allowed to, I'm presented with a plate of food someone has hastily put together and a soda. Downing the soda in one mouthful, I wave over to Molly, the barmaid on duty, asking for a beer. The food instantly settles the nausea from the suppressants in my stomach. Nothing is going to calm the tempest in my head except time. Molly, did you go on that holiday down to see the Vegas chapter? I ask, although I have to yell to get heard over the noise. She turns down the volume, giving a one-finger salute to a couple of prospects who moan at the drop of music. Yeah, caught up with Mama Brown and Cass. It was good. And everyone is treating you good here? She laughs, coming to lean up against the bar to chat. Yeah, you know it. I even got a pay raise. I should have known me talking would be a catalyst. Joker, Ebis, and Hambone come over. Without being asked, Molly turns and leaves, ending our catch-up before it even starts. The rest of the crowd get up with drinks in hand and follow her to the other bar area. Once the door closes, the interrogation begins. So what happened? Ebis says, leaning against the bar. It was clearly a setup. Maybe it was because they found out Kaz was coming, or I don't know. Have you heard from King?
No, we got word out from one of our sources, though. Both King and Kaz are being held at the same place, separate cells, along with the others. I've spoken with Janice, but she won't be able to see King until the morning. She'll lodge a fuck ton of paper, but without a doubt, they'll be in there for 7 days at least.
Yeah, Giuseppe thought the same.
Giuseppe?
Joker asks impatiently. Kaz's lawyer, which reminds me, a man named Rhodes is coming as my bodyguard since Lou and Kaz are out, and that's not in disrespect to anyone here, but you all know the way Kaz is. Joker tips his head, agreeing.
Yeah, it's good. I'll go see the guys on watch tonight and let them know. I want you down at King's house, Rainey. We're getting raided too many fucking times at the moment. It's just the usual bullshit, and it looks like you do not need the stress.
About that, I pull a weird face before pulling my hair up in a messy bun. I've got emergency medication coming from Unity. Can we please be discreet about it? My heat's coming up, but with the medication and the supplies they send, I'll be able to spike.
Okay, we'll keep a couple of prospects on watch down the back perimeter, too, and Rhodes will be with you.
Joker says, and as King's VP, he's the one that makes all the decisions. What about Puck? I ask.
Not your concern, Rainey. You focus on you and we'll focus on him. Anyway, I'll probably go down and stay with him at the stadium for a day or so.
What? I bark out. Joker points his finger at me, staring me down like I'm about to argue.
Not my business to tell you what Puck is up to. And on this one, I only answer to King, not either of you two. What else?
I don't get my back up because he's not wrong, and I'll find out myself without my meddling uncles getting involved. Talon was there today. Twice. He's going to find out about my designation if he goes snooping through my file.
Might be unavoidable, but we'll deal when we have to. However we have to, too.
He pumps his fist, being threatening, making me roll my eyes at him. I look away for a minute, coming back to their watchful and overprotective gazes. I also have to go down to their lawyer's office tomorrow to sign the forms.
All right, you take your guy and two of ours. You don't go anywhere by yourself. They go everywhere with you, Rainey, including if you need to snap one off.
He jabs his finger at me again in case I didn't understand his words, apparently. Douchebag. I grit my teeth and swallow the bitchy words on my tongue as I start to feel like all my freedom is being stripped away because I've been naughty or something. But the more sensible side of me acknowledges I'm more than happy to have as many people as I can get to go with me tomorrow. Although, his reaction isn't necessarily just about me. I get that. King would have lost his shit because of the cops sniffing around. I'm okay, I say softly. And if I don't arc up, they'll relax too. It's a win-win situation. Any chance you can come with me, Joker? It's just, I don't know roads.
Joker stands up. Come on, let's get you settled in King's place. And then I'll suss out the finer details with Puck about what he's got going on.
I go to follow, but my knee locks up. A split second later, pain screams through me, and I can't hide that from them. I breathe through the worst of it. There's no way I'm going to be able to walk down to the house after the day I've had. You'll have to drive me down. I can't walk that far.
I thought your dicky knee was getting better, Hawk says, holding an arm out for me to hold on to.
It was, until one of the lovely agents at the CBIJ decided I was taking too long to get up. Or down. Both, probably. And much like the noise Kaz, King, and Puck made, my uncle's anger sounds the same. Hawk goes full mom mode on me.
I'll get you some better pain meds than what you've got.
How do you know I don't have good pain meds?
Ebis grins, looking a little crazy. Because you're still looking like you're itching for a fight. Don't you fucking forget we know you. No matter where you live, you're still our pseudo-kid. I've got just what you need. Some wicked buds just arrived. Have a smoke before you go to sleep.
Yeah, that would be good, actually. I answer.
You should have come here before you went to Deluge, Rainey.
Joker swings around suddenly, not hiding how pissed off he is. I knew this was coming. Despite all the other shit, all of them will be itching to have a go that I didn't come see Dad and them as soon as we got in. Nah, I had heaps more important things to do. I grin, pointing to my new tattoo.
Clean that up and put some cream on that before you get stoned.
Ebis pulls me to a stop and pushes my head to the side so he could read it properly. His finger goes to touch it. Not sure Kaz would like you touching his name on my body, Ebis. I say quietly, because everyone here knows how possessive Kaz is. The touching thing is a weird one. If I initiate it, Kaz doesn't have an issue. It's a different story if the other person initiates touching me. Apparently it's an alpha thing, though I'm pretty sure it's a Kaz thing. If I didn't like it, I'm sure I would have cut off all ties with him by now. But the thing is, I fucking love the way he owns me. His possessiveness feeds my soul, if truth be told.
Don't you fucking dare tell him I even looked at it, Rainey.
Ebis snaps, not even bothering to hide his trepidation.
And Joker's right. The deal is you come see your family first before you start doing all your other shit.
Ah, are the widow bikies upset? I tease.
Fuck. Joker's right. You are tired and bitchy. Grab a couple of extra blunts for her or she's going to be snarking on us the whole time she's here. Hawk laughs.
And then I lean on him, putting my arm over his shoulder while Joker takes the other side, and the two of them carry me out to the car. My car, the one Dad got for my birthday years ago. Obviously, I've never driven it. Way too many memories tied up with it. The guys set me up in my old bedroom at King's place. They leave me with enough weed to make a dealer jealous, and a promise to check on the house during the night. By the time I've had a shower, the Omega pack from the girls still hasn't shown up. I'll probably freak out in the morning, but instead I climb into my childhood bed, fluff up all the blankets I can find, making an ad hoc nest, before I burrow under and float off to sleep. Like, literally. I'm so fucking high and happy as I cuddle into my nest of blankets, and Puck's rainy scent-drenched hoodie. I'm glad no one can see my stupid grin. Chapter 16. Rainy. God knows what time it is, but a constant banging wakes me. Like it's 1, 2, 3, 4, bang. 1, 2, 3, 4, bang. It's not like it's unusual, because at the compound, something is always going on. Unless bikies are doing a job that requires them to be stealthy, they only have one volume, loud. But this is different. Pulling on a pair of sweats from the closet, I stumble around my bedroom. The night is fading, but it's still cold, so I nab Puck's hoodie from out of my nest before sliding into a pair of old boots to find out what the hell is going on. The banging starts and stops, following a pattern, but you can hear it's not mechanical or electrical. Opening the front door, I walk face first into the back of somebody. The black suit, irrespective of the time of day, gives him away.
Shit, sorry.
The male voice answers before the man swings around and backs up a bit, explaining who he is.
Rhodes, ma'am.
I figured, you don't have to stay out in the cold, Rhodes. Please knock next time and never call me ma'am again. It's Rainey. He nods, but doesn't make a move to shake hands. I've met a few of Kaz's bodyguards. I know the type. I also know it's fruitless to try to get them to change their ways or the rules of their employment. Kaz's thing about people touching me is included in all his staff. It's pretty funny, really. Anyway, if Rhodes and I are going to be together, I want him comfortable and us on friendly terms. Any idea what the noise is? I ask, looking out into the yard, hoping for a clue so I can figure it out and go back to bed. He nods before pointing over towards the old shed where King stores his shit. Anything I need to worry about?
No, Rainey,
he says with another nod of his head. Cool. Want to put the coffee machine on? I'll be with you in a few minutes and we can...
I should come with you.
He interrupts. I stop, hold his gaze because even though he's an alpha, he's not in the same parallel universe as the one I'm used to talking to. Holding his stare while I talk to him is easy. I'm not being a cow, okay? But you just told me everything was fine. We're at the Fallen compound, and I suspect you know a lot about me, which also means you know I grew up here. I don't wait for an acknowledgement, because he'd be interrupting if I was wrong. If you really perceive I'm walking into trouble, then yes, by all means come with me. But otherwise, make yourself some breakfast. I'll have a macchiato if you're doing coffee, please. That's the other thing about Kaz. He's a little coffee obsessed, and everyone who works with him has to know how to make a good, proper coffee. Leaving Rhodes there to decide his move, I take my time walking towards one of the older buildings on the property. King banned me from coming over here years ago. I can't remember the exact reason why. As I round the corner, I guess I figure out the reason. The whole place has been set up like a shooting alley, except it's not guns that's being fired off, it's pucks. I only know one person in the world who plays, and right now, he's off in his own world. He's also wearing nothing but a pair of athletic shorts, the logo of the local ice hockey team, the Wolverines, stretched around his thick thigh, which should be criminal. The visual brings a similar response to my body, like watching porn does. I get all warm and tingly. Puck is worthy of my instant reaction. He is utter, delicious perfection. The muscles on his back bunch up, and his arm swings back as he batters his stick. For a person his size, he moves with speed and dexterity that is both impressive, but insanely hot, too. I shouldn't sexualize him, but fuck that, I do. Every part of me gets overly sensitive the longer I watch, too. He lines up shot after shot and doesn't miss a single one. The sweat drips off him, making all the peaks and troughs of his sculptured body stand out in the low light. Even before the last one hits the barrier, he's off racing after them and to collect all the fallen ones. And watching his ass fill his shorts as he squats down, I need either cause for some relief or another box of suppressants stat, because honestly, I don't just tingle anymore. I burn. I swear I don't make a noise, but when he turns, his eyes instantly find me. And maybe I'm foolishly imagining or wanting everything to be the way it used to be between us, but I'm sure I see nothing but deep, deep need in his eyes. I stay stock still. I'm not sure I can move away even if I wanted to. I'm under his spell. Everything drops to the ground, and then he's in front of me so close I can count the beads of sweat on his chest. Or lick them. Rainey. He whispers my name. He pulls my attention off his chest, and what I see in his eyes is as real as what I imagined. Something in my chest lets go. How fucking desperate is that? My ego and broken heart was pining to know that he hadn't forgotten me and still wanted me after all this time. Not looking away because, like I said, Jesus fucking Christ, Puck is all alpha now. I swim in his deep cerulean blue eyes as he smiles at me with a confidence that could set panties on fire around the world. I get completely lost watching him and miss when he starts slowly trailing a finger over the scar on my cheek. It's hard not to flinch, and that's not because of his touch, because that feels like heaven. It took a long time for me to accept the fact that I was left scarred, physically and spiritually. I was pretty fucking bitter and angry for a long time. Shallow-minded or conceited were labels I often used to describe myself, because the reality was my ego had been blown to bits. I thought no one would ever consider or call me pretty again. I'd say for anyone, that's a really fucking hard path to walk when you go from being attractive to being marred. But Kaz changed all that, and he keeps making sure I remember my beauty isn't defined by the scars I wear on my face. Puck, in one touch, makes me believe it too. Rainy. His voice is so calm and quiet. The pain he leaks as he touches my face is the complete opposite. It's impossible not to feel how hurt he is. Grabbing his hand, I hold his fingers against my face. You didn't do it. I never blamed you, I say. I've done nothing but cause you pain, he says, his eyes falling away as he gets sucked up by the guilt that holds us all hostage. I shake my head and take a step away, because otherwise I'll be climbing up his thick thighs, reassuring him how fucking perfect he is and always has been. I might be there physically, but I'm an omega on the downward spiral to a heat spike or an all-out heat. My wants are a little skewed by my needs. Come have breakfast, I say, stepping away further, holding my hand out. He hasn't moved an inch, and in a way, that's okay. I know I'm pushing hard, but he eventually takes a step in the wrong direction, and I berate myself for being so demanding as I turn to walk away. Rejection once again nipping at my heels, and I fucking hate how small it makes me feel. Desperate and lonely, too. I keep my eyes locked on the path back to King's. Hey, wait up. You can't seriously invite me to breakfast then walk off. And in a handful of words, he makes me feel such a sense of relief, I can't help the smile that bursts over my face. Twisting around to look at him, the sneaky shit is right up close behind me, too. He'd walked away to grab his t-shirt, sadly. Luckily, too, though, because his near nakedness is like honey on toast, fucking-licious. I owe you a chocolate shake and onion rings, Rainy. Last night I got thrown seeing you. But today we can grab some food. When he speaks, a light breeze blows, bringing me a nose full of his scent. And today it's like the falling rain on a summer's day, the one that promises new growth and energizes everything around it. I have to play dumb and pretend I'm considering his offer. I'm completely scent-struck. The softer side of me is happily lost in actually seeing Puck again. The way he smells keeps me in that sweet haze, letting memories of our happy times rule the moment. I fob off my stupor with a shrug, trying to maintain a little bit of my cool while waiting for my more practical side of my personality to come back online. It's no worries. I got super stoned and passed out anyway. He laughs, and I wasn't expecting it. Nor was I expecting the transformation of his face or his presence when he smiles. It's like standing in a sun shower after being caught in a rainstorm. I melt completely and utterly, too. Puck, give me some fucking warning, would you? I joke. And it's crazy how easy and natural it is that we fall back into the way we were headed years ago. Except, it seems the day is full of endless surprises. Fucking good ones, too, because he slings his arm around me like he always used to do. His step falters, and I swear I hear him groan. But he hides it well. Or perhaps I really did imagine that part, but Puck is muddling everything up inside me. I missed you so fucking much, Rainy, he affirms softly, leaning his head on mine. I missed you a lot too, Puck, I say back, digging myself deeper into his snuggle. We stay wrapped up in each other as we walk slowly back home, neither of us wanting to hurry the intimacy we share. Puck compensates for my steps by taking absurdly small ones. The both of us come to a screeching stop when Ebis is standing at my door holding a parcel. And fuck the local collegiate. I know they did this on purpose, because without a doubt, my girls would have covered their ass, and mine. The parcel should be discreetly wrapped, but it's not. The Omega designation logo is emblazoned all over the offensive peach-colored post pack, right alongside the Unity Collegiate logo. In case anyone was slow or missed where it came from, the assholes addressed it to Omega Rainey Grady / Jones. I go to say a million things, but Puck covers it better than I could. He holds his hand out for Ebis to pass over the parcel, and then he nods at him as he walks us inside.
Breakfast, huh? You know I eat like a horse. You do remember that, don't you?
My phone interrupts me before I can answer. I point him towards the kitchen and race to my bedroom where I left it. Miraculously, I manage to grab it before it rings out.
Machina, I'm on a timed call. So many things to say to you.
Kaz's voice is like a warming blanket on my strange mood.
I love you, sweetheart. I'm coming to get you very soon, but these fucking imbeciles are playing schoolyard games. Rhodes will be glued to your ass. Giuseppe told me he has organized everything you need, and you will call him if you need anything else. Today, when you go to that meeting, if you don't feel safe, I want you to walk out, and we can resolve that outstanding issue my way.
He chuckles at his implied promise of murder, and I roll my eyes. I'm one of those people that walks and talks, and I find myself in the kitchen watching Rhodes handle the coffee machine like a trained barista, while Puck is unloading the fridge by the looks.
Rainey, jump online and book that holiday we were talking about.
He starts slowly, and I look around for a pen and paper. Kaz has always been an open book when it comes to his business. I don't often get involved on the order side of things, but I know what to do in an emergency. If it was the accounting side of things we were talking about, I could list off his 10 highest grossing money streams like listing off what I want on a burger. Hang on, just getting a pad of paper, since I got those train tickets wrong last time, I say, to fill in time while I get everything organized. Okay, good looking. I'm ready for my holiday, please. I can feel him smile through the phone.
I'd like you to triple check your calendar again. My preference is we go for 10 nights, flying into Bora Bora by private helicopter, not the fucking seaplane. Then perhaps after that, we could just go for a quick trip down to Alaska so I could claim you properly, under the Aurora Borealis. Not the other way around, Machina. I want your skin tanned honey gold while I knot you senseless in a winter wonderland until you can't talk.
The call clicks off, and I burst into action. Rhodes, did you bring a laptop?
Yes, ma'am. It's in the car.
Can you grab it for me, please? He stops making coffee without being asked twice and moves through the house to retrieve it.
All okay, Rainey?
Puck asks, stopping his food gathering to take a step towards me, and I don't miss the way he can read my anxiety or his rising need to help. Yeah, I won't be a minute. I scribbled down all of Kaz's coded message, triple checking over my notes before turning my attention back to Puck. What are you making? His eyes search my face for more, but it's not coming. If Kaz wants to share with Puck the intricacies of his business and life, I'll leave that for him to do. Much like if Puck would like to share with Kaz and me what the hell he's doing living at King's. We keep watching each other until Rhodes returns, placing the laptop bag on the bench in front of me. Rhodes stays close, leaning down to whisper in my ear.
Joker is waiting outside with 2 people asking to see you. Hayes and Talon, ma'am.
My eyes fly to Puck, who's still watching me. His eyes have narrowed, and they keep darting down towards the front door. Clearly, he heard Rhodes. He goes to storm past. I grab his arm on the way, though, pulling him to a stop. They are here to see me.
Why, though, Rainey? Why?
I swing around on the chair and stand in front of him, blocking his path. I'm not that sure, but that's for me to work out. You were getting everything out for breakfast, so why don't you keep doing that? If Joker and Rhodes are here, I'm not terribly fazed if we ask Hayes and Talon in, are you? I think they're pretty fucking stupid coming here, but hey, I'm also busting to know why they think they have the right to be here at this time in the morning. Rhodes waits for my answer, and Puck searches my face for more too. Puck, give your hoodie to Rhodes for him to hold. I smile sweetly. In my head, it makes sense, but now I say it, I really don't know what I was thinking. Puck doesn't say a word or move a muscle. He just keeps staring at me, and it's completely unnerving. I go to say something, but he interrupts me. And then he screws up my earlier assumption that he's being tentative in our reunion as we get to know each other again.
Fuck off, Rhodes. Go do your thing. It looks like Rainey and I need to chat.
Puck barks out. His voice isn't loud, but there's no misconstruing the expectation that comes from an alpha giving a command. Rhodes looks to me, and I smile as I answer. It's good. We won't be a second. He walks off, but stays close. Puck doesn't move a muscle, and somehow he purposely slows everything down, acting as if we've got all the time in the world. And we do.
Does Kaz like you telling him what to do?
He asks quietly once we're alone. There's a hardness to his voice, similar to the tone Kaz gets when he's dancing the fine line of being an alpha hole and being a gentleman. Puck stays leaning against the fridge, waiting for an answer, his eyebrows hovering high suggestively, but also with a hint of predatory entitlement peeking through. My head is immediately full of visuals of a lion stalking his lioness, or a sweet gazelle to devour. Both work. Definitely both work. As he waits, he scents the air. I look at him stunned, wondering if he caught on to my thoughts telepathically about him being a lion or if it's our bond. He keeps watching me closely while a thick, heady cloud of his rain scent floods the kitchen. A smug as fuck smile changes his face when I have to grab a hold of the bench so I don't slide off my chair as I keep getting hit by his scent. I don't need a mirror to know how I look. I can feel the way my body responds to him. A rush of energy races all the way up my spine while goosebumps dance over my skin.
I'm glad I woke you up. It saved me the time because I was coming over anyway. Make no mistakes about my intentions. I spent all night talking with Joker about my freak-out last night. Seeing you, hearing you talk about those forms, stirred up a shitload of feelings inside me. About a whole fucking lot, too. But it doesn't change anything between us, and you yourself already know that.
Puck maintains this really calm and insanely confident way of talking, not rushing out what he wants to say for the sake of our waiting visitors. In all honesty, I'm thrilled he's taking his time. The world can fucking wait. Right here, right now, I'm getting some answers, some understanding about him, I think. He's got me all thrown for a loop being as direct as he is, but it's such a good loop. Puck takes a few slow, deep drags of the air, sniffing it in and closing his eyes. A slow smirk pulls his lips up as he opens his again. Even over the distance that separates us, you can't miss the different light in his blue eyes. Or maybe that's what resolution looks like. He's got all my attention, that's for sure.
I made the decision I'm not letting you go so easily this time. If our connection burns out, so be it.
He holds my gaze with his.
But it won't.
And I have no say in the matter? His lips draw up more, but he ruins my underwear when he bites his lip before answering in a deep, husky voice.
I mean, you can argue all you like, but you respond to me on a baser level, Rainey. You always did, and nothing is going to change that.
I'm not the same person, I argue futilely. For some fucking reason, I think I have to argue this. His eyes flick to the Omega package sitting on the kitchen bench between us before his eyes inch slowly up my body, like really fucking excruciatingly slowly, until they settle on my face again. And Puck doesn't hide his reaction either. His eyes hood, and even without me directly looking at his dick, he pulls my attention down to it as he squeezes himself. Good God. Kaz and him share the same cocky confidence, and yeah, it's my weakness.
I'm not the same person I was either, Rainey. King kept us separated for a reason, but now we're both here again. I want you to know I'm not going anywhere. And I'll be doing everything possible so you understand that in time, I will be calling you mine again.
I gulp. Or perhaps it's one of those breathy moans. I hide it, or I think I do, with the first thing that pops into my head. I thought you were leaving today. Instead of slowing him down, it beats him. He chuckles under his breath, and his happiness oozes off him.
Makes me feel almost indestructible knowing you were talking about me and also remembering I was going. Confirmation again of how right we are. And you're right, I was going. But you changed all that. I've spoken to Coach and I've been given special consideration because our time is now, Rainey. Nothing will stop us from happening.
Behind me, I hear hammering at the front door. Joker's always been pretty fucking impatient, so it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out he wants in. Rhodes? I go to say more, but the man disappears, and a second later, I can hear his dismissive shutdown on the dramatics at the door. Instead of returning, he stays down there. What about Cause? I ask Puck.
What about him? He knew you were coming here. The boys told me last night a little bit about you two.
I huff a very unimpressed laugh.
Don't worry. Your uncles are just as protective as they've always been. It doesn't change anything. You get that. You being with him, King doing what he did, none of it matters except you and I are together again for a reason.
And what about me being an Omega? He laughs. And yeah, it's one of those deep, sexy ones before he all but purrs at me.
My guess is that is just going to give us the reason why we make perfect sense, Rainey, and always have.
Chapter 17. Puck. I feel like a bit of a cock making a play for her now, especially after running from her last night, but nothing is holding me back anymore. It can't. I already lost her once, and I will not let it happen again. What happened to us was so fucking wrong, and I refused to let Rainey think for another second that I wanted to leave her. So today is the day I return all the power to her, and where we hopefully restart us again. It's so fucking obvious her heat is coming up, and in a lot of ways that is what's driving me. Her nature is calling to mine, and mine is nearly fucking feral with a need to protect and fucking ravish her. Every time I breathe in, her sweet, spicy, wisteria scent fills my lungs. That primal side starts screaming over and over, "Do not let her go." Being around Rainey, knowing she was sleeping a few hundred yards from me last night was a lesson in restraint. The second I saw her yesterday, I was rendered pretty much tongue-tied, but the time overnight has given me clarity along with a million words I need to say. My alpha pines for her. It's not like it's a surprise. From the first time I saw her, I knew Rainey Grady was mine. But since the moment I saw her again, I've been hard-pressed not to go fucking ape man, flip her over and fuck her until she screamed I was hers too. Talon and Hayes showing up pushed my hand, but at the same time, it's fucking Rainey I'm talking about. This woman has been my only motivator for years, and before that, she was my sole reason for living. Never once in the time I have known her have I hid the way I feel about her. Yeah, when I was younger, every fucking man and his dog gave me shit and said I'd grow out of my infatuation. It hasn't happened. It won't ever happen. If Rainey doesn't want me, that is not going to change the way I feel about her. And nothing I've said is a lie or an over-exaggeration. I haven't slept since I saw her, except I've never felt more awake. I did talk with Joker for hours on hours, and not for the first time did the conversation revolve around me and her. But with Joker, I know bullshit doesn't cut it, so it wasn't a night of sharing fairy tale endings. It was me running through with him again, asking for his blunt guidance in a few areas, which he gave. He might be one of Rainey's uncles, but all the fallen are my brothers too. I trusted the wisdom they've each shared with me over the past few years. Watching her responses as we stand off staring at each other now, I know I did the right thing. We've got a lot of fucking ground to cover, but us being together is not going to be one of those obstacles. I'm not going to pretend we haven't got hard discussions in front of us. Rainey deserves to hear my truth, and that's what she'll be getting. As easy as it is to see that Rainey is mine, it's also easy to see what my girl has been through. Or it might be Mother Nature showing me that I'm looking at a part of my soul, because even though she damn well glitters in her beauty, I can also see how fucking battered she is on the inside. I'll make it my mission to make sure she never fucking doubts herself again. This isn't about me. It's about me restoring her faith in herself. Is that all this is, Puck? You want to try my Omega body out? What? I stammer for a moment before I get overly pissy. Rainey, what the fuck? Her chin rises. I'm no expert in Omegas, but once upon a time I was an expert in all things Rainey. With her designation as obvious as the hair on her head, I drop my shields and flood the kitchen with my presence and my scent before I lock my knees to stop myself crowding her. Sure, I want you in my bed, but not as much as I want you in my life. I said it before and I'll keep saying it again until you believe me. I let you go once. I will never do it again. And that means? Her eyes harden, but the rest of her is relaxing. I can see her responding and scent it too. Feeling bolder, I take a step closer to the only person in the world who could ruin me. I stop close to the counter, putting my hand next to hers so our hands touch. That means I want to prove to you that I can be who you need. It means you get all the parts of me no one else does. Sure, King knows some, but he doesn't know all of it, and I think we both know how fucking shit things got for the both of us. She looks at me, and just as I expected, Rainey doesn't puddle to water at my veiled confession of how close I came to succumbing to my own version of hell. I can see her thoughts jumping 1,000,000 miles an hour. But I wait for her to talk. I've said all I need to say. For now. I can see her working through everything, but I wait. She surprises me when she climbs off the seat she was on and closes the distance between us. No secrets between us, Puck. Joker said you're fallen, but... I drop my hands to her waist and pull her so her chest is touching mine. Rainey, I'm yours first and foremost. You've always owned every part of me. The Fallen have had my back until I got my chance to stand in front of you and be who you needed me to be. No apology? She asks softly, her hands falling to my waist too. I don't think you're after an apology, and I don't think you need one either. Look at you. You're shining bright like a diamond. I drop my voice low, trying to keep from picking her up. I'd love to touch her, to push the hair off her face as I speak to her, but I stay put, hoping she hears and believes my sincerity. It gutted me to know that I wasn't strong enough to protect you. What happened destroyed me for a fucking long time. I can say sorry if that's what you want, but words are words. So instead, I'll prove I'm who you need me to be now. I'll show you that no matter what happens to us, we can't be separated. They tried once, they'll never get the chance to again. I dig in my shorts, of course. It's not as smooth as I thought it would be in my head, and I drop the fucking ring. She laughs softly, but when I pop back into view, nabbing her hand, I hold her eye when I suck her thumb into my mouth. My tongue circles her thumb a couple of extra times too, because fuck me dead, it shouldn't turn me on, but it does. Instead of an apology, I thought a promise would be better. I never got to give you a promise ring, Rainey, but I am now. I promise you so many things, but most of all, I promise to take my time falling back in love with you. I don't want to waste a minute of our second chance at this. I don't really need her answer, because the rapid rise and fall of her chest, the glittering emotions in her eyes are pretty fucking clear. But in case I don't get those two obvious signs, the smile on her face matches the one in my dream when she said yes. Miraculously, the ring fits and it looks so fucking right I nearly tear up myself. You know, I actually bought this for your 20th birthday. And yeah, I worked my ass off for the $30 it cost me. She laughed softly at that, but it's true. I did whatever I could around the rink to scrape up the money needed. Anything when you're 17 is backbreaking. She looks at it a few times, and then she fiddles with it, twisting it until it feels right. Thanks. But? Rainey spins the ring again. I want the pact dissolution forms signed, Puck. And I've already told you I lodged the forms myself, but those forms won't dissolve our bond. The pact thing can go, but this thing with you and me, no. And if I do want this thing between you and me done, I look at her again. I nearly stare her down, and hot damn, she holds my challenge. I break first, looking away quickly to the side, and by the time I look back, she's smiling. I take a chance and scoop her up into my arms because, yeah, fuck that, I have to. I have to hold her, like I need her scent to fill my lungs. We ain't done. We'll never be done, I say as she wraps her arms around my shoulders, drawing us even closer. You seem determined to make a point this morning, Puck, she whispers. I kind of want to scent you up, Rainey. All these voices screaming at my head to do it, and if Hayes and Talon weren't here, I fucking would. I feel the recoil of surprise jolt through her, but like I said, I'm going with it today. I'm not sure where all this fucking full-on immediate claiming need is coming from, but I like it. A lot. I don't want anyone to interrupt us when I scent you up. That's why I'm not doing it now. No other reason. I whisper. And then she reacts with a shiver that essentially makes me hard as fucking steel. What about Kaz? He'll have to learn to share, I reckon. He doesn't like to share. I hum because I get completely distracted by the smallest tip of her lips as she teases. She blushes pink, and after she licks her lips, leaving them slightly parted. It looks like she's trying to control her breath, not sure if it's for her sake or mine, but her scent keeps smashing against me, reinforcing how right I got the timing. We'll see. I shrug back, not worried at all. Nor am I concerned when she reaches up to plant a soft kiss on the edge of my mouth before she wiggles out of my hold. I let her down after I drag her over my length, of course. And yeah, I see the way her eyes fill with heat, and it's impossible to miss the syrupy sweetness of her desire. Caveman subtlety for the win. What about Hayes and Talon? They're only my business if they upset you. I'm not going to vet who brings you happiness, but I will be next to you. And your brother? No one has mentioned Reed yet. Why is that? Because he's dead to me. My whole family are, Rainey. I haven't seen or spoken to them. I won't. I chose you then, and I choose you now. She spins around and walks off with a deliberate sway of her hips. Before she gets to where Rhodes is standing guard, she twists around, talking over her shoulder. Go to the training camp, Puck. We're taking us slow, despite everything your body and mine are telling us. I don't want to mess our chance up because we want to jump into bed together. After the meeting, maybe, not before. You're not going alone to the meeting, I yell back at her. I won't be alone. I've got Rhodes. He'll save me, she answers, a cheeky grin on her face. Rainey, let's make one thing really fucking clear. You can tease me all you like, but I swear to fucking God, you use another person to do that, and I'll lock you in my house and show you what tease means. I seriously have no clue where what I said came from. In hindsight, it was like the words bubbled up and gushed out of my caveman mouth. But at the same time, I mean every goddamn word I growl. I freeze, half fucking terrified I fucked up completely, but her eyes hood low, while her sweetening scent tells me I got my timing and tone spot on. Okay, she purrs back before she walks to open the door.
Chapter 18. Rainy. Pretty much all of me wants to kick Rhodes out of King's house so I can take up Puck on his offer of reacquainting. It would be easy to do, except I would never, for the simple reason of being with Kaz. The trust and love we share is something I will never take advantage of or risk. Kaz is the only person in the world to know how I got back to being me. I cried a fucking river and lived every raw emotion under the sun because of these boys. He held me every time I fell apart. Not all of it was sweet and loving either. He screamed in my face when I thought I wasn't enough. He threw me out of his house when I used my fists against him instead of my words. And he constantly drives me to expect more. In a sense, it hasn't just been my journey. Without question, he's a big reason why I have the self-belief I do. Stopping next to Rhodes, I make sure he looks at me before I give him firm instructions. No shooting anyone. He nods again. Seriously, Rhodes has got his security vibe down fucking pat. I go to shove his shoulder, thinking he might crack a smile, and he sidesteps to avoid him touching me, acting like I have the freaking plague in the process. Of course, I stumble, jarring my goddamn knee again, and then he shows a whole lot of emotion on his face. He fucking freaks. I roll my eyes at the way the big moody alpha panics. My fault, but for the record, I do joke around and even touch Lou. Kaz hasn't killed him yet.
He's braver than me then.
He grimaces, his eyes forward at the door.
Did I hurt you?
Nah. I need that coffee, though. More than I need protection from these people here. I open the door, and Rhodes doesn't give the three waiting a glance, which is really gratifying. He takes an obvious step back to the kitchen, while I stand front and center in the doorway, blocking everyone from entering. I keep my focus on Joker because he should and does know better.
Don't look at me like that,
he says in his surly alpha tone. Glad you realize how pissed I am, Joker, I snarl. I seriously need coffee. But instead of giving him the mouthful he deserves, I look straight at Talon. Why are you here? Yesterday, you made it pretty clear you thought my partner and I were scum. You even stood around while the people you work with dragged me away. Oh, and let's not forget that my father and my partner are both still being held in custody by those lovely people you work for. So if you're here to serve a warrant, hand it over and buck off. I hold my hand out, but he doesn't move a muscle. Okay, that's a lie. He chews his jaw so hard, one of his teeth is going to have to give pretty soon. Hayes moves instead. He hands over a piece of paper.
It is early. We barged in and wouldn't let Joker push us away. But you need to see this. Talon's been working all night.
And what is it? I wave the envelope around instead of looking at it, on purpose, because if anyone gets too close, they will get a hint of my scent, and my secret is going to be busted. Hayes answers quietly.
A photo of Reed arriving last night on a private charter with Senator Anders.
Well, that's going to make today's meeting interesting, isn't it?
Yeah. They weren't traveling alone either, Rainey,
he says, his eyes imploring I stop and listen to him. Let me guess, I drawl slowly. Charlene is with them. He drops his eyes, but I've already moved my attention over to Talon. Talon's never been able to lie. He does this weird eye twitch, but it's always the same.
It's true, Lolly.
Rainey. I correct him quick like a slap across the face. And yeah, I see the sting in his eyes. I hum dismissively before I really let loose. Good to see the police have got their priorities right. I mean, gunning after my father and my partner with the tenacity of a fucking bulldog instead of properly locking up the wife of a senator who nearly fucking killed me. Talon doesn't even hide his contempt when he bites right back.
It's not me who decides who's a criminal and who is not, Rainey.
I look at him, making sure I'm hearing this right. And then I glare at Joker, who was really fucking slow to catch on this morning. Fuck you. I jab my finger at Talon. And you, and fuck you too, Joker. I hiss before I step back and slam the door in their faces. Spinning around, I walk straight into Puck. Literally. He tucks one of his arms around me protectively, holding me to his chest before he gets ready to catch the door as it flies open. Talon won't be able to leave my dismissal of them be, and it's exactly what happens too. Except Puck's there blocking the door from opening wider than a couple of feet.
You're not fucking welcome here, Talon. Fuck off. You too, Hayes.
Puck's voice somehow mimics Kaz's. It's ice cold and not at all welcoming. But then I move before any of them do, ducking under Puck's arm, my hand lingering for a sweet moment before I give him a little shove in the direction of the front door. Rhodes, can you please do your thing? Everyone out. I'm eating breakfast alone, I say, not waiting for an argument and definitely not waiting for any reaction either. Leaving him to sort out the mess behind me, I climb back on the kitchen stool and open up the laptop Rhodes collected. I'm not surprised Charlene's decided to make an appearance at the lawyer's office. There's no way she'd pass up an opportunity to gloat in my face that her sons are finally free of any bond or arrangement. The absurdity of it all is not lost on me. I've been trying to get the forms signed for years. But apparently, this is what Reed has been waiting for. His mother to finish her ridiculously inadequate sentence of home detention before she can sit across from me. But I'm all for it. I'll gladly look her in the eye when I sign those forms just to show her how fucking far I've come. In fact, it's an easy decision right there and then to not go in with a face full of makeup so she can see the scars she left behind. Sitting at the kitchen counter, I log into Kaz's business mainframe and start completing the deals he ran through with me earlier. I get so caught up in finalizing the order for the Russians that I miss when Rhodes rejoins me in the kitchen. He lets me work and gets busy making coffee. Once done, I start going back through and deleting my history, cleaning up traces of my online presence. It's actually ridiculously easy to do when you know how. Logging off the laptop, I grab my phone and check my emails to make sure that the airline booking comes through so the people trying to get something on Kaz are appeased. It's a convoluted game in motion, but so is life. Rhodes, can you arrange extra security for us? I want to be gone from here within the hour, and if you can give Giuseppe a call, or I will, but I'm not staying here. I'll have to attend the meeting at the lawyer's within a few hours, but after that, I'm disappearing. And clearly, I don't want anyone but you aware of my movements. While I shower, if you can get a message over to Puck. I don't want him coming today. If you can give him your phone number, tell him we're staying here, but I need some time alone. Make some bullshit up. But that's the only person who needs to know. I mean, no one else. I don't care if Joker, he interrupts me. You shower and do what you need, and I'll arrange everything else, ma'am. I'll need a new phone, too. I'll leave this one here along with pretty much everything I brought. So we'll also need to do a bit of shopping, but I can do that in the car. Of course. He nods, and I leave him in the kitchen fixing a mess that is the last thing I need right now. I take my time showering, washing my hair and using nearly half a bottle of unscented body wash and shampoo before I slather copious amounts of scent blocker over my skin. It's lucky I had them left over in my bathroom. Sadly, the pack from Unity Collegiate is pretty much a dud. They sent over 4 days' worth of blockers, a couple of sample tubes of cream, and a t-shirt. It's a good t-shirt, super soft and silky, but a fucking t-shirt. Before we make our clandestine getaway, I put a call through to the Fallen Bar. Molly answers and hands it right over to Hawk, one of the more senior members of Dad's inner circle. Without preamble, I tell him I've canceled today's meeting at the lawyer's, and then I go on to tell him in no uncertain terms that I don't want to see anyone until I've calmed down. Of course, he starts defending Joker's decision to let my exes grace my door. I hang up before he takes a second breath. Then I climb into the trunk of Rhodes' car, and he drives us slowly away from the latest deception. 2 deceptions don't make a right, but with my heat bubbling away in the background, I'm not prepared to sit around and get caught up playing games. Nor will I be dragged back into the scenario where my uncles believe they should make decisions for me, especially when I'm more than capable of making them myself. I know they love me. I love them too. But they get blinded by their perceived view of what's best. It feels like in no time at all that the car slows before it dips as we start descending down a ramp. Rhodes parks the car before popping the trunk open for me to climb out. You kind of get used to doing weird things being in Kaz's world, so swapping cars isn't a big deal. And lucky for me, Kaz is loaded, so I slide my butt straight into another luxury vehicle. Rhodes sits in the back with me while a new guy, our driver named Frank, and second security/bodyguard Andrea sits up front. The privacy screen stays down so Rhodes can run through a quick update while also talking about the next meeting openly. And I'm not at all surprised that Rhodes knows the history of the boys and I. He keeps it factual, and it's actually interesting to hear instead of feeling the emotions associated with the past. Pulling into the car park of the hotel across the road from the lawyer's office, one of Giuseppe's partners, Dominic, waits. Since Giuseppe sent a headshot and all the man's details, including his car make and model, he's not hard to spot. Dominic looks like a typical lawyer in his navy pinstriped suit. He's also an alpha, which is good because I'm about to go face to face with a few other alphas. Dominic smells faintly of paper and ink. It's a strange combination. I don't find it offensive, nor do I find it appealing. Much like being in his presence doesn't set off any internal alarm bells. The greatest satisfaction comes from knowing if he works for Giuseppe's firm, he'll be strong enough to go toe-to-toe with the Anders family. I'll do the talking once we enter the negotiation. I smile over at him. There is no negotiation. He chuckles under his breath, but when I double-check, he's standing straight as an arrow, looking as expensive and pompous as good lawyers do. Pulling my hair into a high ponytail, I use the window of our car to check my lip gloss. The neck of my faded, fallen white t-shirt is stretched past the point of acceptable, so it hangs nice and low off my shoulder to show off my tattoos. Plus, it looks wicked nasty with my favorite black leather pants. Charlene will hate everything about what I'm wearing. Me? Spiteful? You fucking bet I am. Chapter 19. Rainy. Opening the door, I literally freeze on the spot. Because despite the notion of every man and his dog being in the room, the only person inside the room is Reed. Rhodes must feel like we're being set up, because before letting any of us enter, he does a full sweep of the room, including checking the cupboards behind where Reed is sitting. I'm alone, Reed says dismissively, and I can feel the crawl of his attention over every part of me. Without checking, I know his eyes haven't left me yet, and it's not a nice feeling. Mine haven't returned to anywhere near him after I saw him for the first time, and it's not only because he intimidates me, but also because I'm dealing with some huge fucking life-changing shocks. Growing up, Reed was the embodiment of everything you'd want in a friend, a lover, a past, and a future. He made himself the center of all our universes by making decisions for us and going the extra mile at keeping us together. He planned our days whenever I was visiting and then scheduled all these catch-ups when I was back home with King. Reed was always stunning. Without a lie, his eyes used to make me think I was looking at stars. He was tall, perfectly shaped like a movie star. Honestly, it blew me away how handsome he was. Being with him always made me lesser in a sense, because I couldn't believe he'd pick me to be who he wanted to pack with over all the other girls. Today, it's not his looks or the fact that he's by himself that sends me reeling. It's the fact that even though I'm in the same room as him, I can't remember his smell. And then it hits me like a ton of bricks. So much faith is placed on our visceral primal senses where first impressions are super important. Sense and size have to work for you. I know it. I've seen it in action. Kaz is the perfect example of that. No matter how long we've been apart, no matter where and when, I can taste him on my tongue, and he always leaves me thinking I can conquer the world. Puck's the same. He makes my head spin, and our time apart has done nothing to change how good he smells or how he makes me feel. When it comes to scent matches, it's impossible to not acknowledge the others, too. Hayes? Holy shit, his cinnamon donut smell makes my jaw hurt. And Talon, Even though I want to wring his neck, I can't ignore the way his scent of leather and campfire is clear as day and oddly soothing, peaceful even. But Reed? Right this second, there's no way I could recall his scent for the life of me. The only thing I get from him now, even over the distance, is how disgusting he is.
Take a seat,
Reed demands as he waves his hand offensively around when I refuse to enter.
Part of that is because I'm so fucking angry at him, but the other part is my body's reaction to being in the same room as him.
No thanks, I say, walking over to the side of the room where the refreshments are. I'm hoping the coffee cleanses my nose. It actually does help. I guess I did learn a few things at Unity, like how to deal with off-smelling alphas. Now for the next lesson, how an Omega talks politely to people. I completely failed at that course, by the way, and I'll be making a point of being as fucking atrocious and rude as I can possibly be to him. All these years of bullshit? For what? He hums a conceited and overly exaggerated prickish noise before he starts talking.
Overkill much?
I swing around to look at him, and Reed's arrogance is as offensive as his weird-ass scent. He points to a chair and tries to make me obey.
Sit.
Dominic pulls the chair out and then sits his beefy ass in, taking control of the situation, slowing the proceedings and letting his alpha rise in challenge.
That is not how you speak to anyone in this meeting, let alone my client. Change your tone or we're leaving. And who the fuck are you?
Reed spits back, and surprisingly, instead of being all loud and condescending, he gets cold and bitter. It suits him. I guess the boy I once fell in love with is long gone. The man staring back at me is someone I don't want to get to know. Instead of addressing Reed, I turn around to whisper in Rhodes' ear, giving him clear instructions of calling Puck and letting him know his parents are not in the meeting. I'm getting a bad feeling about this. Rhodes excuses himself, and I take a seat next to Dominic.
Where's the form?
Dominic replies in his no-bullshit tone.
In the short time since we've met, it's clear he's got zero patience for games. I'm not speaking through an interpreter.
Reed leans back and tries to mirror Dominic's posture and presence. The rise in aggression causes an instant headache between my eyes. I shake my head. Fine. Why, Reed? Why all these delays? You could have fixed this years ago and signed the forms like I asked. He smiles, and the look on his face makes my skin crawl. His expression is condescending and narcissistic, to say the least.
Haven't you figured it out? The way you fucked up my family with your scheming, you needed payback. Every time your lawyer called or emailed, I pushed the forms further down the bottom of the things I needed to do. Honestly, you've been on the bottom of the pile for so long I'm embarrassed for you. We didn't want you then, so there's not much point wasting time on you now.
His words are clearly meant to incite a reaction, and they do. But the medication I'm taking keeps me from screaming in his face. Omegas use suppressors or blockers to suppress their reactions to alphas and in some cases betas. It helps keep your emotions and physical responses even-keeled so you can protect yourself. They also work best when you're not in the middle of a fucking heat spike, apparently. Coming here, I wanted answers. Being in the same room as Reed and his ego for more than a few minutes has me happy to live without hearing his excuses. Besides, I've got better smelling alphas to confront and a rising heat spike to manage. And Reed does not need to be privy to either of those things. Without question, the situation would turn from bad to shitastic in an instant if he realized I was speaking with his brother, Talon, and Hayes, or if he knew I was an Omega. All I need is his signature on the form, and since he's conceited enough to show without legal support, I'll use that to my advantage. Do you have the form? I ask in my most timid voice, focusing on his eyebrow as opposed to staring into his eyes.
I did ask all our pack mates to be here to sign, but they couldn't be asked.
And the fucking idiot is a liar, too. Raising my hand politely to call for Rhodes' attention again, he squats next to me, his back to Reed and the drama. I want that form, then you can rip him to shreds. But I'm going. I whisper quietly to him, being careful in the volume I use, but making sure Dominic can hear too. Reed watches down his nose as he swings back on his chair, his superiority complex adding more weight to the offensiveness of his presence and scent. At least have the grace to speak loudly. Look, we're here now. Let's sort this out. Pass the form then, Dominic says, smiling at Reed. It's not a sweet and fluffy smile. It's patronizing, arrogant, and ugly. Reed ignores Dominic. Unsurprisingly, he moves fast, flicking something over the table at me. Dominic jumps up in an instant, his hand catching it before it lands on the table. But I move fast as well and grab at the form he also sent sailing our way. A check? Dominic laughs. What? I scoff, absolutely stunned this idiot just gave me the perfect smokescreen. I sit back into my seat and shove the form into my boot while shrieking better than any award-winning actress. You're buying me off? Reed ignores me, drilling his attention at Dominic as he jabs his whole hand in my direction. I want her word that she stays away from our family. No bullshit civil suits today or tomorrow. No selling little sob stories to the media, not one word about our past. I laugh at the ridiculousness of the meeting and his pathetic demands. Clearly, it's the wrong thing to do in his eyes, because Reed drops all pretense of being nice and barks something in my direction. Dominic counters. And then it's on. Their control vanishes, and these two fritz my head as the room fills with more aggression and volume. I'd probably do okay if I hadn't been on the edge of a heat spike, but add in the relief of finally getting the form and my spike bounces headfirst towards a full-blown heat. Physical touch from a good alpha would help settle me. It might even guide me back to a spike instead of a full-blown moment. Clearly, I'm not going to interrupt Dominic arguing with Reed to ask. Although, even if I did, Dominic would probably be more worried about Kaz finding out we touched, and that makes me laugh. Employing all the practice and methods of putting a lid on my Omega responses, I get a moment before I descend into a mindless madness and realize how fucking pointless it is I stay in this meeting. I just need to figure out how to escape and where to go. Someone places a bottle of water in front of me, and I nearly drop the bloody thing because my hand shakes so much. I close my eyes, not giving a shit what it looks like to read. Instead of getting a moment to figure out where I need to go, the room spins, and one rotation spins into another, leaving me feeling like I've drunk way too much, while confirming I'm past the point of stopping my heat. Let me know how things end up, I offer flippantly, surging to my feet and knocking into the chair like I'm half drunk. Shit, even my words sound like I've been drinking. And I have the sassy attitude you get from drinking cheap vodka, too. Flicking my middle finger up at him, I tell him, shove your check up your ass, Reed. I wait for no one as I find my way to the door. Finding the goddamn doorknob is going to be difficult as these headspins accompany me. Since all my senses are overstimulated, the rush of movement near me has me alert, but I also know I'm pretty well protected, so I don't freak out too much. Rainey, it's Andrea, your new security. Can I help you out to the car? It's nice, she asks, but also a bit redundant because walking without aid is pretty much impossible now. The slippery slide to my heat has hit terminal velocity. I need to get out of here, I say, although it doesn't come out like that. Thankfully, she gets the gist and slings my floppy arms over her shoulders to hoist me along. Once we're in the lift, it's an easy ride down to the garage and we can get you somewhere safe. Kaz? He's still locked up.
Chapter 20. Talon. Looking back now, I can easily see how Reed completely blindsided us. Gaslighted, actually. He was our self-appointed leader and had our trust implicitly, Until, in the space of a few hours, he fucked us over completely, teaching us in one move that pathological liars come in all shapes and sizes. And it's no fucking wonder I now have a black and white approach to life. My white picket fence with Rainey vanished in the space of a few hours, and then we were left scrambling with the fallout of her getting attacked. In no time at all, my life was thrown into complete chaos, where a series of shocking realities were bitch-slapped into me. Growing up, we were aware of the pyramid of power. I just didn't realize Senator Anders was the self-appointed king with loyal subjects, including my parents. No shit, Rainey was still in hospital, and my father started threatening that if I didn't sever my relationship with Hayes, my trust would be locked up. Mom hid her threats behind her sweet way of talking, trying to convince me of all the ways that Rainey had poisoned our family. She even blamed Rainey for making me gay. It's little wonder I jumped on board with the simplicity of dichotomous decision-making. I fucking had to. And yeah, my therapist still has a field day breaking down the 1,000 or so reasons why I am the way I am. In my opinion, talking about how PTSD was now a part of my life was a complete waste of time. Coping was one thing, living was another. I learned to make decisions on the fly, based on surviving instead of how I felt. Over time, I got pretty good at being able to see past emotions and feelings and look at people and situations for what they were. My monochromatic view on life saved me and Hayes on more than a few occasions. Don't get me wrong, some days I hate being so decisive. I wish I had the same optimism and emotional capacity as Hayes. But seeing Rainey again has me questioning everything. I always knew seeing her again was a given. It was why we were living here. The ramifications of actually seeing her were not what I thought they'd be. The way she looked at me was one thing. The company she keeps was another. And together they were a barbed knife stabbing in my guts. She was my measure of good. Her being with Saturno, it doesn't make sense. I fight every day to keep our society safe from people like him. But she was with him. By fucking choice, by the looks, too. It was hard to miss how protective of her he was when she climbed out of the car, ownership and worship in his cold eyes. And then this morning she barely could look at me as she called me out for the punishment Charlene got. But to add insult to injury, she was in Puck's arms. Puck, who's only just legally allowed to drink and is also part of her father's illegal MC. The conflict is now infecting all my thoughts. I absolutely fucking detest feeling like this. Jeffers, call on line 3. Snatching the phone to answer, I start pacing. I'm one of those people that needs activity to focus, which means I'm storming through the office, looking for a cup of shit station coffee to settle my frayed nerves. Hello, I bark, and the echo I get has me thinking the handset was running out of battery. I start walking towards the charger and get diverted into the empty kitchen when the caller starts speaking. We need to get a couple of things straight, Jeffers. I'm not a patient person, and I'm incredibly selfish when it comes to Rainey. I also have no issue using people, abusing public positions, spending money on illegal activities to ensure my partner is properly cared for and safe. Do you understand what I'm saying? Actually, Jeffers, I recall how slow you were last time we spoke, and since I'm on a timed call, I'll help you out. You are a method, and I'm using you because I'm stuck here. I go to interrupt Saturno, wanting to know exactly what the fuck he thinks I owe him for and how he got a direct line to my desk, but he keeps talking, and I've got little choice but to listen. Get down to the Wolverines training camp and get Puck, he demands, each and every word infused with his dominance, too. The pompous fuck. Who? Colt. Get him. Rainey is in trouble, and only he can help. What? Stop talking. King assures me you'd be the person to look after his daughter, but for the sake of further clarification, because you detectives are literally dumb as fuck, I want to remind you of the threat I made on your life earlier. I cannot believe the balls on him. I laugh back. You're fucking delusional. I beg to differ. He pauses, like he has all the time in the fucking world. I am fucking furious, though. Are you aware that before Rainey was physically dragged out of Deluge, King advised them of her existing injuries and begged for them to be gentle with her? But did they listen? And then those same people you work with refused her medication. It pisses me the fuck off that you wear that same badge as them, yet are trying to tell me I'm the delusional one in this conversation. Jeffers, get Puck for her, or the first thing I will do when I'm released is hunt you down and gut you like the pigs you work with. He hangs up on me, and it doesn't take much to figure what it means. Rainey went to the meeting with Reed's lawyers even though she said she'd canceled it. If Zadurno was talking, it means Reed hurt her in some way. I take a slow, steadying exhale so I don't have a fucking heart attack on the spot, return to my desk, collect my phones, the keys to my truck, and walk out without a backwards glance. The afternoon traffic works for me for a change, and it takes me under 10 minutes to get to Deluge. I hit the horn, and barely a second later, Hayes is climbing in the cab, looking wide-eyed and completely freaked out. What happened? He leans over and grabs my hand. Instead of white-knuckling the gear shift, I squeeze the fuck out of his hand. Apparently she's in trouble. How? He stutters, waving his hand away. Tal, pull it together for me. You're scenting up a storm. I ignore his comment. Zadurno got through. I doubt he'd call me if it wasn't bad, I offer without looking at him as I start weaving in and out of the traffic. She said she was staying. Oh shit. Rainey went to the meeting, didn't she? I feel so stupid taking her word she wouldn't go. We should have remembered she's not like that. We didn't exactly help the last time she was in trouble, did we? Fuck. So she just faced off with Reed and Charlene? Hayes pulls my hand up as he goes to rub his face, but stops and gets stuck looking at my hand. And I know exactly where his head is. It makes sense, because with her back, I'm questioning everything too. I've done nothing but focus on getting ahead. I pushed myself hard to succeed in my career. I worked on living a different life after our world was turned upside down. And I fought tooth and fucking nail to be a good partner to Hayes. But now I'm wondering if all that is enough. Hey, you and me are solid. I squeeze his hand, pulling it back down to rest on my thigh. It's where it always sits when we drive. Like always, everything about him settles me, his touch, presence, and scent included. She doesn't know about us, he says, purposely looking away from me. Squeezing his hand, I try to bring him back to me and not avoid the conversation we need to have. Rainey was the one that pushed us together, Hayes. He huffs a sad laugh, still focusing on his side of the car. Yeah, but now? Let's hope we get the chance to show her how fucking right she was. I can feel his emotions as much as I feel my own, and I know already what's going to be worrying him. We've talked about it a million times. He sounds far away when he answers. What if we tell her and she thinks she's an add-on, that we replaced what we had with her with our love? It's not wrong in some ways, I answer truthfully. Wrong in others, though. Hayes, I picked you up to come with me because it was always us. And Rainey. Are you saying you're only with me because of her? I ask, trying really hard to keep the ache of anger from my voice. Not at all. I just would hate for her to not give us a chance because she thinks we're only focused on each other. I laugh softly. At this stage, babe, she's not even speaking with us. But given half the chance, I won't be keeping our relationship secret. She'll see everything laid out. All of us fell in love once. You and I stayed in love. We lost her, but it doesn't mean it wasn't because of her love. Does that make sense? I know. I'm just freaking out. What if we don't get the chance? What if Reed's hurt her again? I've got all this stuff I need to tell her. I have to show her, and what if... He fades off mid-sentence, and I let him get everything together in his head before I squeeze his hand for more. I want to believe she'd be happy for us, Talon. I want to know it would make her smile like she used to when she watched us together. That's not wrong, is it? I know my love isn't a this or that situation. I've given you everything, but loving her was just as necessary once upon a time. After Rainey got hurt, Hayes lost a lot of the light that used to be in his eyes. Charlene stole the rest of his joy. He pulled away until I clawed him back to me by packing up all our possessions in a few boxes and running in the middle of the night. Leaving Reed wasn't as hard as it should have been, considering he was the supposed head of our pack. Much like Colt predicted, even before the plane taking Rainey home was on the horizon, his parents were out everywhere they could be denouncing her character and actively looking for support on their claim that Rainey had initiated the attack on Charlene. Self-defense was thrown around a lot, while countless slurs on Rainey's character and her family were added. And the whole time, Reed said nothing, which was worse than doing something. Except when he did finally say something, it was to insist we publicly endorse his parents' versions of events as a fact. Fuck me, he even wanted us to sign an affidavit against her. Of course we didn't. And then he argued the three of us weren't really there, so how could we trust his younger brother's version, especially when Colt was always so obsessed with Rainey, and Rainey was taking advantage of his age. Since Colt and Rainey couldn't defend themselves, they did everything to destroy them. Maybe we should have argued with him more, but at the same time, the second he stopped supporting her, he'd made his decision. The day King spoke to us at the hospital was the day Colt vanished. Then the Anders family took it one step further and wiped him from their family. All photos of him were removed from the house, and there was a sense of pride when they advised they'd successfully ridden him out of future-proofing their family. Reed jumped on that bandwagon, gloating how his trust fund had increased twofold. I could never figure out where Colt went. Nothing was taken from his room, and his parents cut access to his money before the first sunset. But now it looked like he'd apparently ended up here. Pretty brave for a kid not even 18. Coming here meant he was in fallen territory. Both Hayes and I had to take that into account when we made the move. We laid low until King and the Fallen found us, and that was a fun reunion. But they never mentioned Colt, so we never knew. It wasn't like we were at school, and we didn't do the whole ice hockey thing. That was Rainey and Colt's gig. The thought of him facing King alone elevated him in my mind, although my respect for him plummeted when I saw him wearing signs he's a Fallen. And then seeing him again with Rainey tucked under his arm in King's fucking house, looking smug as fuck and ready to fight, I'm seriously wondering if I ever did respect him, or what he did. How did we not know that Colt was here? Puck. He goes by Puck, Talon. I'd change my name after what those assholes did to him. And her, Hayes says. I look to him, and he's busy tying his hair up off his face. The simple movement makes my chest pull with pride as I watch him. While Puck evidently rebuilt himself, Hayes did too. He stayed passionate about his art, and fuck me, he has this power to muddle me with his poetic, romantic, loved-up way of life. But that's him. Instead of growing into his alpha and wearing the mantle a lot of more traditional alpha males do, straight-up posturing, Hayes molded his designation and made it fit him. He's gentle. Don't get me wrong, he can stand up for himself, and he's right up there with Rainey in terms of strength. He doesn't talk much about what Charlene did to him. Her lies and manipulations fucked him up for a long time. He still gets nightmares, and it's only when he's super drunk does he share more of those days he vanished. I know in time I will get the full story. I mean, the bits and pieces he has shared is enough for us to work with. He has worked actively on himself with psychologists, counselors, all focused on healing the wound from believing he abused a woman. In his self-healing, he found a way to provide for himself too. Moving into tattooing gave him an outlet for his creative side, which in turn fed his happiness. Hayes has always been an artist, and these days I still lose him for days if a school project consumes him. Despite everything, he's a caregiver and a peacemaker through and through. And fuck, I love him for it. The second he finishes getting himself ready, he returns his hand to mine. I nab it and kiss his hand. The sweetness of his spicy, warm scent is one of the most stabilizing things in my life. "Let's go save Rainey, babe," he says, getting all serious on me. "Whatever happens, happens. But this time, no one is chasing us away, and I want us to do everything we can to be who she needs. Hayes, she slammed the door on us a few hours ago. I smart back at him, weaving through the traffic and taking the turn into the stadium. He laughs softly. Shit, I forgot about that. You know, I'm not disputing what she said about Charlene. The sentencing handed down for home detention was appalling. At least she was brave enough to press charges, he answers quietly. And you still can. I don't want to talk about me. Why did you bring up Charlene anyway? Rainey had a bloody go at me. Did you miss her insinuating that I don't think Charlene's a criminal? Rainey gets that what her dad does makes him a criminal, right? And Saderno is aligned to criminal activities on nearly every continent. Hayes doesn't answer for a while, and I know he's working through what I said before he turns to me. Okay, so this is my interpretation based on my own work. I dip my head, trying to hide my smirk. Oi, I'm the one that figured out we were eternal flames, so shut up and listen. Okay, I say back. What if that is your life lesson, Tal? What if you need to see that being a good person is not based on society's definition? What if you need to see that even bad people can and do have good intentions? You're justifying the actions of an international arms dealer right now. He makes money off violence. For all we know, he might be blackmailing her to be with him. It makes no sense that Rainey would be with such a dangerous man, Hayes. I look over to him, and he shrugs. It's one of those non-judgmental shrugs, too. I don't know the answers, but maybe you need to see things differently. King's a good example. The fallen are not evil men. Shit, he raised the girl we've been in love with forever, Tal. Then you look at Charlene, who comes from silly wealth. She's the wife of a public official from a long-standing family with a shitload of money. The woman is a disgusting piece of shit who got off relatively scot-free for nearly killing someone. Intentionally, too. And then that same woman intentionally removed any reference to their youngest child. That's pure fucking evil. The rest of our discussion on the meaning of life is put on hold when I pull up at the stadium. Hayes swings in his seat. Hey, babe, will you let me do this? All we need to do is get Puck, isn't it? I mean, Saderno didn't say you had to do it literally. He meant figuratively, right? It's just that I think... Yeah, Hayes. Puck will respond to you better than me. Everyone responds better to you. You're our sexy peacemaker. You love me for it, he grins, leaning in for a kiss. He goes to move away, but I grab him, holding him closer to kiss him properly. And when I finish, I murmur over his lips, Hayes, you were never a replacement. If there's one thing I want you to know, it's that.
Chapter 21. Rainy. The need to feel safe and secure has me asking Andrea to take me back to the Fallen's compound. A tizzy fit is one thing, but I'm also cognizant of the fact that being anywhere else at this moment is being petty. Kaz and the girls would chew me out for not being somewhere safe when my heat hits. What do you need? Andrea asks for the 10th time as she leads me back inside King's house. I'm okay. I grimace past a sharp, squeezing pain. The pain is like having someone squeeze your insides with a fist. It's my body's built-in alarm system screaming, your heat's coming, nest it up and get some not action or feel my wrath. Mother Nature in all her glory. I'm going to run a bath, take some medication. I might be in and out here asking stupid questions or making weird demands, but let's keep it simple. Don't let me leave the compound and don't let me eat sugary food. No matter how much I beg, no sweet food. And please get someone to break Kaz out of jail. I offer back in a rush of words as I wave and shut the door in her face. Once I'm back in the kitchen, it's so empty and quiet I'm grabbing my phone to call the girls before anything. Thankfully, it's only a few rings until they pick up. What up? Heidi yells over the top of blaring music. I have to shout to be heard over the noise. Heat is here, and she's not going to be stopped. The music disappears as soon as I tell her what's going on. Oh, babes, I'm sorry. And the heat pack Unity scent was next level amazing. I quip sarcastically, rolling my eyes at the same time. Although, the t-shirt is going to help. Heidi laughs. Did you pack your rabbit or some other toys at least? Sure did. But of course, my bags are in the first car we had. I answer her and get distracted trying to remember if I have any hiding in my room. Oh, I wonder if I have any toys stashed in my room. Bye, Heidi. Give the girls my love. Good luck, honey. And hey, don't be looking a heat gift in the mouth. If one of those tasty boys shows up, make them work for you. I swing around like she's in the room with me, skidding to a stop, even throwing an arm up. Really? Yes. Slumping forward, I look down at my feet, caught up in so many scenarios made both better and worse by the knowledge my heat is fast approaching. And they have exactly what I need. God, why is this so hard? You're overthinking it, Heidi soothes. And she has such a way with her. Some find her offensively abrasive, but it's not that at all. She's just so sure of herself. Rainy, they can't break you. They already did. And as harsh as that sounds, it's not. It's me saying you hit rock bottom once, and the only people that have power over you now are the ones you give the power to. You know the girls and I love you to death. Kaz absolutely adores you way too much. Stop doubting how amazing you are, and do whatever the fuck you want. We'll be cheering you on. Something happened today? I hiss through a pinch of pain, and Heidi waits until it passes. Living at Unity, you see people in heat frequently, so you kind of go with the flow of it without getting all freaked out. My cycle will get to a point where everything blurs, but I'm not there yet. And anyway, talking with Heidi is a good distraction. What happened? She asks. And seriously, some days I wonder if she is an alpha the way she can command a situation. I saw Reed. She hisses in disgust at his name. I do too. And then she wants to know more details. I'm sorry you had to see him. What happened? Nothing. Well, that's not right. I'm sure he inadvertently started my heat. No. Yes. For so long I built him up in my head to be this imposing beast of a man, but he's nothing. I over-exaggerate those words because, goddamn, it's the truth. And it's a huge revelation. Okay. She starts to dig for a better explanation, but I interrupt. Ho, did you hear me? Even though I loved him once, he is nothing to me anymore. Nothing. I mean, I don't trust him at all and wouldn't be alone with him, but he's no longer that memory I have to be scared of. Does that make sense? Yeah, the heat thing, though. Oh, shit, I forgot. I mumble because that's what happens with my heat. I get easily lost in tangents. It was the rush of knowing he's nothing, or maybe it was that I'm free of that nightmare. Either way, 1 minute I was kind of freaking out. The next, boom, my body relaxed. But it relaxed. Really? I walked in, I saw him, and realized he smelt like nothing. And at first that freaked me out. But it's such a relief, too. Actually, now I think of it, he smelled faintly like boiled cabbage. I know I'm rambling, but it feels good to get it out. Interesting, huh? He's pretty gross, though. So your reaction was completely different than when you saw them for the first time again? Pretty sure you told us Hayes was smelling like a big old bag of cinnamon donuts made just for you. Oh my God. At her description, I can instantly taste him on my tongue. My head is full of overlapping images, snippets from my memory of his tattoos, his hair piled up on his head, and that nose ring. Yeah, I've never been big into them, but holy shit, I think I am now. Rainy. I give her what she wants. Hot cinnamon and sugar donuts. Not stale ones, like piping hot ones. I can close my eyes and my mouth waters like I can taste him. I admit doing just that again. She fucking purrs at my description and draws a hiss out of me. Of course Heidi ignores it and keeps going. And Puck, how did he smell? My eyes burst open, and I'm smiling like he's in the room with me again. He came on super strong earlier, like holy shit strong. And I can't say it didn't work for me. At all, actually. His scent is, no shit, gets me all fucking turned on just thinking about it. My hand glides down my hip, because I was not wrong. He does get me all hot and bothered.
And how did Talon smell?
She asks. And yeah, I can clearly hear the smirk in her voice. I flick up my eyebrows. I told them to fuck off. My response shuts her down. Heidi laughs. There's nothing like the sound of Heidi laughing. Like, it's impossible not to smile when she cracks up. It's half Valkyrie goddess screech, half hyena howl. So, if Kaz isn't around, maybe you need to show them what they're missing out on. Or if he was around, he would show them what they're missing out on. I laugh, agreeing immediately. Yeah, maybe. Pretty sure you're the one to keep telling me nuts don't mean forever. She makes a small pause for emphasis. Your pussy, your heart. You decide who you let in. But you also don't need to make any decisions about them either. Although, let's be real. You're going to have one hungry muffin in a few hours. And that's my cue to go. Hungry fucking muffin? Come on, ho. You can talk. We're not talking about me. And stop trying to deflect. Am I right? I roll my eyes at her as I walk into my room. The space instantly makes me feel weird, like I'm not meant to be here. My body starts playing that hot and cold game. When I take a step backwards, a warmer tickle races up my spine, and I spin on the spot, chasing it down. Going now. Love you. Get some knot action, Rainey, as many as you can. We can sort the rest out later, or Kaz will make them pretty concrete boots and drop them in the deepest ocean. Do you think someone will ever love me like that? She asks seriously. I scoff at her. Open your eyes, Heidi. That person might already be in front of you. She's silent for all of a second before she gasps. Wow, you did not. I'll forgive that slip-up and we can blame your heat. Love you. I hang up on her. But she wasn't wrong. Neither was I. She does have a maybe person in front of her, and I have an available knot or two in front of me. Sliding my phone into the back of my leather pants, I get teased by the faintest of scents and follow the smell around my house back to the kitchen to the exact spot where Puck was standing a few hours ago. My ass tingles, and it takes me a few moments to realize it's my phone and not my heat. I answer without looking. What? I snap. Machina. Kaz purrs at me, and boom, just like that, I start panting. I'm sending you something, darling. A few compatible somethings, actually. I hope to be with you before your heat is over, but you know I'm always with you regardless of where I am. I own you as much as you own me. I wish you were here, I say, moaning like a hussy as I start rubbing my legs together. It's his fault completely. He does this thing with his voice that rubs me deliciously up the right way. Me too. I'd have my tongue on your sweet body, drinking down your slick, before I'd shove my hard cock inside your pussy, demanding you soak my dick. Are you hard now, Kaz? What do you think, Rainey? He growls, moans, purrs all at once. It sounds perfectly wicked and exactly what I need. I laugh. It comes out ridiculously breathy, but he responds with a low, deep noise, a rumble and a growl rolled into one. It adds another level of smolder to the heat starting to take hold.
"Where are you?"
he asks, his voice deep and suggestive. "Standing in the kitchen trying to figure out what to do," I answer, closing my eyes and enjoying the increasing buzz of my heat. "How are you calling me?" I ask unexpectedly.
"Really? You have to ask? Money, Rainey, gets you whatever you need."
"Well, I need you," I say as I pout.
"No, you don't, you little vixen. You want me, and that turns me on more than life itself. Get your phone charger and the laptop, and get your ass over to Puck's house. We're going to be busy."
"What?" Of course, the call drops out, and I fucking hustle. All of a sudden, the thought of being in Puck's house, surrounded by his petrichor scent, while Kaz talks dirty in my ear, brings another larger, more insistent wave of my incoming heat. Instead of spasms and cramps, whispered promises of pleasure takes their place. I charge out of the house, scaring the crap out of Andrea, but I giggle like a guilty school kid as I dash past her, completely focused on getting set up before Kaz calls me back. Is it inappropriate that I'm going to ride my heat out in Puck's bed? You fucking bet it is. But at the same time, he's away at camp, so by the time he's back, in theory, I could air his room out, wash his sheets, and remove all traces of me. Or I could leave his room with my scent everywhere as a reminder of our earlier chat. Both ways work. I chuckle as I reach his door, unsurprised to find the door unlocked. There's not much privacy at the compound, but there's this rule: if the door's closed, it means rack off. I guess I didn't really think through what would happen standing in a place saturated in his scent. And by fucking God, I pretty much stand there struck, with my mouth hanging open, as it all but assaults me. In his house, it's like Puck is standing in front of me, his scent raining down on me like a torrential downpour. It's so heady and intoxicating, being saturated by his smell. But it's so much more intense, because his house is ingrained with his undeniable presence. I can feel him in every room, on every piece of furniture, on each inch of the floor, and it feels like a slow, burning caress over my skin. And then my genetics take over. My clothes drop where they fall as I move toward his bed where his scent is the most intense. My mouth waters, and my low throb of earlier aches in anticipation. Despite my earlier freakout, I actually enjoy my heats. Handled right, it's a short and intense period of heady pleasure, with mind-blowing orgasms. Handled badly, it still isn't as painful or debilitating as physical therapy. Puck's bed is the opposite of what I thought it would be. The cover, pillows, and sheets are like a glassy, shimmering sea of indigo and vibrant violet, and the visual is as visceral as his scent and presence. Overwhelming. His bed is huge and takes up the entire side of the room, and for fuck's sake, my Omega soul luxuriates, and I'm sure I whine out loud at how thick and soft the carpet is under my bare feet. Without a word of a lie, it's what I think walking on a floor of cotton balls would feel like. Super soft and luxurious. A vibration of my phone snaps me back into focus, instead of me getting deliriously lost in a place of colors, scents, and textures. I start talking as I answer, knowing it will be him. "Kaz, seeing the boys again, it's weird. A good weird, mostly anyway. Reed, not so much. I told him to go fuck himself." Even without seeing him, I can feel the way he's leaning closer to me, a filthy, almost predatory smile on his face.
"Good for you, Rainey. Are you asking me for my permission?"
"No. Yes, kind of, but not really. You'd be furious if I asked you for your permission, but they smell right, and I admit, as I fall backwards onto Puck's glorious bed. The softness against my skin making me shiver, while his scent has my body needing a release.
It's time to start finding your pack. Now this bullshit is done. You choose as my Omega. You choose who we invite in. But kitten, you do know I will not share you with another person, don't you?
I cherish how honest Kaz is. He is unapologetically selfish, demanding, and slightly obsessed. I rub my body all over Puck's bed while talking with him. Imagining them both near me is a real fucking turn-on. I barely stifle a soft moan before I answer him. How does that work, Kaz? It seems like a bit of a contradiction.
Bullshit, Machina. You are an Omega. We've always said our pack would grow, and that time is now. Although you are right about one thing I need to clarify for you, and for anyone who takes their place next to you. When I'm with you, I will not share you.
He finishes with a growl. I wish you were here.
Me too. Now, it seems I've been blessed with a few necessary amenities, while Giuseppe and Dominic work out the finer details of my release.
Like?
A fucking device with a screen. Spread your legs, Rainey. Show me my pussy in all its beautiful wet glory. I'm going to get you ready for your sweet surprise.
Any hints? He laughs, and a moment later a ping comes through.
Set the laptop up where I can watch.
Flicking our call to hands-free, I go to set up the laptop on Puck's bedside table, making myself completely at home. He's got everything set up so neatly. I stretch over his bed and am greeted with a photo of me. I drop the laptop, nearly fucking breaking it by the sounds.
What's happening?
Kaz barks. I gasp in shock, sitting up ramrod straight. He's got a photo of me here, Kaz. I can't do this. Isn't it a bit fucking weird I'm naked and slithering in his bed like a damn snake?
Rainey, it's not fucking weird. It would be weird if Puck knotted you in King's bed. But in his, I'm thinking it will be better for you both.
What? I gush out breathlessly.
For fuck's sake, he snaps. Why can't I keep anything a secret from you? Do you really think I'd let you suffer alone? After you told me how you respond to their scent? I'll always provide what you need, kitten, including another alpha's knot. What kind of person would I be if I didn't bring to you everything your heart desires? I'll leave it up to you to decide if the other two get an invitation.
Kaz, are you serious? I squeal like a banshee, half shocked, half not shocked. It is Kaz we're talking about. He might be possessive, but he's the most considerate, trusting person I've ever met.
Rainey, I'll be with you the whole time. The deal is, though, as soon as I'm out of here, they get the fuck away. I will have you to myself, at least until I've filled you over and over with my claim, and then I'll happily watch them crawl to you.
Chapter 22. Puck. Perhaps fate had a hand in everything today. All practice, my mood had been shit. I knew I was pretty much out of control, but there was nothing I could do to slow or stop the rising of my alpha. The whole time, everyone kept their distance, and that was pissing me off, adding to my foul fucking mood. I was itching for a fight. Coach binned me. Again. But I guess I was meant to be where I was, because the instant Hayes arrived at the arena, I knew. Don't ask me how, but it was like an alarm going off in my chest. I dropped my skates where they fucking fell. If I wasn't so consumed by an insatiable need to be with Rainey, I'd be asking why the fuck everyone was slapping me on the back. Coach yelled out something about giving me a once-off pass. Pretty sure I told him to jam it up his ass. Later, he'll get an apology, but considering how I'm feeling right now, he might not. I love playing. I love my teammates, but the reality is nothing comes close to Rainey. Driving back, they don't talk and neither do I. Or maybe they do. Before Talon even parks near my place, I'm out of the car. It takes me all of 2 seconds to pick up the not-so-faint stirring of her heady scent. Rainey's in heat. I can smell it as easy as knowing where she is in my fucking house. And I respond, my cock hardening to the point of fucking aching while I snarl like an animal. Opening my front door, I seriously consider pushing the fridge in front of the closed door so Hayes and Talon can't follow me in. But at the same time, now is not the time to be threatening each other. Besides, I could take these two out with my eyes closed and my hands tied behind my back. I race across to my bedroom. The sight I see stops me dead in my tracks. Hayes slams into the back of me. "Holy shit," he whispers into my ear, both of us lost, watching Rainey writhing in my bed. She's managed to get the windows covered, blocking the light from the huge window, but she's also gathered a couple of small lamps and set them up around the room, making it feel dark and cozy. She's also gone through cupboards, upending drawers, dragging my clothes to cover the mattress along with every blanket and pillow I own. I guess they're pretty clear signs of her designation, and yeah, shit, it makes me feel phenomenal knowing she felt safe enough in my space to make a nest. The saturation of her blossoming wisteria scent makes it impossible to argue that she's in heat. Hayes leans over and talks quietly in my ear like he's just figured out what's going on. "Rainey's an Omega." I should be ready to rip his head from his body in order to keep her secret safe, but I'm not fussed. Which is fucking weird since all day I've been feeling ready to blow up and make someone hurt. I know why. My alpha doesn't see either of them as a threat to her, and I'm going to trust those instincts. "You don't move unless she tells you," I hiss over my shoulder as I take a step away. Okay, maybe him being here does bother me a little, but I also know if push comes to shove, I'll be able to beat him senseless without raising a sweat. Ripping my hoodie off, I kick off my trainers and call her softly. "Rainey." Another voice answers, but the look of unbridled desire and relief on her face when she turns around is pretty telling too, except it conflicts with his commanding bark. "Puck, ask where I could see you." I guess I'm about to meet Kaz. But before I can go nearer to where she's set up a laptop, she grabs my hand, tugging on it to make me fall over her. The warmth and heat she's giving off is like lying on an open fire. The softest, most fucking stunning open fire I've ever seen, mind you. Rainey's hands bury in my hair, locking my face super near to hers. She's strong, but then again, there's no reason I would fight against her. Fuck, I've wanted this for so long. And up this close, the scent that's perfuming off her skin does what it's supposed to do to a compatible alpha. It traps me fucking completely. "Do you want to be here?" Her words are whisper quiet, a deep husk to her voice that hits all my buttons. I lean in and drag her bottom lip through my teeth. "Told you already today, we're only getting started." Before she can lick the spot, I suck her plush lip into my mouth and use my tongue to soothe the hurt. Her jade eyes darken in an instant, and her voice croaks before she clears her throat. "Doing a heat together kind of blows going slow out the window." If I had a gun against my head, it wouldn't be able to stop the smile that spreads over my face to mirror the one on her beautiful lips. She pulls me closer, stopping a hair's breadth from my lips. I have to crack my neck in anticipation at what she's going to say next, but I beat her. "Want to go slow with me, Rainey?" We don't need words. I completely let go of all my alpha, perfuming, dropping all my control, but she returns the gesture tenfold. The result is like standing in a hothouse where the air is thick, warm, concentrated sweetness, and so potent it's almost like standing under a misting, wisteria sky. Except there's nothing romantic about it. Well, there is, but there's also this surging thing between us. We need to fuck, and there's no chance we're going slow. She holds my face like I'm the precious one here. I obliterate the distance between us to slam my lips to hers. A near feral noise bubbles up from deep in my chest that lets her know not to go gentle. We go from 0 to 100 in the space of one kiss. I lick my way over her lips, biting down again on her plush lower lip until she gives me access to her mouth. Rainey's eyes flash obsidian black, and she wiggles under me, searching for more. Be patient, I whisper quickly in her ear before going back to kiss her again. Kissing Rainey is incredible. It always has been. Her lips are soft and she makes these little noises, especially when she relaxes, because then she melts. Behind me, I can hear Kaz's impatience. Rainey can too. I feel her responding to him, and it's a right turn on. You want to introduce me to your alpha, or is he just going to watch me and you reacquaint? I ask, trying to put a bit of space between us. But it's fucking hard. It's like we're magnetically connected, and she follows me, closing the distance so we're kissing, slow and deep again. Until he barks, interrupting us while pulling another alpha noise from my chest, an ugly, possessive one. Of course, Rainey laughs before pushing up to sitting. And fuck me, I didn't realize she was fully naked and in my bed, scenting it up like she owns it. But this woman taught me confidence, and the way she teases and purrs at the both of us before answering is like supercharging everything about her. It's absolutely mesmerizing seeing her this way, so solid in who she is. She owns it like she fucking owns me. Her dark brown hair hangs like a curtain on one side over her face, but she flicks it over her shoulder, looking sexy as fuck and smug too. Kaz, this is Puck. Puck, this is Kaz. It's hard swinging my attention away from her, but I do. Sitting on my haunches, I come face to face with arctic blue eyes drilling through the fucking screen right at me. But it's weird because it doesn't feel wrong. It feels strange, but not wrong. Nabbing her and spinning her around so she sits on her ass between my thighs, I kneel up so I can see over the top of her head. In a way, it feels like we've all done this before, or perhaps it's just I feel at home with her. Rainey, tell us both what you want. He beats me to the words I was going to try to say. If you were here, Kaz, we'd be in exactly the same position, but I'd be full of your claim already. It doesn't change the fact of what's going to happen next. And what is that, Michina? His eyes are on her and only her, and the small tip of his lips is nothing but burning desire for her. It's like I'm not here, the way they're so into each other. He leans forward, making his presence seem bigger. Rainey sighs happily. Puck would be about to fill me up, too. He laughs before sobering up, swinging his intense blue eyes at me. It's intimidating being in his sights. And you, pup? But he can be as intimidating as he wants because nothing is coming between me and Rainey again. Thank fuck I've got all of the Fallen and my Wolverine teammates because if push comes to shove, I might have a chance against him. I've already told Rainey she and I are not done, not by a long shot, probably not even in our next life. His face doesn't change. Indifference on a person is a lot worse than seeing their emotions. He scoffs, and it makes me feel like I'm being interrogated, which I am. Before or after you discovered she was an Omega? Except no matter his mood, his emotion, his implied or spoken threat, it just doesn't matter. I rise up a little, towering over Rainey. It's irrelevant. I'm not letting her go again, Kaz. I'll put a bullet right here. He taps his forehead in case I needed the warning. I put up a hand, interrupting him. Won't happen. I reckon until we find our way, Rainey and I might stumble, but we will find our way. We'll learn from each other as we go along, but I know without a doubt I'll never do anything to intentionally upset her. But you need to know without a doubt I'm not leaving Rainey, and I am not letting her go. Only then does he chill. A barely there pull on his lips, which might be a smile, changes the look in his eyes before he shrugs. Fine. You going to stick around and watch me reunite with my girl? I ask him for some reason. Although it's completely irrelevant too, because I get why he's watching and why she wants him to watch. He grins and, okay, it's intimidating as fuck. It's kind of like what I imagine looking a shark in the eye when you're bleeding would feel like. And I'm glad this is how our first meeting is going, remotely. I've never met an alpha like him. He fucking oozes power and rips your attention from you. My intimidation, though, is not based solely on fear. I'm struck by a sense of respect and another insight that he and I will be fine. I'm not going anywhere. Okay, he chuckles darkly. His sculpted eyebrows flick up in question. Either that or he's saying, "We'll see." A second later, he shrugs, unconcerned, so fucking sure of himself. While I feel okay, it doesn't mean our designation allows us to drop the weird posturing bullshit that alphas do. We size each other up. A million unspoken words, including threats, pledges, promises, you name it, get swapped as we stare at each other. Until a small noise comes from Rainey as she wiggles against me, and then my attention is on her and only her. What do you need? I lean down, turning her face to mine. Without uttering a word, she floods my senses as she looks deep into my eyes and uses her omega side to let me know. Honestly, it feels like my eyes roll back in my head as her wisteria sweetness coats every part of me. Perhaps it does, because the next time I realize I'm staring at her, I'm nearly nose to nose with her as an insatiable need to drag my mouth over her neck where my fated claim sits drives me wild. Tell me how she smells, Kaz groans. It's as if he can scent her through the screen. He even leans in expectantly. I have to shake my head as I get so caught up in her. Rainey's hands are rushing to touch my skin. She clings to me. I can hear her begging in my thoughts. Her eyes are at half-mast and a little vacant, telling me she's here but not really here. As lost as I am. She's responding to me as much as I am to her. It's a fucking rush, making my breathing pick up and my already aching cock hurt. Spread her wide, Puck, and I'll tell you how to soothe her need while you show me what you can do. I check on the screen, making sure I heard him, right? A flick up of his head is confirmation enough. But I need to hear her sweet consent before I flip her over and fuck her silly. Is that all right with you, Rainey? She does this husky laugh that hits me deep in the balls, and then her eyes flutter to close as she takes my hands and runs them down her body. Clothes on? Off? I ask, and she doesn't answer, except to keep moving under my hand like she's drugged. I nab her chin, pulling her attention back to me. Come on, Rainey, use your words. I need to hear you want this. Off. Clothes off. Cock out. I want your hands on my body before you push your fat cock inside my pussy slowly so I can feel the way I stretch around you. And then, after I've come enough times, I want you to knot me and make me scream for cause. She goes to shuffle around, but I stop her. Despite never wanting anything in my life the way I want her, I have to tell her the truth first. I'm not worried about spilling my secrets to her. Rainey, I might not be the right person to help you through your heat. Why? Her jade-colored eyes flare, uncertainty chasing some of her heat haze away. It's not that it's a huge secret or something that hangs over me, making me feel like shit for the very conscious decision I made. It's my body, so I can choose to do with it what I want. And I never fucking wanted. Ever. Not because pussy wasn't thrown at me. Playing hockey, being a fallen, is like a magnet for sex, but I'd already found my perfect woman, my guide in life, my north point. It was and always would be Rainey. I look down at her, very nearly getting lost in her eyes, except in them I find my truth staring back at me, and I know I'll always be able to trust her with any and all my secrets. I haven't been with anyone since you. It's Cause who answers for her. He fucking purrs at me. Good boy. And fuck me dead, his praise is all of a sudden rivaling hers. Really? She gasps, her eyes filling with emotion. Rainey spins on my bed, kneeling up as the sheets fall so they're only covering her thighs. I'll step you through it, Kaz offers, and I risk a glance to him and he's leaning forward more. Fuck, that is such a turn on. I'm going to blow your fucking mind with all the sex we're about to have. Have you nodded an omega? Kaz asks. It's completely weird that the three of us are here, having an open, easy conversation about this. It's like we're talking about what groceries to buy instead of me being a born-again virgin. I shake my head. Kaz, I haven't touched another person. She's like a coiled spring, jumping up on my lap, her pert tits brushing against my chest, her nipples hard, begging for me to suck on them. I might not have laid a finger on any living person since Rainey, but all of a sudden, I'm consumed by a raving hunger along with an innate insight in what I can and do need to do. But her eyes jump past me, and I snarl at the intrusion, keeping her behind me protectively as I go to stand up. It's Hayes and Talon, Rainey. They brought me here, but I told them to wait. They do need to wait. Close the door. She flicks her eyes from them dismissively. Her jade eyes come back to me, and her irritation disappears completely. Didn't I already say clothes off, Puck? She purrs. It's time for me to show you all the advantages of the changes since we last saw each other. Show me my cock. Kaz chuckles, making Rainey's smile widen, and the look on her face gets a little fucking dirty as she keeps sucking seductively on the edge of her lip. Her eyes are huge like saucers, her teeth gnawing her lip, and her hand shakes slightly as it reaches out to help me undress. As soon as we touch again, though, she explodes into action like a rocket taking off. Her nails rake over my t-shirt like she's a wildcat on the hunt. I help her and go to throw it over my shoulder, but she grabs the edge of my shirt and buries her face in it. Her small whimpers are like injecting Red Bull in my veins. Every part of me races. With a wicked smirk, she holds my stare as she lowers my t-shirt, spreads her legs wide, and presses my t-shirt against her wet pussy. It's a beautiful sight, made better when she closes her thighs slowly to squeeze and grind against it. Oh, Rainey, I groan, leaning down to kiss my way along her collarbone. It's the route over her body I have to take so I don't drop down to her tits, because once my mouth wraps around her nipple, I'm going to take my sweet-ass time sucking on them. I laugh at the provocative little noises she makes as she continues to rock her hips. You might need to hold that there to catch all your slick, Rainey. I got something just for you. What is it, pup? Kaz asks, intrigued. I shrug at him, too busy keeping my eyes locked on her to watch her reaction. Shuffling a bit so only Rainey sees, I hook my thumb in my shorts and my training briefs before doing a slow drop. Using one hand, I cover my cock. Her eyebrows tip in question, and slowly I show her what I meant. Her eyes don't move from my cock, and it does a lot for my ego. My whole body burns. Every part of me. Without looking away from her face, I stroke myself slowly, trapping the head of my cock between the top of my fist, stretching out my erection to show her my piercings. And yeah, it's even more of a complete fucking turn-on when she keeps swallowing as she watches me jack myself off. But I need a small release of the tension strumming through me. With my other hand, I reach over, lightning quick to catch her hand to bring it closer so she can feel and count them with me. First year you were gone. Her fingers trace over the one through my knob. It's wet because, yeah. Before I can speak again, she's off tracing her finger over the next piercing. And God, it's like I can feel her fingerprints scarring my skin. Exactly 1 year later, this one. She tips her head up, wanting the details on the third. The balls on the end of the piercing are black instead of silver. 3rd year. Hurt like a bitch, Rainey. I needed the reminder that we were in the same universe. Her chin wobbles, and the tears that pool in her eyes nearly undo me. I keep going with my explanation, or instead of fucking, we're going to be sobbing. 4th, I struggled the most. in getting this done and being in the world, really. I couldn't let you go. She leans up, not focused on my dick anymore, her lips coming in super close against mine. With one hand over the top of hers, I hold her wrapped around my length. Fuck, she exhales.
Chapter 23, Rainy. Puck's confession is a lot to take in, but on the other hand, it's not. He always wore his heart on his sleeve when we were younger. It's his straight-up honesty that once again reaffirms how special he is. Before we both get lost in the moment, my body gets assaulted by a rippling cramp. Dragging my teeth over his jaw, my hands skate up over his body. His words fill my Omega heart with sweetness, but now I need him to fill my Omega body with his cock.
Turn around so I can see her enjoying herself, Puck.
Kaz's deep rumble filters through the speakers, and knowing he's watching is a turn-on. It's not the first time we've had sex with each other this way, but today, Kaz is softer, intuitively knowing how much I needed this. Needed Puck, I mean. Smirking over my shoulder, I wink at Kaz before I shift around, giving myself some room. Trailing my mouth over Puck's bare chest all the way down until I can lean in and kiss his cock. I want to go slow, but after one taste, I know going slow is not going to happen. I need to make it so his flavor is the only thing in my mouth. I flick my tongue over his velvety head, twisting it around his piercing before I do the same to the next. I make it to the third one, the bar hitting my teeth before I want more. I deep-throat him without warning. Puck curses, while his hands rub over my shoulders as I suck on him. He taps his fingers over my shoulder, and I look up and wait as he moves around, bringing one of his feet up onto the bed where he can reach to pull my ass cheeks wide apart, giving Kaz a better view.
Fuck, Rainy, that's so good,
he whispers, watching me intently while he holds me open for the camera. I can feel his muscles clenching and releasing, and his hips start moving in time with each bob and suck as I explore each and every one of his piercings in my mouth and against my throat. The extra stimulation of his piercings feels incredible, and I know it feels good for him. He keeps groaning, praising me quietly. Testing out what he likes, I alternate between licking his knob like a lollipop and sucking on it, before using my teeth again to tug on each one of his piercings. He likes everything.
Come on, Rainy, stop messing around and show him how you suck dick.
Kaz snarls, making both Puck and me let out a weird groan. Holding on to his length, I hollow my cheeks and suck his knob properly. Puck responds in an instant.
Fuck,
he calls out, digging his hands in my hair to hold me still so he can start to control the moment.
Puck, don't go easy on her. Wrap her hair in your fist and pull her hair. Hard.
Kaz says, his tone leaving no room for misinterpreting his demand.
Rainy?
Puck double-checks, and I answer by tugging on his top piercing enough to make him hiss and shuffle his ass into gear. He fumbles a little, getting all my hair in his fist, but when he tugs my head back, he does it hard enough to make a deep rush of arousal race through me. Puck's pre-cum keeps pooling over my tongue like a tasty treat. I don't want to swallow. I want to savor it. It's such a turn-on having it coat my tongue.
That's enough of that,
Kaz snaps.
Puck, start on Rainy's tits. She'll love you for it. I'll nearly kill you for it, but you being with her is never going to be risk-free. Kneel up, Machina. I want to make sure he does it right.
Kaz has always been bossy when we have sex, and I let him because I fucking love it. Him telling me blow by blow how to move or what to do lets me focus on enjoying the moment. I know some people absolutely loathe that loss of control, but it seems like Puck might be on the same page as me, because he starts jacking himself off harder as he leans and bites down on my nipple with a long, slow groan. I lose track of time, getting lost in a building sea of pleasure as he reacquaints himself with my body. In no time, Kaz is instructing us again.
Puck, spin my kitten around so I can watch you lick her until her slick is coating your face.
We both scramble. Perhaps I move too far, but Puck growls before he drops down and makes me his prisoner with his body, presence, and scent. And fucking hell, it makes me deliriously happy. Puck drags his nose up the inside of my thigh, nuzzling my skin and groaning. I want to rush him, but I want to savor this too. I'd actually like to flip him over and ride him until both of us lose control, but for the time being, it's Kaz and him guiding me. He lifts one of my feet, dropping it on his shoulder.
Leave it there, Rainey.
His voice is like thunder now, rumbling low. He triple checks on me with a dirty smile on his puffy, kissed-up lips.
God, I've missed having my mouth on your pussy.
He holds me open as he licks me from top to bottom, growling more when I thrash.
Tell me,
Kaz demands, clearly wanting a play-by-play on everything. I swear to gods, Puck and him, this is like heaven. Without looking at the screen, Puck clears his throat a couple of times before finding his voice.
I thought I could go slow. I fucking want to. But she's lying here looking like a buffet and tasting like my fantasy. She tastes like liquid gold, Puck. Once your mouth is on her, you'll be addicted.
He shakes his head.
Too late for that. I was an addict before you were. Trust me.
His thumbs glide along the outside of my pussy, and it's like holding a live wire against my skin. We both jolt, and then we both release a shuddering moan as he replaces his thumbs with his mouth again. Closing my eyes, I surrender, and he takes me straight past oblivion. I fall completely under Puck's spell. It's not just his mouth on my pussy, his tongue deep inside me. It's his skin on mine, the sound of his own enjoyment filling the room, and his intense petrichor perfume. It's so overwhelming, but it's not nearly enough. Lifting my other leg to settle over his shoulder, I lock my ankles behind his head and let my legs open wider. He zeroes in on my clit, flicking his tongue against it as he pumps two of his thick fingers deep in my pussy, and I am so close to coming all over his face. Half sitting up, I dig my fingers through his hair and hold them there. More, Puck, more, I beg. He gives a growl of frustration, and the noise is all that was missing. I buck against him, fighting for more as I come on a shuddering moan. But Puck drops a devilish fucking smirk at me before clamping his hands down harder, holding me so he can lick me clit to butt, making my orgasm start to roll right into another. And by fucking God, it's filthy the way he eats me out. It's not nice. It's not refined. It's teeth and tongue, and I fucking love it. My orgasm whooshes out of me and straight over his face. Oh God, yes, I wail, as I all but ride his face. Kaz talks over the top of my orgasm.
Rainey's a needy lover. Are you ready for her, Puck? She'll take everything you offer and ask for more.
His voice is full of longing and pride. I'm not sure if I should be proud or embarrassed by being so fucking hungry when it comes to sex. And I don't think it's all got to do with Kaz being almost as needy and insatiable as I am. I guess, aside from the scars and the emotional damage, having 4 boyfriends to introduce me to sex turned me into someone who knows what she wants and who unashamedly loves being spoiled by lots of orgasms. Kissing his way from my pussy up my body, Puck settles over me again before he holds my face and kisses me breathless. And I have to say, I fucking love how his mouth is covered in the taste of my body. He drops to one elbow, not breaking our kiss as he starts rubbing the head of his cock over my entrance. And it feels fucking sane. He stops kissing as he whispers, "We're never going to be done, Rainey." He surges deep inside me, forever changing me too. Nodding my head, agreeing, but also encouraging him for more, I kiss him hard while he moves in and out of my body in a glorious speed, making sure I feel each one of his piercings. God, he stretches me and makes me feel full. So safe, too. Yes, Puck.
Yes,
Both Kaz and I say at the same time over the top of each other. With his cock so deep inside me, our bodies as close as can be, his knot swollen and hitting against my pussy agonizingly right, he kneels up and drives us towards another orgasm. He looks a little lost at the same time. His head swings to the screen, and I follow his strange gaze.
Hands on her waist to hold her tight, and then one almighty slam. You'll knot her silly.
Kaz coaches. Puck looks down at me a little reluctant and bewildered, and I realize not only is he currently having sex for the second time in his life, but he's never knotted anyone. Not me, Puck. I want you so bad. I need your knot. His eyes flare, and I know he's half worried about hurting me, and considering the size of his knot, it's not without merit. But Kaz's knot is just as big. I make a grab for him, wrapping my body around his, holding his knot right at my slicked-up entrance. Knot me so hard I see stars, and then fill me with your cum. I want everything from you, and I promise you're going to love it.
I don't want to hurt you. You won't hurt her, pup, but she needs that knot of yours or she will be in pain.
He swings another look at Kaz, his eyes tipping together in question, and I triple check in case Kaz is doing some freaky shit. But holy, instead, all I see is the way Kaz is fucking his fist to match the way Puck is fucking my body. Go slow with me? I lean up and suck on the exact spot where his faded claim sits on me. And it's like flipping a switch. He goes off.
Not letting you go.
He roars as he pushes his forehead to mine, his fingers digging in my hips, and with one almighty thrust, he slams his knot inside. Puck throws his head up, his jaw grits tight, making all the muscles in his neck pop out, while a low, shuddering noise starts deep in his chest, until it bursts out of his throat like a feral growl, as he starts filling me up with his hot cum.
Chapter 24. Haze. No question at all, when Rainey said shut the door, we were meant to be on the other side of it. But it doesn't mean it happened like that. The door closed, but Tal and I stayed in the room with them. Phrases like wildly inappropriate, an invasion of privacy, a breach of trust, circle loudly in my head, and yeah, I feel guilty as shit about it. But in my weak as piss defense, her mouth-watering scent is like super glue, making it impossible for me to move. The conflict doesn't stop with us not leaving, because now I'm watching Puck absolutely rail her while wave after wave of twisting jealousy floods me at them together. To be fair, though, I also have this crazy insight telling me this is exactly where Tal and I are meant to be. And that's not an excuse, that's a fact. Omegas don't kill people, do they? I ask Tal super quietly. My thoughts are already running away, praying she doesn't kill me before I get a chance to explain. Although, what am I going to say? And that's even if I can say a word before Puck goes off his rocker and gets all territorial. Because as much as Rainey smells insanely good, Puck scents like an alpha teetering on the edge of a feral claiming rut. Like I said, I'm playing a dangerous game, but the risks are worth it. It's her scent that makes everything hard. Quite literally. There aren't enough words to describe the impact of standing in the room with her. Right this second, it's like someone has brought every bunch they could find of wisteria and dumped them all in Puck's bedroom. The small space is overrun with the sweetness. I can taste each individual floral note of her scent, tuberose, jasmine, freesia, sweet pea, And when I close my eyes, no crap, the smell is so vivid, I can see the individual flowers and all their muted vibrancy so minutely that I know I'll be getting a canopy of the purple and indigo flowers inked on my skin. Though it's not just a smell, I feel her scent, too, like it floods my system, making me hyper-aware and vigilant, while my cock hurts like it's being twisted in a vice. Her scent is one thing, the atmosphere is another. Puck's small bedroom is almost as indescribable as her scent is. Again, it's a feeling. It really is like standing in the warmth of one of those hothouses at the Botanic Gardens. It's a wet warmth, and it reeks like the best sex you have ever dared to think about it, but weirdly, the space feels safe. Despite that, there's an added pressure that's got to do with designations. The space is too small for 4 alphas, even if one alpha is only here remotely. Kaz's presence is unmistakable, adding to the feeling of being in a pressurized room that's about to implode into a million pieces. I get that it's partly due to her heat, but it's also because it's rainy, and I know Talon is feeling something similar too. His hardness nestled against my ass is impossible to ignore. I'm not sure he even realizes, but he's scenting in response to her and what we're watching. His alpha adds another level of intensity to the hottest fuck scene. "Rainy's an omega," Talon groans in my ear, his fingers squeezing against my hips. And in case I needed any more signs he's getting caught up in the scene happening before us, a low, deep noise rumbles out his chest as he talks. "We didn't know," I offer, twisting around, needing the same relief Rainey and Puck are finding in each other. I push Tal up against the wall. My lips are on his before he can say a word, and he fights me for all of a nanosecond before his tongue is in my mouth. We move so we can both watch while we feast on each other. "Reed's going to go postal when he finds out." He pulls away. I guess I shouldn't be surprised his protective nature comes out, even when we're watching live porn with the only woman who's been living rent-free in our head for a very long time. "You think Puck is going to take anything they do lying down? Look at him. He's not the little dude we used to know. I thought he was about to drop into a rut, or maybe that's his control we're seeing and he is already in a rut. Shit, Tal, they're both so different." Talon's eyes sweep over to her to check again, and I see the moment he realizes how close Puck is to dropping into a rut. I grab a hold of him before he can take a step. "Look properly, Tal. He's ready to slay the world for her after being back in her world for a few hours. He won't hurt her. You can see it in everything he's doing," I whisper quietly as my hands float down and I touch him up, hoping to distract him. He thrusts into my hand, his eyes drilling deep into the most private part of me. "What about you?" "Guess we need to see if we survive this first." He holds my face, kissing me with his usual hunger before he twists to watch them again. I lean up to whisper into his ear. "Kaz isn't going to let her go either, Tal. How's that going to work for you?" I pop the top button of his dark jeans a little aggressively, making the zipper burst open. Burying my hand straight into his boxers, I wrap my hand around his cock, waiting for an answer. His hips pump as his breathing drops into a low groan. "Fuck knows, Hayes. I just don't know. But she smells like she's ours. Does that make sense? She adds a sprinkle of warmth and spice to your cinnamon scent. I know she's changing something in mine, too. I feel different, and I'm so fucking turned on I can't think straight. We're not going to work anything out right now, but we'll need to figure it out soon, because I get everything you're saying." I squeeze my fist over the top of his cock, knowing how much he loves the added pressure. "How about we pause this discussion and you start sucking my dick?" Talon leans in for a super quick kiss. "Gladly, because then I'm going to slam my cock inside your body and fill your pretty little asshole till you leak." I swear I nearly come in my pants when he dirty talks. He doesn't give me the chance, somehow spinning us before he rips my pants to my ankles, a devilish smirk on his face before he starts sucking like a champion. My cock glides straight down, hitting the back of his throat as he sucks me hard. It's pure fire, and without warning, my knees fucking buckle. Tal slams his hand against my waist, and we noisily crash into the wall. "Hayes!" Rainy's voice from across the room hits me like an arrow. I squeeze my eyes shut, scared to look at her, but also because Tal's hollowing his cheeks and going to fucking town on my dick. And I think I found a new kink. Terror sex. It's insane how turned on I am while I'm bobbing frantically in a sea of adrenaline. I peek out one eye because Talon's so good at giving head, but I'm also sure she's going to throw us out or sick Puck on us. But she laughs instead. "Wow, Hayes, I'm honestly surprised you're still here. I mean, I did tell you to go," she purrs as she curls around Puck's body. "You did tell him to go," Puck barks over his shoulder, but she soothes him by leaning up and stealing the words off his lips with a kiss that has me holding on to Tal's head as I all but fuck his face frantically. It must be her Omega magic casting a spell over me. Tal growls and slaps my leg when I nearly suffocate him with my knot. Rainy's abrupt laughter has him finally figuring out we've been busted. "How come you didn't go?" she asks innocently. The growl that comes through the laptop is not innocent like she's being. "You don't listen to her again, and I'll break out of here to hunt you down, you little fuckers." Rainy wiggles, making Puck fall sideways, and instead of stopping fucking each other, she starts riding him super slowly. Puck's hands don't leave her hips as he helps her move, and fuck me, he is huge. He's also got a feral edge to his eyes that make it pretty crystal clear about what way things are going if Rainy decides she's not happy. And sadly, I miss out on focusing on her being naked and in front of me because I'm still trying to figure out if Tal and I are about to die. "Well?" She smirks, leaning forward like she's trying to look at Talon, or maybe it's my dick. No, that's probably wishful thinking. Puck holds her from leaning down more. 1 minute she's glaring at us like a spiteful vixen, but then looks down to Puck and her expression softens completely. The next minute her face contorts and she groans in pain. "Rainy?" Puck's question rumbles through the room. Behind us, Kaz's voice echoes. "Rainy's heat makes her hurt, and simply put, she needs alpha knots and her pussy stretched or full of cum, or she'll be in pain." "You managed it alone?" Talon asks, except of course it comes out sounding like he's having a go. The computer answers. "Detective, you will remember my threat, won't you?" "Not sure you're in the position to be threatening me, Sidurno, considering you're there." He laughs, but worse is Rainy starts laughing too. She stops laughing, then waves her hand around. "Okay, 2 minutes to sort this out. You stay here, and you drop all the bullshit because I don't need it. Like Kaz said, I need physical relief, not a walk back through time." I go to say something, but she shakes her head, stopping me in my tracks. "Make no mistake, I'm using you for your body, not the other way around." She shrugs before she looks at Talon. Actually, she stares in challenge at him before she turns back and does the same to me, and I hate the walls I see in her jade eyes. They used to be so full of love and light, and now there's shadows that I know we're responsible for. I always thought Rainy was the strongest of us, and watching her, there's a new intensity to her that must be her Omega designation. Her strength has changed into power, and I already know none of us come close to her in that regard. It's impossible not to get lost in the way the shadows highlight her body. So many new dips and valleys, acres of space to explore, and I take my time, despite the press of urgency, to drink the moment in. I always loved Rainy's hands, her fingers so long and elegant. She could tease me with them, trail them over my skin for hours. In so many ways, her touch was easier to understand than our teenage feelings. Foolishly, I can't help the skip of my heartbeat when I realize her promise rings are missing from her thumb. "Rainy, your rings?" My question falls from my open lips, and I slap a hand over my mouth to stop ruining the chance before it even starts. Her eyes lift, that shimmering depth of power circling in them like sharks in the ocean. They hold me suspended in time, making sure I see the sweetest pride in the tip of her lips. They were promise rings, Hayes. You broke every one you whispered in my ear. I wasn't prepared to wear a reminder of how much you were going to miss out on. That seems slightly cruel. So I flushed them down the toilet, kind of like you did to my dreams. Her smile is more about her pride than my feelings, although it's not narcissistic, it's beatific. While I'm heartbroken at the reminder of what we did to her, I'm so fucking grateful she blossomed into this powerhouse. Puck's control and emotions are seesawing. Maybe he's remembering too. But with the softest kiss from her, he melts from austerity into her willing arms. And that in a lot of ways hurts the same way as her throwing my ring out. I watch how she responds so intimately to him and start making promises I hope I can keep this time. Talon's scoff interrupts my own sway of emotions with his usual abrasiveness that I usually love. But now is not the time for him to be an ass. Before I can get him to be a little less abrupt, his own words explode from his mouth. What's the go with Puck? Why does he get special Rainy privileges? We're all caught in a washing machine of emotions as this moment gets pummeled by our history. Even our tentative hopes and dreams get thrown into the wash, making it pretty confusing. Talon, I'm not going to let you get all territorial. I want knots without strings. But if that's not your thing, then perhaps you really should close the door on your way out, she says softly. There's no sting or malice, just a hint of acceptance. Tal scoffs dismissively again, but if Talon gets himself under control, he'll recognize all she's doing is protecting herself. From us. Tal, I call his attention softly as Rainy groans and Puck rubs over her tummy with his enormous hand. Of course, Tal looks to me, and I give him the sign to pump his brakes and chill. He responds in an instant, and within barely a few seconds, I can see his head catching up with the words he just said. His eyes flare, and I grab his hand, squeezing it encouragingly, hoping he understands I'm telling him he can stop being a dick. Kaz pulls him up on it too. Jeffers, my eyes are on you. You ever not treat her like a gentleman, and I'll give your lover something to choke on. Your dismembered cock. His eyes are full of as much threat as his words are, but then in the next instant they flick away dismissively from us as they refocus on her. Nichina, I can't see you. You want to play, you do it where I can keep watch. Puck sweeps her up and drops her into the middle of his bed before he positions her into a spot where Kaz can see her better. Her eyes sweep over to mine, and a sense of relief washes over me when they're not as closed off and hard anymore. They sparkle in the low light, pulling me closer. I can't believe you're not going to run now, Hayes, she teases, her voice husky like she's been drinking or sucking dick all night. Puck growls for her attention. Eyes on me, Rainy. His demand is infused with an alpha bark, and she melts at it. Rainy kisses him hot and dirty, while Puck holds her with his hands on her hips. I follow the motion of her hand and nearly fucking die when I see Puck. He's pierced, and now I'm super jealous. I've wanted to get my knob pierced for so long, and I know I should not be thinking all this bullshit when I just got invited to a heat party with Rainy Grady. But no shit, I feel like I'm in the middle of a vortex with Mercury in retrograde again. Puck turns her around, lifting her like she's weightless before she wiggles her ass impatiently until he drops her down on his cock. They both close their eyes and stop moving, and the smell of their scent mingling together hits, making me sway. I didn't realize I moved until Puck's eyes burst open, stopping me in my tracks. Kaz was vocal with his warning. Puck doesn't need words. Of course, Rainy is responsive to all of us. I'm okay. She twists around, biting up against his jaw as she keeps riding him. In or out? She asks. I'm about to go into full heat. I won't feel safe if you keep being indecisive. Puck holds her leaning back against him as they move in perfect timing. She moans, not hiding how good she feels. Talon starts pulling his pants off before he undoes his shoulder holster, triple-checking the safeties on before he puts his clothes out of the way, then stalking towards me. He talks quickly as he helps me undress. Hayes, don't let me mess this up. It's our girl. I huff a small laugh because, Rainey has always been our girl until we let her down and then disappeared. 2 events, not one. Both would have been something some people would never recover from. What about after, though, Tal? I ask, because I'm not sure how our future will look now. I think we blitz her out before we start explaining, then apologizing in every language known to man. He tugs me closer. And we need to be honest with her about us. And me. And Reed, I whisper, and he answers with a sharp nod of his head. Because we do need to be honest about me. Reed is a given. He's like a scar forever on our future, which is a really bad analogy considering the scars Rainey wears. But maybe all we need to do to get rid of the mess Reed dumped us in is to look to Rainey. Clearly nothing is holding her back. She positively radiates. Come on. Talon looks over his shoulder. His eyes are dark with desire, but he waits, his hand extended to me. And of course, I go to him. Rainey doesn't miss it. The small flick of her eyebrows all but confirms she knows Tal and I are a couple. Tal moves with authority and pulls me along with him until we're both in front of her. Being this close to her, the heat rolls off her skin, and everything is ramped up. Her, me, us. Hayes and... he starts. Of course, she interrupts him. Heat first, talk second. But Talon cuts her off, pushing his lips to hers, kissing her the same way he always did, desperately. Always so bossy, Lolly. He grins his boy-next-door smile, acting like he's never left her side. I wish we never did. You don't get to call me that. She pulls away, but he follows her, and I hear him apologizing. Then he's kissing her, repeating the process over and over until they stop talking. I throw up a quick prayer of thanks to any of the gods that listen, along with a solemn vow to be a man of my word and explain everything before I get out of this bed, no matter how shit that conversation is going to be.
Chapter 25, Rainy. Kissing Talon is like kissing Talon always was, soul-destroying. It's always felt like a clash of wills until one of us breaks, and the result is the addictive sweetness I used to constantly crave. Growing up, there was a point where I was so sure if he didn't kiss me, I'd die from withdrawal. Teenage angst at its finest, but now after Talon's lips are on mine again, I feel like I've fallen off the wagon, and I don't like feeling that at all. Lolly, he murmurs against my lips, holding me firmly but gently, like I'm going to shatter. Been there, done that, got the scars to prove it. My thoughts keep filling with our past, and one small doubt feeds another, making me question all of this. I know it's from being in the same room with them again. Seeing and touching them is like being a time traveler. And I get I'm not the same person I was. I'm stronger and more resilient. But what if they haven't changed and are the same people that disappeared and left me hurting? Hayes sees what's going on, but he's always had an ability to see my moods. I used to tease him about using his new age hocus pocus as a way of sweet-talking me. He crawls over the bed and shuffles in to share the same space Talon does. His dark chocolate-colored eyes holding mine, pleading sincerity. Rainy, you said you needed us, he says. His warm cinnamon donut scent rushes over my face, bringing a sense of familiarity, adding more ghosts. Machina, Kaz barks, His voice is exactly what I need, dragging me out of yesterday. And then I'm back in the game, knowing I'm his, he is mine, and I did survive. I will survive them now, too. Puck's hold on me tightens. He leans down and bites the crook of space between my shoulder and neck. His teeth press down hard, while he floods the space around us with his insanely strong alpha presence and scent. I'm with you. Did I talk out loud? I ask, stunned and half amused by my airy thoughts. No, Lolly, but we know, Talon says from next to Hayes, the both of them looking a little haunted and unsure themselves. It's my heat. I wave everyone away, steering us back to being physical, because that's a hell of a lot easier than the emotional mishmash of who we were. I'm off my game, but it's my heat, and sometimes it makes me bonkers. But bonkers is better than fucked up. I've been spiking my heat, I explain for some reason, and Puck answers with a harder bite on my shoulder while he starts moving his hips again. Guess we better knot you back into alignment. Hayes smirks as he leans down, flicking his tongue over my nipple. Rocking in time with Puck, my temporary freakout gets sidelined as a wave of pleasure shoots through my body as the physical side of my heat intensifies. Rainy, Kaz calls out. I can hear his concern because, despite the bravado, he knows my conflict. Being with them is my all-time fantasy and nightmare. You'll be back with me soon. In the meantime, they'll give you what you need. Hayes kneels up, taking one of my hands off Talon and putting it on his chest before he leans up and kisses my forehead. You're safe. Puck's here. He won't let anything bad happen to you, and we'll prove to you that we won't either. Puck lets go of his bite on my shoulder, and instantly I miss it. But he twists me around so he can reach my lips better, kissing me senseless while he keeps pumping deeply inside of me. Shit, Rainy. I can't believe you're locked on my knot. I can't stop coming inside you. Yes, I murmur, leaning against him so I can kiss him while I watch Talon and Hayes. Hunger burns in their eyes, but they wait for me to invite them back to join us. Your knot is so good, Puck, I whisper. Give me more. Not yet, Lolly. It will hurt you both if he pulls out now. We'll give you more until you're ready. Talon answers before anyone else can get a word in. My hands reach out and nab them both. Talon, no offense. I do know how to take a knot, and I know what I like. Puck's cock and his knot inside me is so fucking good. But I want more, so please, give me more. With one hand, I push Hayes down to my pussy while the other pulls Talon back to my lips, and Puck's mouth goes back to the faint scar of his claim. This is the more I needed. Another teasing wave of heat rolls through me as I nearly drown in sensory overload as they all put their mouths on me. Talon's fingers replace his lips as he pumps them in and out of my mouth. I suck on them, my eyes rolling back in my head because I swear to God, I can taste haze all over his fingers too. All of them together is like eating cinnamon donuts in front of an open fire while a wild rainstorm falls down on us. Pure fucking decadence. Just like that. Talon's deep voice rumbles encouragingly as he keeps pumping his fingers between my lips. Can you turn her? He asks Puck without taking his eyes off me. Puck pretends he didn't hear, eventually grunting what is easily interpreted as a no. I know he could. His unwillingness to share acts like a bright flame burning out my doubts and adding another yummy burn to my heat, and his possessiveness is exactly what I need to hear. But Talon does what I need too. He leans in close to my ear before he climbs to his feet. We've got too much unfinished business. He makes all of us wobble on the mattress as he widens his legs to accommodate Hayes, who also refuses to move away and finds his balance. Talon doesn't use his hands to push me back against Puck. It's his presence. And then he stands over me, looking cocky as shit, holding his dick in one hand, my chin in the other.
I need this in your mouth, Lolly. More than anything. Haven't stopped dreaming about you.
He drags his knob over my lips, pushing it further into my mouth with each pass. I hold his stare. But then, Puck moves, stealing my attention with a deep moan in my ear as he slows down the way we're screwing. I go to say something, but then Hayes pops up for air, reminding me with a soft smile he's happy to be here too.
Rainey, I'll never get enough of the way you taste.
Hayes says, coming in close enough to push Talon's hip out of the way. His eyes are glittering, and it's like he sucks the air from my lungs, replacing mine with his in one epic, deep, soft, possessive kiss. The loss of my contemplative trepidation fades as my heat goes from simmer to inferno. I lock tight around Puck's length while I start swiveling my hips, more determined than ever to explode under their touches. Nipping at Hayes' lips, our tongues swirl around each other until Talon gets tired of watching, and none too subtly adds his dick to our kiss. And it feels in-fucking-sane, giving Talon head while Hayes does too. It's like we battle it out until Kaz snaps.
Puck, not her silly again. Get the one that keeps running away from her to lick her slit straight from the source while she deep-throats the rookie.
Kaz directs us, and even though he's there and not here, I can't help but feel he's the missing ingredient. A rumble spills from behind me, and all at once the four of us get caught up in a heat frenzy that feels a lot like a reunion. It's impossible to see Hayes or Puck because of the way Talon positions himself as he pumps his cock between my lips. I love giving head, and Talon always loved getting